Welcome to the Nürburgring for the GT World Challenge Europe, round 4 of the 5 endurance rounds that form part of the championship, and we're at the Nürburgring, this famous circuit in the Eifel forest of southern Germany, where you can have sunshine, you can also have rain. The teams simply can't tell. At 7 o'clock this morning there was a bit of rain. It appears to be clearing up, but all weekend the teams have been working away on sorting their cars. The title battles are super close, and they all know that every tenth of a second that can be found could be vital. Overall honours are super tight, but also in gold, silver and bronze there are the class titles to be sorted. And coming here is the Winwood Racing Team's Manfield to Mercedes at the top of the pile, but only just. But all the drivers will be duking it out to see if they can come away with the points, with the win that will put their name into the history books. There was a fantastic atmosphere during the most recent sprint meeting. That was at Magny-Cours, with fireworks not just in the sky but on the track. And Jordan Pepper hunted down the Rutronik Porsche of Sven Muller and somehow found a way by and went on to take a victory, a famous win. 7th different sprint winner in 7 races, along with Luca Engstler. And 3rd place went to the W crew of Van der Linde and Weerts. Second race was absolutely packed and super competitive, and Benji Goethe came under considerable pressure in his Garage 59 McLaren, but held on to win by just .156 from the Grasser Racing Lamborghini. The most recent GT World Challenge America race was at Road America, and Phil Ellis led away, but very quickly there was an accident for Scott Dollarhite in his Ford, and that also led to Todd Coleman going around. Once all the debris was cleared up, Kenton Cook was very quick to make a move, and here he goes in his Random Vandals BMW, moving up into 2nd place. Great move on this fabulous circuit. And then teammate Baron Choksi decided he too would make a move, and there he goes up into 3rd in his BMW. However, this fantastic action was brought to a conclusion because very bad weather and approaching lightning caused the race to be flagged early, and victory went to Ellis and Jeff Burton. Then in race 2, Matt Bell led away in the DXDT Racing Corvette, but he was hunted down and very soon passed by Michael Grenier in the JMF Motorsports Mercedes. And then a tech issue for Jason Daskalos led to a full course yellow, leading to just a 1-lap shootout to the flag. And in the end, Mikai Stevens took victory for JMF, with Cook 2nd with De Filippi. And this weekend, Ben Constanduras brings you action from Okayama.
Race 2 in Okayama, Bastian Boos and Ben Green on the front row, but contact on the 2nd row, and Dan Arrow hard into the wall and retiring his Porsche. A safety car would come out, but not before our 2 championship leaders got into each other. Leo Yi being spun around by Ben Green, others avoiding action, including this Silver Ram leader of Max Hussein. No points for 99, no points for 87. Opportunity therefore for 37, Anthony Liu, to get himself back into championship contention. He would fight himself up to 4th position by the end. There was loads of fighting further back. The 500 Nissan, a double race victory in Silver Ram category, fighting his way past the number 55, started by Yifei Yi, but when it was handed over to his teammate, it would struggle. Contact with the 16 here meant it would retire out on circuit and cause a late race full course yellow, but Bastian Boos would continue with Lu Wei in the number 4, and they took a commanding victory, the 21st for Porsche here.
So let's look at the global points after the most recent races. Mercedes just in front by 17 points ahead of Porsche. BMW trying to close the ground, just under 800 points. Then Ferrari and Audi. They're the top 5. We have 10 manufacturers involved. So the prestige of coming out on top is absolutely enormous. Here we are at the Nürburgring, and it's a grey day. Yesterday we had sunshine. What we'll get today, we have 3 hours of racing ahead of us. 61 cars are on the entry list. Hopefully we'll get 60 to the grid, but we have had a little bit of damage in qualifying this morning. Cars already starting to leave the pit lane. My name's Bruce Jones, joined by Joe Osborne, who's our meteorologist. And Joe, look, almost identical air and track temperature, but rising. It was really cool this morning.
Yeah, we had sprinkling of rain as well, didn't we? Especially in the mid part during Q2, and it was action-packed for a qualifying session. We're used to seeing these cars lap fast, but there was lots of contact, and there's been quite a few called to the stewards. So the biggest one of which was our pole sitter. Originally was the 32 car that's been given a 5-place grid drop. We will talk about that more later because it was a pretty spicy incident between the number 32 and the 17 car. the Get Speed Mercedes of Jules Gounon. This is the circuit, the Nürburgring GP circuit. 5.1 kilometers, 17 corners, split into 3 sectors, some mega overtaking opportunities. Turn number 1 is the best. It's the highest speed to the lowest speed, all in one corner. Then you've got the fast flowing midsections. Expect lunges into turn 3 and 4 on the opening few laps, and then big slipstreaming through 12, 13 into the fast chicane at the end of the lap, where we've seen many an incident over the weekend.
We absolutely have, and it's a circuit absolutely made for racing. Brilliant aerial shot, but what we're seeing is a fairly bright grey sky. It's looking as though it's moving towards sunshine rather than rain, but we've got time of plenty for it to come in. In the Eifel forest, it quite often does, but the humidity is falling. I'll tell you what, let's find out if it's human. Let's go down to the grid, and Alex is on the grid, and she's not talking to a driver, she's talking to an influencer.
Maritz, influencer model, and I can see why. You make me feel very short. Welcome to the World Challenge, the GT World Challenge grid. What an incredible place to be, huh?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a great honor to be here. It's my first GT3 race today, and I'm just amazed by how loud it is. Wow, it's insane.
Are you enjoying your day?
Yeah, it's honestly been great. We've done so many great things. We've met incredible people all around the grid, and I'm just very happy to see where this race is leading today.
Where are you going to be watching it from?
I think we have like a private tour going on. Like we're on this like van, and it's going to be taking us all around the track while the cars are passing by. So I feel like this is the most immersive experience.
Anyone in particular you got your eye on?
Well, I think Rowe did a great job with the pole position. I think they are probably the favorites today, so I'm eyeing them to win the race today.
All right, nice to meet you, Maritz. Enjoy the race.
So Moritz is going to be watching the race from aloft, but it's always interesting when you get someone who's sort of new to racing, trying to make out what us mad people do.
Yeah, exactly. Different world, the modelling world, and what a beautiful man he is. Over 2 million followers on Instagram. So, yeah, good to get this diversity in. He talks about the noise, and that's the thing that the broadcast, you can hear it over your TV, of course, but when you're here, you feel it in your chest, and the emotion ramps up.
Well, it was slightly controversial in qualifying this morning. That's why the pole sitter, car 32, has dropped down 5 places. Let's take a look at why.
And this was the incident on the outlap, believe it or not, in qualifying. The 32 BMW that was on pole position before being given a 5-place grid penalty. Jules Gounon was in that Mercedes, and he's going to be speaking to Alex now. Be interesting to get his thoughts on it all.
Jules, the team, your mechanics have done an incredible job, but unfortunately you are still in the garage.
Yeah, they did an incredible job after what happened this morning. I don't think we can start from the grid because we are still too far, and I hope we can make it. There was a lot of damage from what happened this morning, which for me is unacceptable. And the penalty that resulted from the contact is for me also too poor. To keep your foot flat, to put a car in the wall and get 5 grid drop position. I think it's not how I see racing, not how I see professional going racing, but my team did honestly really an amazing job. You can see there is bits and parts everywhere on the car. Now they are trying to do some setup, but of course as I hit the wheels, the alignment, everything is off. So we are trying maximum to start the race, but we will start last from the pit lane.
Fingers crossed.
Rowe got the pole, so they get the award. It goes, and I tell you what, when you qualify on pole at any race, but when you've got 60 rivals and you've beaten all of them in that quick-fire qualifying, we had the interrupted second session. There were so many elements that could have cost you that position. And there you can see the WRT Charles Weerts-driven BMW coming through, not with 001 on its windscreen, because that pole position taken away. It'll start from 6th. That could be a factor, but it does keep the point, as far as I understand. That means it's equal at the top of the tile. But one of the crews that absolutely flew in qualifying was McLaren. Louis Pret, a real start for them. And let's hear from Rob Bell, sporting director, former racing driver, who's down on the grid, about to talk to Alex.
Hello, Rob. Louis did an amazing job earlier. How lovely is it to have your McLaren up here at the sharp end of the grid?
It's absolutely brilliant. It's the only place to be.
Yeah.
But look, the guys put the laps together. It was a really difficult quali session because the weather was just always looking like it was going to rain. There was a bit of rain in the air, actually, and a few red flags in between. So as a driver, or an ex-driver, should I say, I know what that feeling's like. And the guys, look, they delivered. To be on the second row and pole position in gold class is absolutely brilliant.
like this is McLaren's year. It's certainly, we're seeing a lot more of you.
Nearly got us. Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're loving being at the sharp end. It's where we should be, as you quite rightly say. And, you know, we've had 2 wins now in the sprint series, podiums in the endurance. We just need that win in endurance just to top it off, really. But we're fighting. We're in with a chance, and we're quite confident of a result here in some respect. We've had a great day with GT4 yesterday. Our trophy series is here, which is fantastic. So let's see what we can do in this 3 hours.
How do you cope as an ex-driver being on the floor without your racing shoes on? Certainly at a track like Nürburgring, where I'm sure you have some fond memories.
Yeah, well, I was quite lucky here, actually. It's one of my favourite circuits, and always seem to pull a result out here. But standing here right now, knowing how fast these guys are, and, you know, I was at the end of my career, so I'm actually quite relaxed. I'm actually quite happy to be talking to you rather than in that racing suit, because I know once the lights go green a bit later on, what pressure these guys are under to perform. And if you're not at that really high level and performing, you get found out. So actually, I'm quite happy where I am. Good decision.
Quite relieved. We certainly have some incredible pedallers, don't we, in this series?
Yeah, look, the cream of the crop, really. You know, this race series all over the world, which have their merits and are great, but actually the top level drivers in this series are fantastic, and we've got some of the best here at McLaren as well, which we're really proud of. Some young guys coming through, and maybe that's my role, and it is part of my role to, you know, pass on some of my experience. I won in Blancpain, what was Blancpain GT World Challenge here in 2015. We won the championship here in 2016. So if I can pass on some of that knowledge and insight, then hopefully I can help these guys perform as well as they can at the top level in the McLaren.
It's the job of the wise old owls, Rob.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Old owl, maybe.
Thank you.
And great to hear from Rob, former teammate of mine. We raced together here in 2020. We actually did the majority of the development together on the 720 GT3 alongside Ben Barnico, who's actually in the 2Cs Mercedes this race weekend as well. So Rob, one of the good guys in motorsport and doing a mega job at getting McLaren near the front. And that car that is on the front row, the Rover car, quite fittingly given the Rover Pole Award like we saw earlier. And big presence from the Rover Motor Oil Company as well here this weekend. Of course, they won the Nürburgring 24 hours. So if they are able to keep their pole position towards the end of this race for 3 hours, that would be the first time ever we've had GT World Challenge winners at Nürburgring, the same as the 24.
Well, that would be absolutely extraordinary element. Just look how big this grid is. It goes on and on and on. We've got 60 cars out there. We've got 1 tucked away in the garage, possibly 2. We've got to identify that number 50A, of course, the Ferrari is out but of the race, or out on the grid, but down on the grid, super busy. Talking of Rover, let's go down to the grid and hear from the driver who set them rolling there, Augusto Farfus.
Augusto, you did not win the Rover Pole Award, but you've inherited it. Right, this is exactly where you need to be at a track like the Nürburgring. Can you convert this? How hard would that be?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're P2. We're not that we're P5 and inherited P1. We're just there. We missed the pole, I think, by 2,000. So we've been extremely competitive during the weekend. Of course, track position here is very important. Then one's going to be a difficult one. So I love the pressure, so we are committed to get a good run and try to take this home.
Of course you do, and I'm glad you like the pressure, because not only do you need points, but you've got people around you who are really fighting for that overall championship battle, aren't they?
Yeah, and I'm also fighting for our own glory, our own race. Also, we have a chance to climb up in the championship, so we have the car this weekend to do that. So let's try to maximize. Of course, we need to see how it's going to be the long run pace. So far, the car looked good, so we try to get turn 1 and maximum push.
And a big, important race for Rover.
Yes, it's kind of our home race. Nürburgring has been extremely kind to us. We already won this race, the big one, 24 hours a few months ago, and now here on the short one, started from pole, so fingers crossed.
And now the national anthem of the home nation. So you can see the various classes, the overall pole, the gold position pole, the silver class pole, the bronze, all gaining a point for the people that gained them, obviously with the exception of the overall pole, but that point has still gone to the team that set it. That's Team WRT, that moves them equal in the championship going into this race. 54 points, the same score now as Winward Racing's Mercedes. That's car number 48, which Maro Engel will kick off into the race. Everyone else working out the points, permutations or other elements on their phones. Alessandro Pierguidi looking in, looking on. But the sun is starting to break through. But let's go down and have an interview with the team that has a 5-place penalty. Therefore, they're starting 6th. It's the 32 WRT crew.
Hello, gents. When I walked over, you said, no, why is that?
I think Charles can answer the question.
Yeah, that's for sure. No, I don't know. I mean, we're always happy to see you, always happy to see camera. Usually the camera pops up when we are doing good stuff. We are sitting on the third row. So it's good to see the camera again.
Okay, right, you start in P6. What can you do here? This is really important for your championship battle.
Yeah, all the contenders in very close circumference, so we're going to try. Charles been great at the starts this year, so I think we're in a good spot to have a good race.
We've got great history here at the Nürburgring. Can you do it? Can we see you up on the podium?
I hope. I mean, we saw this morning that the car was fast. The teammates have been doing an amazing job so far, so we will do our best to stay in the championship fight.
From a driver's perspective, while this is an endurance race, this is definitely more of a sprint endurance, right?
Yeah, it is, and that's why we want to get cracking. I think Charles knows what to do in the first couple of corners. We want to make up some spots, and then, yeah, try and lead from the front.
Do you know what to do, Charles?
Hopefully. I mean, I hope I still have what it takes. Yeah, I will definitely do everything that we can potentially do. We have a very strong car underneath us, so yeah, I'm quite confident we can have a good race. We just have to survive the first lap.
Good. Climb well, boys.
There we are. Prescient words from the Team WRT crew. Qualified fastest, 5-place grid penalty puts them down in 6th, but that still means there are 55 cars behind them. It's really quite a thought. But the passing sentence there, just have to survive the first lap. Here of all circuits, we've seen it time and time again, that run down to turn 1. Last year, it was like fireworks down there, wasn't it? Or more like billiards.
Yes, it kicked off, doesn't it? It's Newton's cradle, it feels like, but with £500,000 cars rather than some metal balls bouncing around. And only takes one mistake and then suddenly the grenade is exploding mid-pack. This car started on the front row last year and was strong throughout the race. And Arjen Guven has been quick this weekend. The Porsche probably flattered to deceive slightly, I think, in qualifying. Yes, they're in the top part of the field, going to be starting in 5th place, but I expected that to be on the front row, in all honesty, when I was looking at all the times from the weekend, but it's hard to call.
So the grid is packed, but the grid has been defined by what has led our way up to that. But let's go down to the grid because Alex has caught up with Klaus Graf, and let's hear the great man's thoughts.
Klaus, here we are, right in the thick of it, but my goodness me, this is an important race for you.
Yes, absolutely. First, it's our home race for Rutronik Racing, and secondly, obviously, we're in the hunt for the championship, so it's an interesting combination, let's say, and we're in very good company around us with the main contenders being very close together on the grid. I think we can really look forward to a very exciting race, and yeah, we have to really make sure we stay intact and have no issues. But very looking forward to it.
What would it mean to you, Rutronik, and as the home race to be up there on the podium?
It would be tremendous. I mean, we were on pole position here last year. We didn't make it very far, unfortunately, because we got taken out. But for us, for sure, it's the aim to be on the podium at every race. We haven't won an endurance race this year, so this is definitely something we aim for, but also we have to make sure we collect maximum points for the championships. You know?
And how do you manage that risk versus reward at a circuit like this when you're around and behind some people who are fighting just as hard?
I mean, at the end it's the drivers, you know, we have experienced drivers, they know what they do, they know the task, they know also that it's important that, yes, we want to improve or gain positions, but at the same token, yeah, you also have to be smart. So at the end of the day, we have to rely on the experience of our 3 drivers, and I'm pretty confident they will do the job.
How do I say good luck in German?
Viel Glück. Viel Glück.
Viel Glück.
Yes. Viel Glück.
Viel Glück.
Viel Glück. Many lucks And so all smiles at the moment. And for Rutronik Racing, actually, it came good at one point in a really extraordinary qualifying session. It was absolutely chopping and changing all the time. Now let's take a look. This is a little guide to track. Joe, you're the man to talk us around.
So this is on board the 91 Porsche coming round the final corner. The Dorient Hotel, the best hotel to stay as a driver. But that's the last thing in your mind as you blast down the pitch straight. 260 kilometers an hour, braking just before the 100-meter board on your left. But look how it goes downhill and there's bumps. Got an Audi R8 to contend with who's gone in later on the brakes, slightly missing the apex. We hook it up, lovely. A short break, another surface change, short shift to second, long turn 2. Your eyeballs need to be looking as far left as you can, because then suddenly you see turn 3 approaching quickly. You trail the braking, you're braking and turning. You straddle this curve. The grasscrete on the inside helping. Big curb on the right to avoid apex of 4. Track limits prevalent on the exit here as well. Again, a short straight down the hill. And now we have a left-right combo. Turns 5 and 6. Trail the brakes in. We've seen the cars lose it on exit here and go in the wall on the left already this weekend. Painfully slow corner here. The cars will run all the way up to the gravel trap on the exit. Another short straight down the hill, kinked through left, flat out, and then into this hairpin. It feels like you're in an amphitheatre. The camber helps, but it's slow, 70 kilometers an hour, 2 apexes, roll out, roll back in. Lovely view of the 66 car there in front, and this is an illustration of traffic that will be ahead of these cars. Schumacher-esses, it's fast, it's not a brake, it's a lift. Cars will touch the gravel on the right, then that gets flung onto the circuit. Every lap, grip different. Another break, good overtaking opportunity here into turn number 10. We get the Audi done. Lots of curb can be used. You can see they're flat, almost like a tabletop. Rotate the car in. You want the rear to do some steering before you pick the throttle up. And then a nice long straight. You're stretching the legs. If you're in the car behind slipstream, this is a chance to overtake. Easy flat through the kink for the big brake zone here. 80 meters of braking. It's 5th, down to 4th, off the brake. Lots of curb left, lots of curb right. Feels like you're skiing through there through a slalom. Curb on the left, the last corner now. A painfully long corner. The grip is all on the inside. You have to just hug the white line. And again, careful of track limits on the exit. A good lap time should be somewhere in the 1:56 for this 5.1 kilometers of the Nürburgring. And let's hope the weather stays something like this, because at the moment we are a lot more overcast than how it looked a few days ago.
Certainly are, but the grid is getting brighter. Brilliant splitter cam lap. It almost seems artificial. It is so very good. But right, all teams' eyes on the front of the grid. A lot of them. It's a very long way to the front of the grid with 61 cars on the entry. For those that managed to come through the quickfire battle of 3 qualifying sessions that got combined, they are enjoying the view not so far to the front. James Baldwin back on board this weekend. This is a driver who started his racing in iRacing, adapted very, very quickly to full metal racing, and on board this weekend, one of the garage 159 McLaren, so 59 McLaren, I beg your pardon. But this is the car that was leading the championship coming into this race by just 1 point. Maro Engel will kick off the number 48 Mercedes, but with the point for pole position, despite the 5-place grid penalty, Team WRT are now equal on points, so they'll be starting just 1 position ahead in 6th on the grid as opposed to 7th for Maro Engel. And the other car right at the front of the battle in the championship is starting 8th on the grid. It's the Rutronik Racing Porsche with Alessio Picariello, the driver who's chosen to start that. So they've got some interlopers, if you will, in the championship starting ahead of them on the grid. But what happens down in the first corner is going to be absolutely critical.
I'm worried there's a problem for the Optimum McLaren. You can see it there. The door's still up, and that's going to be a penalty for working on the car after a minute. Alan there, the mechanic from Optimum, having to run away, but that's going to be a drive-through after such a good qualifying, getting themselves inside the top 10 for the first time this year.
Yeah, Lagim Ali is a driver on board. Looks like there's another car missing from towards the back of the grid, about 40-something position. There's a gap on the grid back there. And we will see, but all eyes on the front. It's Augusto Farfus, car number 98, take victory in the Nürburgring 24 hours this year for BMW and Rover Racing. Can he make it the double? Pole in the bronze class is Dustin Blatt will be starting that car. It's the Ferrari number 74 from Kessel Racing. In the Silver Cup class, well, phenomenal from the 188 McLaren crew. And gold, also a Garage 59 car, also a McLaren, and Louis Prep was the star in that one. But Augusto Farfus, Jesse Kroner, Raffaele Marcello, what a lineup. They'll be starting from pole position. But just remember the fact that 3 cars trying to aim for the championship. Still the final round to come in Barcelona, are starting in 6th, 7th and 8th positions. You might say that's the danger zone as you go round to the first corner at the start of this 3-hour race. So pole position for Rover Racing, BMW, Augusto Farfus, alongside Alessio Rivera, AF Corsa Ferrari. Second row, Adam Smalley for the Garage 59 McLaren crew, and Nicky Thiem, Aston Martin from Come2 Racing. Ayhan Guvin, best of the Porsche drivers, in 5th on the grid. Charles Weerts demoted from the front row of the grid to start 6th. Then championship equal leader Mauro Engel starts 7th. Alessio Picariello in the car that ranks 3rd at the moment, the Rutronik Porsche. Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, the honour of starting from 9th on the grid. Behind him he's got the silver class pole, that's James Baldwin. James Kell alongside Mirko Bortolotti. Lamborghini not really in the hunt. He starts 13th alongside Doris Caribou. Pure Racing, I expect progress from them. Starting 15th, Alex Malikin. Nicola Bear alongside Arjun Maini, better of the 4 drivers, in 16th alongside the gold class leading Aston Martin. Verstappen.com, Roman Andriolo in behind. David Pittard, he's an expert on the Nürburgring, look for him. Benji Goethe, already a winner in the sprint this year, starts alongside. Bronze pole, Dustin Blattner just ahead of the class rival of Darren Lung, 991. Rolf Eichen going for Herbert Motorsport, and the grid goes on and on. Only now are we around on row 15, the halfway point on this grid. Any poor qualifying, look, Frank Pereira down in 31st position, a winner in this championship before. Adam Christodoulou, welcome back to him. Louis McKeels in the bronze class starts alongside. Leonardo Moncini has swapped cars from joins the 99 ACA crew in that Audi. Maxime Robin, Ralph Bone knows it well. So we're going through down the order. Look at the diversity of cars. We've got 10 different manufacturers among the 61 car field. More nationalities of drivers than I can possibly think of, but it was all a question of survival through the 3 qualifying sessions, combining your 3 times and seeing what you can do. We've still got some quick drivers down at the back of the grid that didn't get all their ducks lined up in a row. But how about Antonio Fuoco starting 60th? This was a car that was trying to get into pole position, and he is listed 60th, but is he going to get the start of the race? No, because the field is being led around, and his car is stationary in the pit lane, along with the number 17 Get Speed Motorsport Mercedes. And of course, we heard from Jules Gounon there, having had that clash and the clatter with Charles Weerts. But for now, this is the view looking back from the car that will be starting from pole position. Will he keep all the drivers behind him on the run to the first corner? It's the Rover Racing BMW, Augusto Farfus, Alessio Rivera. We've had a bit of a hunch about Ferrari finding form through the course of this meeting. Yes, the number 50 car is out of the equation, having not managed to get a time in all of the qualifying sessions. But this is the meat of the battle, Joe. This is the championship equal leading car, number 48 Mercedes. Alongside, or just diagonally in front of it, will be the number 32 Team WRT BMW, and immediately behind and alongside to the other side with the Rutronik Racing Porsche. Talk about putting all your challengers right together, but they've got 6 cars ahead of them, 5 cars ahead of them.
59 cars to take the start then. We've lost 2, only 59. What other race would you want to be watching right now? I ask you that. There, we're up to 60. Stoltz ready to go, so he will join. It's not the worst place to be. If you're going to be starting last, at least you're going to miss the carnage. Where to look? Turn 1, the jeopardy. You don't know where to brake for turn 1. Why? Because you're doing a completely different speed to every other lap you do on the approach. Watch that red AF Corsa Ferrari of Rivera. Where does he brake? It's going to be more like 70 metres opposed to 120. Can he brave it around the outside? Is that going to cause contact further down? It's going to be wild, and we need to be thinking about the championship for the next 3 hours.
3 hours that are going to start very, very soon indeed. The field, 60 cars in all coming around, 30 rows, 2 by 2. It's the BMW on pole position. Augusto Farfus, so much experience from Brazilian racer at any circuit of the world, but particularly at the Nürburgring. And Rover Racing, a rich, rich history. Alongside the AF Corsa Ferrari of Alessio Rivera, round the final corner they go. Waiting, all eyes on the start gantry. Remember, 6th, 7th and 8th are the 3 championship challengers on this grid. Will they be lucky? Will they be unlucky? Good start from pole position from Augusto Farfus. McLaren's left, right and centre trying to make a move, and Alessio Picariello trying to make a move as well. The 3 championship challengers trying to gain a position, and the Winwood Racing Manfilter Mercedes got a big squeeze on it there. Who's going to emerge in the lead of the race? Nicky Thiem gave it a bit of a go, but ended up off the track in his Aston Martin. Ooh. Bit of bodywork flying there. That, I think, was Alessio Rivera on the back of Augusto Farfus, and the Schumacher CLRT Porsche keeping out of the way. Maybe a good idea round 2, but still the pole sitter leads going into turn 3, and a great chance charge from car 22. Our entrant Guven started 5th up to 2nd. How about the championship challengers? The one that lost out was Maro Engel. We're riding on board with him. He's right behind the Lamborghini, so he's definitely lost ground. They all qualified behind him. Yeah, he's lost a little bit. So settle down, everyone. The one who's settling down best, Joe, is our race leader, and that is Augusto Farfus. Still there is action. Turn 5, turn 6.
3 wide through the mid-pack, and Nicky Team in that Aston Martin Comtu in 5th place now. Tried to send it round the outside. It didn't work. He went hard, and it didn't go. Was the bodywork off Rivera? Was it off Farfus? We don't know. Farfus was pretty robust with his defence. I don't know where he wanted Rivera to go. That will, of course, be reviewed, but Guven now has got past, and now Engel has passed the McLaren as well. Maybe some pace in that windward Mercedes as he uses a load of curb, and that forces him wide. It's going to bunch up behind him.
Well, take that, face full of gravel for anyone in behind Maro Engel. But in terms of the championship battle, the one that gained the most is Charles Weerts. He's gained a position or two, and he's got a buffer back to his rivals. The 2 yellow cars, the yellow and blue Porsche, and Maro Engel in that bright yellow car with the amazing green snake-like livery, car number 48, but it's the Lamborghini that made progress. And is that I'm just trying to work out who has managed to move that ahead. But importantly in the championship battle, it's very early days in this 3 hours race, but the one who got the advantage was Charles Weerts. There he is, just going off the bottom of the screen, but Nicky Team, Aston Martin right on his tail.
And Engel still on the back foot from that simple mistake through the Schumacher S's. He lost a couple of places, and he's still having to defend hard from Picarello. They had side-to-side contact through 13.
Yeah, well, the driver who probably was the star of the opening lap was Mirko Bortolotti, who gained about 6 or 7 positions, so that was very well done for him. Now, look, the Rutronik Porsche being challenged by the Ford. This isn't something we've seen through the season, so that is real attack there. Arjun Maini trying to make progress, but up front, it's by 0.6 of a second is our race lead, Augusto Farfus.
Smalley's had a strong start as well. He is 6th overall, leading the gold class in the first of the Garage 59 McLarens. Engel seems to have steadied the ship now. And talking of ships, that Ford has had a monster start, hasn't it? And that's looking like it's coming through the order. Looks like Farfus has some pace, but did you see the rubber he left there? He's working those rear tyres, so he'll have to keep an eye on that. He's got to keep on these tyres. So this is the pole position. Watch Nicky Team. He's making it 3 wide. Charles Weerts is trying to go there too. Nicky Team takes himself off. That's out of the equation. We need to watch for the contact on the exit of this corner. The Ferrari of Rivera is on our left. We're on the white line. Rivera's off the track. I maybe take my robust defence back. Rivera was trying to make that move off the circuit. I think that's a racing incident in my opinion, and I think both cars lost bodywork.
I think you're absolutely right, but I tell you what, looking at that rear-facing shot as a team is now attacking Charles Weerts, that's not what the championship leader wants, but certainly what Nicky Team wanted, what Nicky Team wants, Nicky Team gets, and he certainly made that move. But looking at that replay, talk about threading the eye of the needle. Ihanchen Guven had no space to go in that Schumacher CLRT thing, but he just sort of breathed in, made the car narrow, and moved up to challenge, and he's in that 2nd place from that brilliant start in his Porsche.
Yeah, and Weerts is on the attack, and these two are kind of in their own battle pack. That rarely happens, and it just seems like the pace of Smalley is maybe starting to hold up Bortolotti in the Lambo, who had a quick look into the last corner. Not historically an overtaking spot we've done, and he didn't get the job done, but Nicky Team still having to defend. I think Rivera's got the pace over Guven in that black Porsche. That's a move to keep an eye on at the moment. But just look at the plethora of manufacturers we have splattered inside us. One of the Valkenhurst Aston Martin's just leaving pit lane there. They're going to have to do a good job of keeping out the way of the leaders. They're already a lap down, so they're effectively out the race.
Yeah, maybe the safest place was not to be out on the track, but when you have cars as competitive as this in the GT World Challenge, the Endurance Series, you can't afford to run into the pit lane unless it's absolutely required. Now, Nicky Team looking very busy indeed. He's starting to pull away from Charles Weerts. Charles Weerts, as we pointed out, sharing with Kelvin van der Linde and the gang at WRT, also, of course, Hugo de Wilde in there, is now equal on points in the lead of the championship with the number 48 Mercedes. Maro Engel is driving that. He's back in 8th, but Weerts is up in 5th. It was 4th, but then, of course, we had Nicky Team going through past him, so every point is going to be absolutely critical. But, hey, we have an awfully long way to go. 3-hour race, 5 minutes now complete.
Yeah, the Aston Martin that left the pit lane, the Valkenhurst, was the number 55, so all our Ecuadorian race fans listening in, unfortunately, that is Mateo Villagomez, who's had a problem. He's going to try and fight on, but that's going to be a long afternoon for the 35 car.
No, absolutely so, and you can simply tell a field this big, they're not all going to get through the first corner without contact. The first two cars had that contact, but we don't see any damage as yet. But Rutronik Racing, Patrick Niederhauser is being pushed and shoved. Sorry, Alessio Picariello. The Ford is all over his tail. Arjun Maini had to really back out, or there would have been contact there between the two blue and yellow cars. But Picariello hangs on. He's third in the championship. He's only 2 points down on the duo. He's got 52 points along with his teammates Patrick Niederhauser and Sven Muller. And the two cars that are equal in the lead of the championship are running ahead of him on the track, but he's got them in sight. That's okay. He's only one position behind Engel.
Yeah, the Ford very quick in a straight line, 5Ks quicker in the speed traps than the Porsche, but unable to stay through the corners. That's the beauty of balanced performance. And just behind Marnie, you've got Baldwin as well. He's having a great start to the race, as we see the Winward Mercedes coming out of pit lane. So there's been a fair amount of contact. That's Piana, double duty, of course. He was in GT4 this morning as well. We also have the Corvette in pit lane and still in pit lane, as you can see on the timing tower. Engel has managed to get away from Picariello, and there's that battle I was talking about, I thought would happen. What can Bortolotti do about Adam Smalley in that McLaren? That Lambo had no pace at all in Q1 for Bortolotti. It was okay for Engsler. It was great for Pepper. Drone shot here, so let's keep an eye on the leader, the Rover car. I thought he squeezed over Rivera, but Rivera's off the track there, so I think that will just be given great defensive driving in the midfield from everyone to stop any major contact. Wirtz getting rubbed up by Nicky Thiem on the apex there, does well to keep the momentum up, and Guven now sending it around the outside of that red Ferrari to claim the inside of turn 4, and that's how he got second position.
Any further viewing of the replay shows that at the first corner, the second corner and the third corner, Maro Engel had his wing mirrors pinched. He was the meat in the sandwich time and time again. He must be going, just guys, get away from me, get away from me. I've got a championship to try and gather as many points to take to the final round in Barcelona. But here he is. He's running behind Mirko Bortolotti, which means he's in 8th place overall. And he hasn't really lost much ground. But the important thing, I don't think there's any damage for the number 48 Manfield Mercedes. But oh, so easily there could have been. And Nicky Thiem, I think, wins the prize for the most attacking driver. He was so far wide, but both at the first time and surprisingly also in the replay, when we looked at where he was on the exit of turn 1, he was almost off the track entirely, but somehow there he is. He's come back onto the circuit, he's hunted down Charles Wirtz and he's picked him off to move up into 4th place. So the attacking intent is there, but really right now all the championship contenders will be going, just let this race settle down. For Charles Wirtz in 5th place, not close enough to Nicky Thiem to attack, not close enough to be attacked by Adam Smalley, so he can heave a sigh of relief. But for Maro Engel and Alessio Picariello, 8th and 9th, pretty much echoing thereabouts where they started. They've got a lot of people around them. They must still be quite nervous.
Yeah, and that's the big problem here, is 2 hours 15 minutes remaining. We talk about endurance races. They're really sprint. The last time we were out endurance, of course, Spa 24 hours, the longest race of the season. But this is 3 one-hour sprints for all 3 drivers, and we see a problem with the Ziggo Tempesta car. Looks like a rear right puncher, and at the moment we're trying to nurse that car back, and Pulcini doing a good job, and he will get to pit lane before the pack catches him. More battles going on between the 2 Porsches there, the 911 versus the 92 car. Looks like there was a change of position there, and the RJN car looking to get to the inside, and that's the great thing when you've got 60 cars on track. There is a battle all the way down the field.
Yeah, it's almost hard to know where to look. Right now, Augusto Favre's leading by 2 seconds. He's the one with the comfort cushion behind him. Then Ayhancan Guven getting under a little pressure now. Alessio Rivera started to pick up the pace. In behind them, the Aston Martin and the BMW of Nicky Thiem, Charles Wirtz. 6th place, just seeing Adam Smalley holding off Mirko Bortolotti. Lamborghini driver on a charge. You can see it there with the Liquid Molly sponsorship, and it's a blue nose, white flank car, but in behind, nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail, pretty much the whole way down to the bottom of the top 20.
And just to keep you updated on that Optimum car, we're not seeing any investigation on it, and actually speaking directly to the team. They think they're okay, so hopefully they're right on that one and they can keep going where they are. Like I said, that's been the best start to the season. They're down to 16th now, but the pace looking good for that car.
Yeah, so all these concerns on the grid, but really the first 5 drivers making a bit of a break now. We've got yellow sector at turn 4, so it's the exit of the complex.
Yeah, it's the 991 Paradine car, isn't it?
Okay, that's who's on board that? I think it was Darren Lung at the start of the race.
Correct.
Yes, it was. So he's getting out, he's looking down. Or why is it smoking? Let's
So we're on board with him now. 2 corners. We just got hit very, very hard. That's going to be rear left suspension. Is that our guilty party, the 88 Tresor Attempto Audi? You would say yes. We're going to listen in to this car as well. What did Darren have to say about that? I think we've had to probably cover over that, maybe the language a bit fruity. And in the meantime, we've gone to full course yellow. The VW isn't part of the race. That's one of the recovery cars. That's going to try and do a quick live snatch. You can see the access road in front, one of the configurations that can be used here. So this could be a very quick full course yellow, maybe sub 3 minutes, and we could get straight back to green.
Probably rear left puncture. We'll just change the single tyre and send you on your way. Let's bring it back slowly. I'm not sure I can get it back. There's a lot of smoke in the cabin. Copy, our race is over now, so let's just protect the car.
Okay, so after that radio message was received by the crew and Darren Lung, he then climbed out of the car. Now he's going to get back on board. But I must say the pace with which that recovery truck was belting across the grass, you know, the rescue crews at Nürburgring are absolutely fantastic, and a good job for them.
Yeah, frustrated racing driver stuck in a VW 4x4, and Darren quite calm on the radio, so he was the engineer. And I think that was suspension damage with the angle of the rear left. Maybe the smoke could have even been the drive shaft grease if it had been hit hard enough. That was going. As we go on board with Picarello here, and everyone's doing 80Ks, but it feels like the Porsche 80K may be slightly quicker because we've caught back up to Engel. Remember, all the cars have GPS on them, so you can't go too late. If you're not doing 80 by the time full course yellow is called, you will get penalties. Same on the restart. If you go too early, you'll get a penalty. There's no hiding whatsoever in that regard. As a driver now, you're listening into the team radio, who will call it. There's a driver display marshalling system that will display it. You look at the marshals themselves. Whichever one goes green first, you go with. So it's really now quite an intense experience, and you're keeping the tyres clean. You're just plotting your restart, and that's what Picarello's doing. He's now just looking to the side because they know they're going to be going green. I would say in the next 60 seconds or so, they'll get a 20-second warning, then a 10-second countdown, then it's green, and whoever can get back off this limiter at 80k can gain some time.
What is so extraordinary is when you're running at regular race pace and you're that close, you're in the zone, but there's something surely in the driver's mindset. Hey, we're going to restart. I've got an opportunity, and that is precisely what we're seeing with Alessio Picarello right under the Telemaro angle, and then trying to explain all that was happening with those driver and bodily movements with the hand actions there. We're seeing Kelvin van der Linde explaining what he thought was happening at the start and what he was seeing in the various other incidents.
Yeah, and this is actually the first full course yellow we've had at Nürburgring since 2021. So a rare occurrence considering the amount of potential clash points we have on this circuit. Again, just shows you the quality of the drivers in this field.
Certainly does, Joe, and as you add more and more drivers to the mix, and we certainly have this year with 61 cars coming out to play, didn't get them all to the grid, sadly, but right. The chances of more full course yellows, well, who knows? The good thing is it's actually still staying relatively bright on a grey day, if you can understand what I'm saying, at the Nürburgring. Had a little splattering of rain at 7 this morning, then again at about 8:30. But for these cars, they went out onto the grid on a dry track, and it may stay that way through to the end. Let's now look down through the classes. Adam Smalley, 6th overall, leads the gold class for Garage 59, ahead of Thierry Vermeulen. He's having such a strong leader. He's the points leader in class. He's 2nd in gold. James Baldwin for Garage 59. So there's a bit of a theme there with his McLaren is at the top of the silver class running in this race ahead of Pedro Ibrahim in the remaining Paradine competition. BMW 3rd in class, Loris Cabarrou, Boots and VDS. Mercedes then in the bronze class, Dustin Blattner, Kessel Racing, number 74 Ferrari, sort of a theme through the course this year. He's leading the class in this race from Mathieu Detry for the UNX Racing crew. He's the only 2-driver combo, along with his teammate Fabien Duffier, this race, and Louis Machiels, 3rd AF Corsa Ferrari in the bronze category within this race. And just for reference, Dustin Blattner is 33rd overall, and now we are just waiting, and safety car thing should not be there because it's back to full speed racing. Is it? No, it's not. We've got safety car rather than full course yellow, I beg your pardon. So of course the reason of the uptick of pace is they've now got their job is not to stay. They have to stay in race order, but they can close right up on the car in front. So the advantage that Augusto Farfus had built, 2 and a bit seconds, that comes down to next to nothing. And Ayhancan Guven tucks in behind in his Porsche Schumacher CLRT, a team that has really, really found form through its first season into its second season. And certainly a team with an interest of, in fact, a driver who won the championship in 2016 with Rob Bell, Comey Ledegar. He's a leading part of this team, but back in the day he was a McLaren racer and took victory in the Endurance Championship. But that's long ago, 9 years ago now.
Time flies when you're having fun. So just looking down the order, who does the safety car help? Well, it's helped the cars on the fast start and cars that look quick before there. Like I said, Rivera seemed to have pace over Guven. Nicky Team was on the move as well. Bortolotti was getting frustrated behind Smalley. It felt James Baldwin we're looking at here had a good start. So he's already leading his class. We have 2 Garage 59 cars leading their class in the 58 for gold with Smalley and the 188 for Baldwin in the silver class. He's got 2 gold cars in front. Vermeulen in the Aston Martin. Al Zubair's had a good start there as well. Optima have lost a few places after a good qualifying, so they'll be there. That turquoise Mercedes Piana is a lap down, so will he get out of the way? You can see the drivers really working their tyres at the moment, and that's why we've gone to safety car, not back to green. The tyres still coming up to temperature on this chilly day. If we were to go back to green, the tyres would be out of the window and potentially we get more issues. So the smarter and definitely safer decision was to go to this full course yellow.
Looking there, Kessel Racing Ferrari, safety car running around, and he's leading the class, but not by a great deal. It will come right down. He's only 1 place ahead. This is Dustin Blattner, Kessel Racing Ferrari, sharing with Dennis Marshall and Conrad Larsen, but tucked in behind him is the UNX Racing entry, the Porsche of Mattia Detry, who's at the wheel, and Fabien Duffier. And Mattia would do the first stint and the third stint because there's just the 2 drivers. Double the driver time for him. Started the season in GT4, stepped up to GT3, making good mark. Great to have a new team on board in the championship. So still behind the safety car, still drivers keeping heat in their tyres. You can see the indications of drivers, not just the wave yellow flags, but those SC boards around the circuit, all the marshal posts holding those up for those that haven't realised it's a safety car period. Maybe it's a little bit late, but everyone else doing what they need to do. No overtaking, not yet, thank you.
Yeah, and not to 11 Arif, Matty Detry's Tenerife story there, but I actually raced him in 2015 in 2 different cars. Did 2 hours in an MP Motorsport Aston Martin run by ProDrive, 2 hours off, and then jumped in a motor-based car because Stephen Jelly was ill to finish a race. So I did 4 hours of a 6-hour race in 2 separate cars, and I'm not quite sure why I was allowed to do that because in the MP car we were going for the championship. So it was a thought in my mind while I was in the motor-based one to maybe rough up my competitors. But yeah, that was an interesting race, that was for sure.
Oh, you were young then, Joe.
And wiser somehow.
Working backwards through life, that's the way to go. Right, so Augusto Farfus leading this race. Safety car still at the front of the field. We're looking for the car in 3rd place. Yeah, of course, Francorchamps motor Ferrari of Alessio Rivera. He's showing that, well, Vincent Abril and Alessandro Pierghini. Between them is the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, the black one there with car lovers on its nose. And that's Ayhancan Guven, who made such a fantastic getaway from 5th on the grid, squeezed down by the pit wall and just somehow popped out into 2nd position by the time they came out of turn 1. Other cars running very wide, including Nicky Team back there. Right, Rutronik Racing, 9th on the track at the moment. Championship rival, the 48 Winwood Racing, Manfilter Mercedes, immediately ahead of them. But unfortunately for both of them, their other championship rival, Charles Weerts, lights out on top of the safety car, is running 5th in that line. Look for the orange, there it is, the orangey red BMW, and he's got some company behind in terms of Adam Smalley's McLaren and Mirko Bortolotti, who just that Lamborghini seems to be coming to life. He had a fantastic opening lap. Sometimes you're a little bit fortunate, you go for it. But right, talk about going for it. Augusto Farfus, of course, he dictates when he floors the throttle, and Ayhancan Guven can't anticipate that. He has to hope his reaction time is almost as quick. But it's here we go. BMW, Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, and the second of the BMWs. This is the equal championship leading car in 5th place, Charles Weerts. 2 cars between him and the next of the championship challengers. And in behind Bortolotti comes Maro Engel, equal on 54 points at the top of the championship charts. They are, and on 52 points is the car, Rutronik Porsche, just coming into shot, top right-hand corner. And that is Alessio Picariello. But as he did at the start of the race, Augusto Farfus hooks it up and he's really eked out a good second of an advantage as he goes out of turn 4 along the drop down to turn 5. It then becomes much steeper, turn 6 dropping down, but that Rover Racing BMW looking untroubled, untrammeled at the start of the race.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot on the restart looking back from Farfus as we went under the bridge, saying M-Power as the BMW powered away from the Porsche, and that seems to be the strength of the BMW still. So it struggles in these slow speed corners. It's a big car, long wheelbase, so the balance of performance working well. Look at all those different brands inside the top 10. 10 different manufacturers. Is that 8 or 9 represented inside the top 10? So the balance of performance is working very well again this weekend at the Nürburgring.
You know, interesting, look at the top 5, just looking at the sort of car dynamics. Nicky Team is throwing that Aston Martin around in 4th place. He would have rued the fact he went so wide on the exit of turn 1 on the opening lap, lost positions, has got them back. He moved ahead of Charles Weerts, and that has been a helping hand to the Man Filter team and also to the Rutronik Porsche team, because Nicky Team sharing with Matthias Drudy, who was super fast at the start of qualifying, and Marco Sorensen, who concluded their session really well placed, come to racing, and again pushing so hard. But now Charles Weerts is getting all over the tail of the Aston, so far from finished, I think we could say.
Yeah, and they'll know it's a good car because the Rover version of the BMW is doing well. So Charles Weerts here in the slipstream of Nicky Team. Negative is the dirty air, the positive is there punching a hole in the air. He throws it to the inside. Nicky Team deciding doesn't need to defend, but it's going in hot there. So Weerts is going to get a tidier exit potentially. Keeps it tighter so we can open up turn 2, roll a bit more speed in, and we can see lunges into this next left. You can sit in the blind spot of the driver in front. Yes, they have very advanced rear view cameras, but the driver really doesn't have enough time to check it on that short run a lot of the time. So it's quite a nice sneaky undercover move you could do there potentially. So let's keep an eye out for a turn 3 dive bomb.
Right, here's the question. What is Augusto Farfus doing to his tyres? At the start of the race, he absolutely thrashed his way clear. On the restart, he's doing exactly the same again. Of course, he had the advantage by starting at the front of the field, but he's certainly making the very, very most of it. But is he taking the life out of his Pirellis, or is his car simply so well balanced and well set up by Rover Racing that all is smooth, all is good, and he's getting away? Brilliant shot at turn 6. The car's riding out over the curbing there. This is one of the corners where they don't get pinged for exceeding track limits, and they certainly didn't in qualifying. It was turn 1, turn 4, and turn 16 they tended to get pinged for. Also 17, the final corner onto the start-finish straight, was sort of the last of the quartet of corners where the stewards were really looking.
Yeah, to go back to your point about the tyres, as a driver, the Pirelli tyre now is so good. You can just attack it pretty much for a full hour. Now they've had 10 minutes of safety car. That means you definitely are max attack. There's going to be no management of fuel either. That's pretty rare in GT World Challenge anyway, but they'll all be safe on fuel now. So we're 23 minutes into the stint. I don't expect anybody to pit before the 52nd minute of the race. The way the regs are, drivers can't do more than 64 minutes unless there's a safety car where it can go to 69, of course. So some teams may utilize that now. That will be the strategy call for some, but the maximum stint time really dictates the strategy for the teams.
1.7 seconds was the gap at the end of the sort of effectively first flying lap after the restart. Augusto Farfus stretching his legs at the front of the field, and a very marginal gain from Ayhancan Guven in second place over the Ferrari of Alessio Rivera. Again, these brilliant drone shots looking down. 2 of the championship challenging cars, the 2 yellow ones, the Mercedes of Mauro Engel in 8th place, behind him Alessio Picariello in 9th, and they're looking up the track to see where exactly their championship rival, the orange 32 BMW of Team WRT of Charles Weerts, is sitting. Now the pack in behind, we saw the Ziggo Tempesta car. Marco Pulcini had a problem. He's back on the track and he's right in front of a gaggle of cars, but rather wishing he wasn't there. There's the Tempesta car on the outside and actually doing the right job. Stay to the side. You've had your setback. He has to take the corner in certain points. Right in front of the Team WRT. BMW's given him a little tap there on the exit of turn 4. Now one of the Ferraris running over a bit of debris there. Was that Dustin Blattner just having to look? I think it could have been in the Kessel Racing car. Was that debris off the back of Darren Lung's BMW? We had that pulled to the side of the circuit and presumably out of the race. Now, good to see the number 17 car in the race, up into 36th position. That means Lucas Stoll started from the pit lane and he's gained, I don't know, 20-something positions so far.
Yeah, 24 I make it with my D in GCSE math, and that safety car helped him, of course, because it bunched everyone up, and he'll be licking his lips. Look at this massive 7-car battle going on ahead. They're all slowing each other up. He's obviously got a fast car. Speaking to Dragoon on after qualifying, that car is going to have some legacy damage throughout the race, some chassis damage they couldn't repair, and they didn't have a spare chassis, so the car may not be perfect, but those 3 drivers are going to try and make up.
3 hours of racing, remember, and all the time that these slower cars were in front of Lucas Stoltz, he'd be losing ground, but he didn't have to be cautious, pick them off one by one. Unfortunately for him, that orange and white Ziggo Tempesta sport car, well, that's moved out of the way. That's very good, because that is a lap down anyhow, so doesn't want that one blocking him. Certainly hasn't. So Stoltz on the tail of one of the CSA Racing McLarens. It's car number 112, I believe, right across his nose, but he's picking them off. Do be patient, though. That's absolutely required.
So just to confirm, this stint will now be 69 minutes if the teams want it to be, because there has been a full course show or safety car, or in this instance both. It extends by 5 minutes, so I do expect the majority of teams to take that and go as long as they can and try and make that last stint as short as possible. All the cars have to be connected to the refueling rigs for 44 seconds, but the fuel doesn't need to be flowing. So if you can eke out these stints and give your last driver less fuel, they will be quicker. So as an average, they will be able to push for longer and for harder. So expect that to be a strategy for the front runners. If you need to go left field, if you're maybe this 17 Get Speed car that's trying to get past the bronze class car of Dustin Blattner, maybe you go short and try and go for a long last stint, hoping for a safety car in the last hour.
Been a change in the bronze class, looking at the UNX Porsche that's just taken the lead. That's Mattia Detry. He's just got ahead of the Kessel Racing Ferrari. We saw the Kessel car hitting a little bit of debris, so maybe it's slightly unsettled it there, but it was a bunching of traffic. But Detry, look, it's not the Detry twins with Fabien Duffier. Look at the graphic, there are 2 of them there. It's because Mattia Detry, who's leading the class, that number 888 Porsche, who's doing stint 1. Not stint 2, he's having time off at a biscuit, and then he's back for stint number 3. So he's going to be a busy boy, but as you said, you did 2 double stints here in 2 different cars a while ago, Joe.
Yeah, and actually just got a message from Ahmed Al-Hati, one of my teammates that day, and yeah, we had good fun. First time I sat in the car, was leaving pit lane, couldn't find the pit lane speed limiter because they'd moved it to the standard position, so that was rather embarrassing. Let's move on to this battle that's raging just outside the top 30, but a very intense silver battle here. We're used to seeing Audis at the front of the grid. This is the first season we don't have an Audi in the Pro class, but we get a good illustration here from the Race Vision powered by AWS of overall top speed, and the Ferrari, Dustin Blattner. Yes, he may be a bronze driver in a bronze class car, but 248 Ks on this pit straight here as they break for turn number 1, but all 5 cars there within 1 kilometre of an hour.
All 5 cars from 5 different manufacturers. Half of the manufacturers on this grid got cars absolutely representative of place. You want to be really quick, it's down the start finish straight, and certainly a lot of pressure being put on Dustin Blattner there, but we know his Ferrari is quick. Into the first corner he goes. The car he's chasing in class now, having led it early on, is UNX Racing Porsche just up ahead, treble 8. Now, this is 6th place, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. It's Smalley, Bortolotti, Engel, Picariello. So it's McLaren, it's Lamborghini, it's Mercedes and Porsche, with Arjun Maini tucked in behind. Car 63, the Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti. I really sense that he had a really good charge when the traffic was tight. On this restart, he hasn't quite got the measure of Adam Smalley. So Smalley holding on to his particular class lead in the gold standard class. Now, let's take a look at the top speed of the Schumacher S. And it's Nicky Thiem, who was so super positive. 3 kilometres an hour faster than the next best driver through there, which is Ayhan Şengüven in the 2nd place Porsche. So I did think a few laps ago, Nicky Thiem was looking mighty through that, and the attitude of his car. I said at the time, he seems to be really throwing the car around, and that is proof of the pudding. That is a big margin in that uphill S. And there comes the Aston Martin green with that big yellow flash up its middle, 4th overall. Now let's have a little look at the change, the overtake with the gold Porsche taking the lead in the bronze class, going up the inside of the blue and white Kessel Racing Ferrari. There's Mattia Detry closer to camera, sweeps through turn 6, down the hill he goes. So that was brave, that was in among quite a lot of traffic, and you know, very, very impressive. And there is Nicky Thiem, 4th in the race, but as we just saw with that AWS graphic, fastest in the uphill Schumacher S by some margin, by 3 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, I think that might have been the other Come2U car, the 21 car, just with a mirror hanging off. We've seen that before, and the race officials are happy to let that slide, so don't expect anything there. You could just change the door in the pit stop in time and not lose anything, but most of the teams decide not to and just let it go.
Lucas Stoltz, tiny little bit of bodywork damage on the right rear of his car. Was it left? I can't remember now. But he's still trying to pick his way up the order. He's up to 32nd. And that is a good gain, bearing in mind that car started from pit exit. So he's gained close on 30 positions. But clearly that bodywork rub, it hasn't come without cost. Yeah, left rear corner of the car. Doesn't look as though it's anything performance hampering now. Competitive overtakes. Who wins? Well, it would be Lucas Stoltz. Oh, 21. As in he's come from the back. And these are not inherited. These are ones where he has passed the car out on the track. So Mercedes second in that, with Maxi Götz having gone very well in the Boots and VDS car. He's running in 18th position. Particularly, of course, if you start a little further down and expected, it'll be easier to do the overtakes. And for Augusto Farfus, no overtakes whatsoever, but that's because he started on pole position and he's leading this race by 2.3 seconds. But Lucas Stoltz, just seeing him there is Augusto Farfus, does actually look as though Hanschen Guven starting to pick up his pace. And in fact, as they all pile down through the second of the three timing sectors, the cars in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth have all just set their best sector time at that point of the circuit.
Yeah, and a tenth quicker than that Rover car there. So you can see the lap time adjustment. So compared to all the other pro cars of the field, he's over a second a lap quicker. So you group this massive group of 17 pro cars, that's how much quicker that car is. And that is a real strong indication with that race vision powered by AWS of how quick that car is and why he's leading, and probably why he was on pole position too.
Yeah, certainly seems to be that way. So Jesse Krohn and Raffaele Marcello will be looking on. I did sense Hanschen Guven was picking up the pace. He's just taken 0.4 of a second back. And talk about taking places back, just in the background of the shot. There could be a Ford clouting the Rutronik Porsche down into turn one. There was a massive dive there from Archie Baini. We need to see if it made it work. He did, but going wide out of turn two. We're going to see Picariello trying to find his way back. He'll be on the correct line into turn three, but there could be contact. The Porsche's having to be right over the curves, but well, Baini's kept the move done into turn four. He'll go in ahead. Will he come out ahead? I think he will. Wait for the Ford grunt to come in. That V8 rumble will power away. So that is bad news for Rutronik Racing, the car that came here 2 points down on the championship lead. But this is what we want. We want racing, don't we?
Great on board. You see Picariello slapping the steering wheel in frustration there. He felt like he got caught napping. I think he was surprisingly fair as the Ford was on his outside at turn three. I was expecting him to ease him out of the road and push him onto the dirty side of the track. But look, the pace, the Ford is going. It's a huge car and it looks smaller. Yes, it's closer now as we concertina up, but this move was only done 3 corners ago. Have we unleashed a beast here in Arjun Maini? Is he going to be able to keep this pace going? And he's dropping Picariello. Can he go after Engel in front in the Mercedes? This car looks seriously quick right now.
Well, you know, through the course of a season, you start to think you're understanding form, but the Ford, bear in mind, it's only its sort of second series season as a GT3 car. It sounds fantastic, and they did a bit of development, but this is the development season. The Hout Racing team based just across the road in Moispath, this enormous development just across the track from the Nürburgring, and they're getting better and better. They run a little bit in some of the local races here as well, but for Hubert Hout and the gang, they'll be very, very pleased indeed with the progress that their version of the Blue Oval is achieving. And for Rutronik Racing, we heard from the boss, Klaus Graf, down on the grid. What he didn't want was other people interloping into the championship battle. The Ford isn't in the championship battle, but it's got between him and Maro Engel's bright yellow number 48 Mercedes as they run down to turn one, and the gap between Engel and championship rival Alessio Picariello was just about a second. Now it's about 2 seconds, and there's the Ford between them. So Picariello must be thinking, okay, you've got past me, Arjun Baini. Could you actually now go and help me out by taking on Maro Engel up in front of me?
Yeah, and that's exactly what's needed to happen as we look at the Silver Cup leader again. James Baldwin leading ahead of the second place Gold Cup car. So Smalley will be happy that Baldwin is there. The first Garage 59 car going through the shot. Smalley, the second one, he's effectively holding up Adam Smalley's competitor there in Vermeulen, and then Al Zubair as well in the BMW from Al Manar Racing, run by WRT. But of course, this Verstappen.com car very, very strong in the championship, and depending on how results go today, could even wrap that championship up.
Yeah, we won't talk too much about points just now, but certainly in the Gold Cup class they came here with a 25-point margin, so it's very much on the cusp. But let's see how the race runs. Of course, for Moylan and one of his teammates, Chris Lunnon, they also race a Ferrari for ML5 Racing in the Sprint Series as well, so very, very much involved in all three championships: GT World Challenge Europe, GT World Challenge Sprint, and GT Challenge Endurance, which is what we're looking at now. 3-hour race rather than the 2 1-hour sprints. That's the difference between endurance. But of course, the endurance series also includes some longer races too, most notably the Spa 24 hours. Yeah, and the Spa 24 hours is actually part of the Intercontinental GT Championship as well. And in 2 weeks' time, we go to Suzuka for 1,000 kilometres. And who's leading the championship in that? Augustus Farfus. So he is in a good bit of form right now, isn't he? This season has been strong. Like we said earlier, Nürburgring 24-hour winner, looking strong here at the moment. And second in that championship is Kelvin van der Linde in the 32 BMW. So there are so many races in the GT world. I appreciate that, but they're all meaning something, and that's the job SRO do now across the globe. Is there is a GT3 race at least every weekend, sometimes 2 a weekend. Yeah, GT World Challenge race. I had a fantastic couple of races at Okayama in Western Japan this weekend, and certainly Japanese fans adore GT racing, so I'm sure you have a cracking crowd at Suzuka in a couple of weeks' time. Absolutely brilliant circuit. You never raced there, did you? No, I've been there for a few corporate events, but it is one of those bucket list experiences, and old school circuit, so to take modern GT3 cars there, and we've got a 33 car entry list already confirmed for that. It will be a very strong race weekend to watch. Most certainly. A bit warmer than here at the Nürburgring, I would warrant, when you go there. Right, Thierry Vermeulen pressing on. He's running in 12th place overall. He's second in the Gold Cup class. Adam Smalley doing a fantastic job for Garage 59 to be up the road in 6th. There's another McLaren just in front of him, another car from Garage 59, which is James Baldwin, number 188 in 11th place overall. He's leading the Silver Cup class, as Joe just explained a moment ago. Let's look to the front of the race, though. Ayhancan Guven seemed to be attacking, slightly closing on Augusto Farfus, but as much he gained in one lap, he lost on the other, so their margin is still 1.7, 1.8 seconds. Still looking to see what Lucas Stoltz is managing. He's gained another position. He's gone past Leonardo Moncini up to 30th place in the number 17 Mercedes that started stone last. But look at the groups of cars ahead of him. These are the ones just around 20th position. Literally nose to tail. They're going to be very, very hard indeed to find a way past. In fact, the biggest gap is when you go down to the Aston Martin. Just everyone else is just a couple of tenths of a second apart, but then you get a slight gap back to Nicolas Baer. Yeah, just watching Stoltz's progress, it has been very hot knife through butter, hasn't it? And he still hasn't really got to the point where he's stopping the amount of overtakes. Next place will be 28th overall. And the Get Speed cars, we go to a battle. Someone's gone straight through the chicane there. It's Ford, Porsche versus Lambo. And it's hard to run side by side. And I'd suggest the Ford has gone through the gravel at some point and has managed to then get back in front, or was at the battle as they were going. And multi-class racing in evidence there. Yeah, David Schumacher, nephew of the great multiple world champion, and pressing on very, very nicely indeed. Lucas Stoltz trying to get past Adam Christodoulou in the Nordique Racing. That's the black Mercedes in front of him, but Adam knows this circuit supremely well, so that's going to be probably the hardest nut he's had to try and crack on the way up. On this lap, he just went past the blue Team WRT BMW of Gilles Staatsbader, but now, well, where's the door going to be left open? Adam's not going to leave it open. He's going to hang on as long as he can, so this could be the first point at which the progress is slowed. Still a bit of debris on the track as the drivers sort of kink very slightly to the right as they come out of turn 4. And still Adam Christodoulou cutting across the nose of Lucas Stoltz's car. If you joined us some way into the race, you might be asking why the number 17 Mercedes is down here in the middle of this 60-car field. And that's because it got taken out in qualifying. They had to rebuild it as best they could. And the move has been made. In fact, Christodoulou kept out of the way there, decided to let Stoltz through. But this car was rebuilt, had to start from the pit lane. They probably haven't done everything on their job list, but they've got the 4 wheels pointing in a straight line. and that's why a car that would have otherwise been definitely one for the top 10 is making up ground.
Yeah, Christodoulou paid by Mercedes, so he wasn't going to hold up a Mercedes factory car effectively. And yeah, that 17 car has got a crack hole in the chassis as well. So that car did not start the race how it would have wanted. So it makes it even more impressive for Lucas Stoltz. You see Charles Wirtz has really dropped off the back there, hasn't he, of Nicky Teams? So Smalley has too. Engels still close to the back of the Lamborghini of Bortoletti, and Arjumani is closing that gap. And yeah, everyone's starting to string out ever so slightly. Benji Girth in the third Garage 59 car has had a very strong start to the race. After a disappointing qualifying, he said he owned it. It wasn't his best performance after such a strong few races, winning in GT World Challenge Sprint twice now.
Did we talk about the fact that the Stella Motorsport Chevrolet's in the garage, the Corvette, the bonnet's off, they're working away on that, so we haven't had a chance to see. But hey, we've got a lot of cars to look at out there, and what we are seeing is a little bit of ebb and flow at the front field. This is the battle for honours in the bronze class. The Porsche sitting there, that's car number 74 giving chase. Let's hear its radio message.
Stay with the Porsche, nothing crazy, pace is mega.
Okay, so that's the view of Dustin Blattner. Not too impressed with Mathieu Detry, he said. Really crazy, if you didn't quite catch that. So he's just going to keep a watching eye. I did notice as the cars went out of turn 1, there was something sitting, looked like a bit like a fire extinguisher. It's probably just a bollard lying by the side of the track on the exit. I'm sure that will be cleared up as soon as possible. It just caught my eye. I don't know if you saw it there, Joe.
I'll keep an eye on it. Just looking at the lap times, actually, Farfus's best lap, 4/10 quicker than anybody else. So he's the only man in the 56s. He's done a 56.7 as well. And if you're interested in keeping an eye on more than just the pictures, SRO, the GT World Challenge app, is available to download completely for free on Android and on iOS. You're able to see all the live timing, follow cars, and it adds to the whole experience, doesn't it? And that's how we, Bruce, are able to sound so insightful with all the data we're given.
What do you mean? I'm always looking at the wrong screen at the wrong moment, but there you go. The more you have, the more you can fumble, but the more you have, if you're not trying to commentate at the same time, you can just weave another story, find a mix. Now, what's happened in recent laps? Suddenly, look, Arjumani's decided he's not satisfied with 7th place, so he's going to make a move. Mirko Bortolotti has made a tidy move as well. Adam Smalley is the one that's made them, promoted them up the order there. He'd been running really, really strongly and has just let a couple of other cars come through. He'd been running in 6th. He's gone behind Bortolotti, he's gone behind Mauro Engel, and that will be frustrating for Alessio Picariello because he lost a place to Arjumani. So instead of sitting on Engel's tail, he's got 2 cars between him. He's got Smalley and Maini now.
What's happened to Smalley? He lost 3 seconds on the last lap. Mistake, problem. Looks okay at the moment in front of us, doesn't it? But his lap time was a 2:03, which you can view on the app, of course, but looks okay. So I'd imagine he's dropped it somewhere. I missed which sector the problem was in, but he now needs to regroup. He wasn't the cork in the bottle, it was the cling film on top of a microwavable dish. He wasn't holding him up massively, but he definitely wasn't the quickest in the pack. He now needs to regroup because look, his gold class lead, only 2 cars behind.
Yeah, Lucas Stoltz still trying to pick off any car he finds in front of him. It's the number 21 Aston Martin is the next target, and that will be Nicolas Baer, and then there's a little bit of a gap, and then he's got to go off after the Rolf Eichen Porsche just up the track, down the inside. There isn't an inside, so there's no way that he can make a move down into turn 8, into the hairpin, but he's hunting Adam Christodoulou, who let him through in that black Nordic Racing Mercedes tucking. He's going to go with him as they go up the order, but clearly the message came from on high in the world of the 3-pointed star. Could you let Mr. Stoltz through? Yeah, okay.
It's always a scary radio message when I was at McLaren as a factory driver. You would get a new voice, but you recognise it and you couldn't work out why. It was one of the big bosses, and depending on what they were saying would be, depending on how well the radio message was, it would be, sorry, radio poor, repeat, and you try and survive. But both this Aston Martin that Stoltz is trying to get past and Stoltz himself, bodywork damage, that shows you the argy-bargy these cars are having to get through the field. Easy to forget, all the bodywork, carbon fibre, the average price of these cars, 500,000 euros these days, but these drivers treat them like an asset, like a tool out there to try and get to the front of the field.
Absolutely true. Now, Lucas Stoltz is actually jinking around to make sure that Nicolas Baer has seen that he's there. He would have seen him closing, but just wants to make sure he doesn't do anything rash. Right, battle for 2nd place in Pro-Am. Ayhan Şengüven, he's showing with the Schumacher CLRT Porsche
and running it very, very nicely in turn. He'll have Lauren Heinrich and Klaus Bachler come to complete the race. But at the moment, it's very, very even, the pace that he has and the chasing Alessio Rivera Ferrari. There it is, third overall, number 51 AF Corsa, but still that margin going out all the time. 3.2 seconds clear, 3.5 seconds clear now. Every timing sector, Augusto Farfus in the Rover Racing BMW is stretching clear. And Augusto won't mind me telling it, people, he's not the youngest driver in the race, but he's still absolutely on it. He's been racing in Europe, came up from Brazil a very, very long time ago, just quickly flicking through. He actually came up to race in Europe in the year 2000. There you go, and he's still absolutely on top of his class. No wonder BMW have had him under their wing for decades, it seems.
Yeah, racing since the millennium. That does feel like a long time ago. He's obviously got the racing bug in Europe. That's the main thing. And just watching Rivera, I thought he was going to be stronger over the back of Guven. And just looking at averages, so I can see the 5 fastest laps for each car. And it is Ayjan Guven in second, which is maybe not unsurprising, but I thought Rivera was going to be able to top it. Just watching Lucas Stoltz, if you took his fastest 5 laps, he'd be inside the top 10. That shows you the pace of that there. So they're able to hopefully keep working. And do you know what? I think they could potentially get points by the end of the weekend. And you're right, it is just a bollard on the left of the screen there. Where it's come from, I assume the apex of turn 1, but it's found a new home on the exit.
Right, riding on board with Alessio Rivera in number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, looking at the second place Schumacher CLRT Porsche driven by Ayjan Guven. But if you look backwards, Nicky Team is coming, getting closer and closer. He's within a second of the tail of that Ferrari. And again, we saw time and time again, Nicky goes so deep into turn 1, and then he has to sort of sort it out on the exit. But the pace is there. He gained 0.4 of a second. There he is. Cumchi Racing 007 or 7 on our timing screens, and it's a 3-car battle now for second place. And that might actually help Charles Weerts in 5th. He's another 2 and a bit seconds back in 5th place overall, but maybe if they start to really tussle in front of him, then he will have a chance. He's equal in the lead of the championship. If the race finished now, the championship lead when they head to the final round would be in his pocket, but it isn't yet over. We've got 2.25 hours still to go. The first round of pit stops will be coming up in about 10 minutes, one would think. Who's going to blink first?
Yeah, and they're ready, the drivers, the second stint drivers, because the pit window can be open. So if there was a full course yellow or a safety car, they could effectively get a cheap pit stop, and that's why the teams will make them be ready. So I think the strategy is to go long as it stays green, but the teams have to be ready to react. And it's not a quick reaction. The tyres are in the oven out the back of the garages. They have to be brought through. All your crew have to be dressed in the appropriate gear. The fuelers, full-face helmets, full fireproof suits, everyone already on a moment's notice. And the engineers will tell the drivers in the car. And there's the warm-up procedure going on for Rutronik. Very fast, quick pit stops in the sprint series, but here are the minimum pit stop time. It's more about procedure than out-and-out pace.
Absolutely so, very well explained there. Mauro Engel has just set his fastest lap of the race. He's running down in 7th place, came here with a 1-point championship lead. Importantly for him, one of the cars challenging him, that one, the Rutronik Porsche, is 3 positions further back. Started the race just 1 position down. So frustration, as we saw from Alessio Picariello when he got past, and doesn't want to let anyone else through. He's got very, very strong driver lineup. All the pro crews do. Half the Pro-Am crews will, of course. We've got the gold class, the silver class, and the bronze class as well. But the calibre of the drivers and the amount of GT3 racing they do around the world is phenomenal. But no wonder we thought Nicky Team was getting closer. Lap 20, he gained 1/4 of a second. Even more than that on lap 21. Then 0.3 of a second as he caught up with Alessio Rivera's Ferrari in the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So good sequence of laps from the Flying Dane.
Yeah, and Picariello now probably getting close enough to think about a move as we jump on board with him. The McLaren edging away in the straight line. The Porsche historically very strong on traction, of course. The flat 6 engine slung in the rear bumper, so when you get on the throttle, the rear squats down and gives those rear tyres some nice performance. There you can see the pace. It has ebbed and flowed, but now the last 2 laps, 0.4 gained on each of those laps on Smalley. So this could be a battle as we get towards the end of this stint. The race has flown by. Smalley missing that apex by a mile. That's a 10th or 2 lost forever. He'll be looking in his mirrors, starting to maybe panic. Gets that apex nicely though. Hopefully he can stop the rot. It was a strong start, but he lost a couple of places, didn't he, on that lap where he lost 3 seconds, and he won't want to lose any more.
Yeah, but he knows he's made one mistake, does not want to make another. Up to the chicane they go. This is the uphill chicane. 14, 15, 16. A lot of drivers been running wide. The curb had to be repaired there. Cobble damage yesterday that led to a delay. And in fact, it shortened our pre-qualifying session quite comprehensively. So a lot of the drivers lost some of the running they wanted, but for the real pros, they've been there and done it before, and they have that muscle memory accordingly. But Smalley holds on, 9th place for him.
Yeah.
Leading his class very nicely indeed. However, yeah, certainly the Porsche, the Rutronik Porsche of Alessio Picariello, if he could get past one's senses, it would be quicker, but he's not managing to get past, and the first round of pit stops are coming up really very soon indeed. Now, I'll tell you what, who hit the cone? Hands up, you at the back of the class. Let's have a look. Okay, 2 cars, bit of physics, bit of car. Oh, off the apex it went. Brilliant bit of camera work, and well done to the crew in the truck for managing to get that for us. Now, that mystery is solved, but we've got far more mysteries coming through before now at the end of the race when we get to 3 hours of racing action.
Yeah, lucky there, just a plastic bollard with a elastic tether, not more seriously loaded up there. As we look at battle in the bronze class here, Charles Dawson, British GT Championship leader at the moment, trying to get past the 52 of Louis Michaels, and he's having to defend from the dynamic Porsche as well. So battle further down the field, but no less fierce, of course. And looks like Dawson's got the pace over the Ferrari. Where can he get that triple 2Cs Mercedes car past the Ferrari?
Right, car in the pits, driver getting out. That is Lucas Stoltz getting out. So early pit stop, or is it retirement? They're cleaning the screen.
Yeah, this is the left field strategy I thought they would do. They're rolling the dice. So what they need in about an hour and 9 minutes time is a safety car where they can benefit, but no one else can, because they're going for the obvious strategy. You go long, saying that Nicky Team boxes as well. They're not happy with a 4th place finish. They're going slightly more left field strategy as well. The car's got enough fuel to keep going, so this is strategic. They won't be light on fuel just yet. And actually interesting, that shows you that's probably a mistake from GetSpeed. They've now lost a lap, and they would have thought they were safe. The problem is now being a lap down. If there's a safety car, they're not going to get given a free lap. And the problem is the pace of Farfus. They couldn't have boxed any earlier because they wouldn't have made it to the start, but they were losing time just to the pace of Farfus. So they do not want a safety car until that Rover BMW pits, which could be as long as 19 minutes from now.
Yeah, and for Fabian Schiller, who's just taken over, that means Jules Gounod will be the 3rd driver in that cycle of the number 17 GetSpeed Mercedes. He will have something that Stoltz hasn't had at all. He'll have relatively clear track in front of him. He won't have to pick people off, and maybe they hope he can use the speed of that car. But bear in mind, Stoltz only got up to middle order, still about 30 cars or thereabouts in front of him. You know, it's a mountain to climb. They've rolled the dice. Has it worked for them? Well, we'll find out. But this battle for 2nd place, Ayhancan Guven, such a strong start. 5th up to 2nd. Rode his luck, going down the pit wall, almost taking his wing mirror off as he squeezed past those around him. But he cannot drop Alessio Rivera. But Nicky Team, who moved on to tail of that 2nd and 3rd place battle, has made his pit stop. He's about to come out into a whole world of traffic.
Yeah, he's going to slot in an okay gap, isn't it? Probably 150-metre gap or so. As we see Smalley now in, they're going to get released. Good, fire up, and off they go. The driver IDs change as they cross the pit exit, so we'll know who has got in that car. And it's Louis Pret, who was my man of Q2, put his theoretical lap together. He was the fastest. He's got to battle that Porsche of Aldo straight there, otherwise that will be time loss. And then suddenly you're right, Bruce, cars leaving pit lane into busy space. The team have all the data available to them, a lot of them using a system called HH timing as Verts pits as well, and that tells them exactly where they're going to slot into, but that's given historical data, and motorsport is a bit more based on real life.
I liked it when it was analog, quite frankly, but yeah, so much data you can have. So in from having run around in 5th place, Charles Wirtz comes in. His race is run. The car's race is not. One of the Garage 59 McLarens coming in the background. Was that James Baldwin? No, I think it was Adam Smalley. We'll get back to that. But anyhow, a car that moved equal into the championship lead, equal with the 48 Mercedes coming in. And it's that's Benji Goethe coming down the pit lane. But Charles Wirtz out now. And they have the advantage, very clear advantage, being in the last garage in the pit lane. They have the clear run on the way out. But will they, when they rejoin the circuit, be in front of the number 7 Aston Martin? Matteo Drudi pushing on very hard indeed. He's got Ralph Bone in front of him. in the Herberth Motorsport Porsche, a car that's been going really well. The Herberth team know this circuit forwards, backwards and sideways.
Yeah, so our first pitter from the lead battle is that 007 car. So this is the race we're going to be watching. WRT car will be dropped soon. It's right on pit exit. So it's going to be a race between these two cars. Drudy lost anything on his outlap. It's outlap versus in-lap, and drivers are drilled on it. Keep an eye on that BMW. It drops down now. It's going to go back to Drudy, isn't it? It's close, but Drudy has the advantage.
Yeah, he was ahead of it. The Wirtz was fifth in the number 32 WRT BMW, and Nicky Team was fourth in the Aston Martin. I guess the gap between them is the same once the Aston Martin's in the hand of Matthias Drudy's in Drudy's grip at the moment, so nothing lost or gained by either of those. They've got one more pit stop to come in this 3-hour race and see how that happens. Now, having come out behind the race-leading BMW, the number 17 Mercedes lost a lap. He knows the 98 car is going to pit, but it's looked like very handy lap speed there from Fabian Schiller, who took over the Get Speed Mercedes, but he would have rather been just in front of the BMW than just behind.
Yeah, and obviously because they missed Q3, they're going to have a set of new tyres to use. Are they using it in this stint? I would save it for the last stint, but when the tyres are fresh, no matter what, even though you're full of fuel, the car is quicker, so that's why he's able to stick with the very, very quick Rover BMW of Augustus Farfus. Farfus won't be overly bothered by this fight, to be honest. He won't put up a battle. He won't lose time, of course, but Schiller has to get past this car. It opens up their strategy and gets rid of any potential bad luck were there a safety car before the Rover BMW does pit.
Entirely so. Ugo de Wilde is the driver listed as being on board the 32 BMW. I thought it was, for a second, it was Kelvin van der Linde, but it is listed as Ugo de Wilde, the young Belgian racer. He's taken over from another young Belgian racer, which, of course, is Charles Wirtz, who kicked off the Team WRT car, equal in the championship with the number 48 Winwood Racing Manfilter car that's running around in 5th place at the moment, but does owe us a pit stop, as do the 4 cars in front of it. Augusto Farfus leading the race. This too, the black Porsche of Eifel Guven and Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari. Looking on board from Rivera's car, up the slope they go, boof, over the curbing. That's turn 11, going to turn 12, then dropping into the compression. It may well be that this time around these cars will come and make a pit stop, as will Mirko Bortolotti. He's worked his way up with other cars in front of him going off to serve their pit stops up to 4th place. Lamborghini coming back into the mix, and with the calibre of that number 63 crew, you can expect that he and his teammates Luca Engstler and Jordan Pepper, so strong in the sprint series as well this year, will work their way forward.
Yeah, and just starting to look down the order of who could potentially do some jumps if they stay out. Murray Engel's pace has remained strong throughout this stint, so he could be looking for an overcut. You can see him just coming onto the pit straight there, still tucked up behind Bortolotti there in the Lamborghini, and Schiller just sticking on the rear bumper. And that's no mean feat. No one else did that in the opening stint. I've already said about why he's able to do that. Guven now starting to get some traffic. It's this another Porsche, isn't it? It's the Herberth Motorsport car that doesn't want to get put any further down the order. Going back on board with the 51 car of Rivera. Watching the balance, the car looks lovely. Snap of oversteer there over the curb. And as soon as I've said the balance looks lovely, it looks pretty lively all of a sudden. The rear tyre starting to drop off now. 57 minutes, 10 minutes or so under safety car. But the rear tyre starting to give up more than the front proportionally, potentially on this Ferrari. The throttle pickup of this twin-turbo V6 296 is amazing. No such thing as turbo lag in a modern race car. You touch the throttle and you're given roughly 540 horsepower in a modern GT3 car.
I remember in the very start of turbos coming onto road cars, sometimes you had to check the badge on the boot to see if it had a turbo or not. You sort of thought you'd press the pedal, nothing happened, and eventually you got something, and then gradually the power just became quite absolutely crazy and immense fun. But in racing terminology, people used to talk about it being like a light switch. Road car drivers would have dreamt of something like that, but probably couldn't have handled it. But yeah, I mean, certainly your point about twin turbos in the 296, it takes off very well.
But those Model T Fords were phenomenal in every other aspect.
Well, you did. You sat up high. You could see absolutely everything. You could see several counties from your vantage point.
So it doesn't look like Rivera's really putting a challenge together. So this is going to be potentially a split strategy. The team may be just saying, if you're getting held up, let's box, let's get out of it. But potentially they lose a podium position by trying to go an aggressive strategy just potentially to get one place. So this will be Ritz versus Ward. They're thinking about championship. They're one car down as well. Remember the 50 car that would have been well up there, involved in a collision in qualifying that's ruled out the race. And Froko, the driver of the car, was ruled to be at fault. That's more of a gin just to try and catch the eye of Ayhan Guven there. The very fast Red Bull back Turkey driver won't fall for that one. And Rivera is starting to swing that car around left and right, really trying to force the issue.
Yeah, the clock continues to count down, very close to 1 hour complete in this 3-hour race. Round 4 and 5 in the Endurance Series here at the Nürburgring. It started grey, the sky is becoming much brighter, and the regular run of pit stops. Mirko Bortolotti has brought in the number 63 Lamborghini Grasser Racing Team car. It's been rising and rising up the order. It was absolutely out of sorts at various points in qualifying, not even in the top 30 of this 61 car grid. We didn't get all 61 cars to start, we got 60. That's more than enough around the circuit, but no rushing in the pit lane. It's all about just nailing that pit stop, not going under your minimum pit stop time. And then, of course, Joe, where you will slot your car back in. Now, one of the very first ones to pit was the number 7, Aston Martin, 007 on the door with an obvious nod. Aston Martin, Le Mans, James Bond goes a very long way back, but that was an early pit stopper, and certainly Matthias Drudy is pressing on. Here he comes down the start-finish straight. He'll still be in front of the car that Bortolotti started, the Lamborghini. That is going to come back down onto terra firma, get back onto the circuit, but the Aston Martin was ahead. It's still ahead, but very, very close to coming out with the Team WRT BMW. That's now in the hands of Hugo de Wilde, so actually almost a little bit of a gain there for the Grasser Racing Team, but no positional gain.
No, and with the minimum pit stop time effectively put through, the fuel having to be connected for 40 seconds as Farfus does box. Good news for Get Speed, so they can't go a lap down for now. And Farfus really swinging out right there. Is that Comtu Aston going to hold them up slightly? I think he got slightly lucky there. So now they're trundling down at 50 kilometers an hour. Jess Hawkins, the car in front in the 270. Comtu car pitting from the 43rd position, and Farfus will now just be getting ready to get out the car, radio out. You can't undo the belts until you stop. Door is open, window net down. You can see the fuel is on, the tyres are getting changed at the same time. Farfus, now the job is to strap the driver in. Plenty of time. Some series you have to try and do this in as little as 15 seconds. Here the driver more like 25, 30 seconds. Used tyres going on the Rover car. They're most likely from qualifying, so only 3 or 4 laps on them. They'll still be very fresh Pirelli DHG rubber.
Well, that was a phenomenal opening stint from the driver on pole position, Augusto Farfus. 42 years old, no time at all. His racing career has been phenomenal, but here he is, a brilliant opening stint. He had that margin of best part of 3 seconds, but looking to see who's going to be in second place when he gets back out onto the circuit. It could even be Matthias Drudy by dint of that very early pit stop from Nicky Team. However, there were Alessio Rivera and Ayhan Guven who have yet to make a pit stop. They will make their pit stops. They were second and third, but remember that Aston Martin will be getting closer and closer. So out onto the track. And look how much time the Aston Martin has gained. So it's right on the tail and may even be able to sneakily try and take the lead going into the second sector of this race. Around the outside at turn 2, will he be able to make the move stick? No, the outside is pushed very wide indeed. And Jesse Krohn won't be welcome on the outside. Wow. So let's try the inside. What a great move. A little bit of contact there, a little bit of bodywork going up. But that could be the move of the race. Well, let's wait and see.
That is a move, and that's the illustration. Schiller was showing us visually the undercut, new tyre strength, and that's why they rolled the dice. And Drudy there, because he's 4 laps into the stint, he's able to just get straight on it. Yes, a Krohn there on his outlap, rudely assaulted. I think it was a hard but fair move. I like to see it, and I think Drudy knew it had to be then, because the fresh tyre will now swing back in favour of the 98 BMW, but Comtu have track position, and I think that's more important. So BMW has just left pit lane. Tyres should be okay temperature-wise. They're out the other. Drudy now looks like he's going around the outside. He cuts the inside. This is that blind spot, the dive bomb overtake I was talking about. Krohn tried to block the inside, but Drudy thinks there's enough space. Places that Aston Martin advantage there. He might have lost his front right dive plane there. You can see the carbon flick up, and it's not the biggest piece of carbon on the front of the Aston. It won't be a disaster, slightly more understeer, but better straight line speed, so there is a trade-off.
Oh, it's good to look for the silver lining there, but yeah, he's streaking clear now. Matthias Drudy, as you say, with 4 laps more heat into his tyres. Jesse Crow not wanting to make a mistake, but in the smallest of margins, and you've got to go for a gap. Of course, the gap wasn't as wide as a car width. It was about half a car width, but that was considered enough by Luca's boy. And Matthias Drudy, second-generation Italian racer, just a racer through and through. He wasn't going to leave that gap. He went for it, and he's got ahead of the car that was leading the race comfortably. Its advantage of being clawed back early on, but after the restart, again, Augusto Farfus pulled clear in the Rover Racing BMW. But Come To You Racing and the Aston Martin doing a tip-top job there with Matthias Drudy, and maybe that decision made by the team, made by Nicky team to come in very early when the pit stop window opened for them effectively, or their decision of when to pit, looked like a masterstroke. And bear in mind, Come To You Racing have won some big ones over the recent years, of course, since they moved to Aston Martin.
Yeah, and it's now what Jesse Crow can do at the moment. Not a lot. That gap is still growing at the moment. So maybe Farfus's pace was the difference, and it wasn't actually the car in that instance. And this is why GT racing is phenomenal. It looks like it's in a flow, it's ebbing, it's flowing, but then suddenly you change the driver and it puts it on its head, as Rivera is now in pit lane as 2. So it'd be interesting to see where he drops, because the undercut has looked very strong so far.
Absolutely so, and you sort of expect a change of pace when you change drivers if you're in a bronze class, say, because you've got drivers of different ranking, but in the pro class you don't expect something as much as this. But what I would say is Farfus's pace was just magnificent in that car.
It really was, but Drudy's fastest lap is less than half a tenth off Farfus. So we said how quick Farfus was. We see this battle raging on here, and inter-class rivalry there looking pretty strong, and it ended up being a good move, but could have been a lot worse. Here is Rivera, who's just pitted this car, so we'll find out which driver is in there shortly. It looks like Vince Abril's helmet from this angle to me. The fuel you can see is already full, but they're staying connected for 40 seconds. They'll drop the car, and this is going to be the battle. But I think this car is going to clear it, and comfortably probably have 8 or 10 seconds by the end of this next lap as the Ferrari gets going. He can finally let go of the 50 kilometers an hour now. There's first place, there's second place. Charles Wirtz, where's he going to go there? Of course, we've still got to wait for Guven to pit, which has inherited the race lead at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely so. You never have a clean run in and out of the pits because people choose their tactics when they're coming in. It's only in a fairly small number of laps, but the order, you have to wait until they've all served their pit stop whether it's their first or second pit stop in a 3-hour race, to see where they slot in. But what we can tell you is the fact that certainly Luca Rensselaer in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini is now really starting to put some heat onto the driver Ugo de Vilda in the number 32 WRT BMW. Here they come out of turn 4. It's now proper sunshine. We didn't think we'd get this at the start of the race, but it's all about keeping cool, keeping calm. And for this car that from Team WRT moved equal in the championship with the 48-man filter Mercedes by taking pole position. Bear in mind the Rutronik Racing Porsche is only 1 position behind, 54 points, 54 points, 52 points. And so it is very, very tight indeed at the top of the championship. Mauro Engel comes into the pits for the man filter team. He is equal in the lead of the championship on 54 points. And the third car in that championship battle comes in behind as well.
Yeah, and the sole remaining Paradine car. There's Guven's car. So where's this car going to slot in? I think it's going to be 3rd place once it gets out and it gets going. Engel out of the car there right at the end of pit lane, of course. And the Porsche will be getting released anytime soon. And here is what I would call our race leader. Here's 2nd place. Where's Guven going to fit in? Is it going to be in between the BMW, the Ferrari, or is the undercut, which has shown to be strong, going to get the Ferrari ahead of the Porsche, where Rivera is following Guven for the whole opening stint? There's the great shot. So it's definitely not first. I can't see it being second. It's going to be so tight with the red Ferrari, which is on track. This black Porsche leaving pit lane now.
Who's your money on? Coming out ahead, but trying to get up to speed. I think the Porsche's done just enough. Yes, he has. And Rivera's follow-up driver, which is Vincent Abril, just not in position. There he is, riding on board. 2nd driver in that number 51. Of course, the Francorchamps Motors Ferrari. Good weather conditions, track conditions, absolutely fantastic. Track temperature 22 degrees. It has gradually risen, but they've coped with far, far higher. Remember, those racing in places like Misano, they used to track temperatures off the clock, a good double the temperature now. So job, absolute equality. It's exactly the gap there was between the Schumacher CLRT Porsche and the AF Corsa Ferrari before the pit stops. Here is 4th and 5th. And it is De Wilde still just ahead of the chasing Lamborghini. This time, though, it's Luca Engstler rather than Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel of that.
It feels like all the teams are keeping the fast driver for the last stint now. And this middle stint can be a bit of a graveyard shift in a 3-hour race. Sometimes, as a driver, you felt like you're just in there circulating, just keeping the car in the mix, waiting for the final fireworks to begin in that last stint. But you can still make a difference. You can still improve your chances of being closer to the front as we get a gravel full. We're going to get the run. We need to send it left. It's blocked off by the BMW. It's a long way round the outside here for Engstler, but he's got it done before we get to even the apex there. What a move. And the BMW of De Wilde there with a mistake. And then I think a very cautious braking point. And that gave that pointless middle stint I was just talking about to Luca Engstler a new meaning.
Well, I tell you what, let's go down to the pits and hear from the driver who started from pole, built to lead, his name, Augusto Farfus.
Augusto, that was an incredible stint, but you are not a happy fella.
Yeah, well, it is a gambling sometimes. I think the stint was pretty strong. I managed to pull, and unfortunately, we got undercut by the Aston. So, and here track position is crucial. So, yeah, it's a bitter taste. It's a long race to go. I think the car is definitely very fast. There is still almost 2 hours to the end, so there is room to get back what we deserve. So now just the car, and then we'll bring it home.
So frustration there. Absolutely, you don't even need to see an image of Augusto Farfus there. You'd have thought he would be absolutely cock-a-hoop, be so happy with all that had happened, but it's not what he did in his stint, it's what happened, the timing of the pit stops from rivals, and it's making quite a difference because Matthias Drudi now after 33 laps leading this race by about 3 seconds. Jesse Krohn, who took over from Augusto Farfus, has an equivalent margin back to Klaus Beckler, who is the driver who's come out into 3rd place for Schumacher CLRT. Bear in mind, before the run to the pit stops, the Schumacher car, the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, we're looking at it now, was in 2nd, and the car giving chase, the 51A, of course, the Ferrari was in 3rd. But by pitting way earlier than the rivals, Nicky Thiem came in the number 7 Aston Martin for Cumchi Racing, and when it came out from its pit stop, absolutely flying around in the hands of Matthias Drudi, and then made the move, and not only caught up with Jesse Krohn, but up the inside into turn 3, past him, a little bit of bodywork damage, and talk about making moves. Well, that was a really slick one there from Vincent Abril. Need a replay of that to just see where he set it up, but Klaus Beckler didn't have any answers, and you'd have thought Klaus would have hung on there, but he absolutely did not.
Vince is in some good form this season, I have to say. We go on board with him now. So this is where we saw Engstler go past De Wilde. It's not now, so it must be a mistake for the Porsche. What happens? It's not. We just dive bomb. That is proper iRacing simulator spec, and he's just sent it down the inside. He's caught Beckler napping, which is something I've never said. That is a great move from Vince Abril. Let's listen into the 22 car.
All good, all good. Still a long stint.
So that was the engineer just comforting Beckler there, because we've all seen it. He won't be happy with that, and he doesn't seem to be particularly happy with the balance of that Porsche, because now Caroli taking over from Engel is all over the back of him, and that man filter Winwood Mercedes will have seen that move by Abril. So is he going to try something relatively cheeky and do the same, or is Beckler going to go, no, I've been mugged off once today, that's not going to happen twice?
Well, Porsche and Ford fighting for position for the pit stops, but importantly for fans of Rutronik Racing, the order has been reversed there, because we're seeing the Rutronik Porsche now back in front of that number 64 Ford, Jan Mardenborough at the wheel, but Sven Muller has made the move and gained a position back. Any position gained in this battle could be crucial, because bear in mind we had the top 3 crews coming here on just 2 points covering them, super tight, ahead of round 4 of the 5. We've got the Barcelona finale still to come, but for Rutronik Racing, Muller absolutely doing what he was required to do. Jan Mardenborough, we saw fantastic pace from Arjun Mahini. I dare say Jan will be able to match that, but right there, the desire of Sven Muller on home ground to move up a position. Yep, I would go for the gap, and he certainly did, in bouncing over the curves, and his desire to make a mistake. So let's see what happened. This is coming up behind the Ford that's traditionally so strong down the start finish straight. And again, it opens out a margin. Is there an inside? Is there an inside? Not quite there, or is there? There's the moment of debate. Can I get my nose in front? I'm going to be on the outside at turn 2. Talk us through from here, Joe.
I think Jan's seen him in the mirror and has had to give him the space to avoid contact, which has then hurt him. And it's a great traditional cutback from Müller out of 2 into 3. Hooks up the apex nicely. Difficult qualifying this morning for Müller. Had a spin and wasn't his usual self pace-wise, I didn't think. Also British GT last weekend, racing in the team Parker Porsche of Nick Jones. He had some contact there which ended their race. So these pros paid a lot of money to drive around in circles. He would have forgotten that and moved on, and that's showing now because that's been a good stint he has started thus far.
Yeah, again, the shuffling of the pack. That's why we love GT racing. Looks like there could be another shuffle coming up very soon indeed, because Klaus Bachler just doesn't seem to have the form for Schumacher CLRT, and he is the driver who has been supreme in any form of Porsche for about the past 10 years, but particularly those in GT3, starting to make a little bit of a mistake here or there, and certainly the chasing Matteo Caroli in the championship, equal championship leading number 48 Mercedes from the Man Filter crew has sensed it. It's like an animal on safari catching a whiff of blood. They've got their scent in their nose and they're really going to go for it, but not wanting to take too many risks. But Matteo Caroli, he's been there, seen it, done it. Well, then again, so's Klaus Bachler now I think of it.
Yeah, the 3 laps into their stint, they picked it at the same time, but Bachler's average lap of this 3-lap stint is a 59.1. Compare that to Caroli, 57.8, 1.3 seconds different. He's got no pace. There must be a problem with the tyre set. They've got the pressures wrong. There's something that's not a Bachler pace we're seeing in the car. And after a very strong opening stint for Guven, there's too much disparity for that to be world-class drivers. And there, he's running off wide. I would love to see what the problem is, because it's not front, it's not rear axle, it's not straight line speed, it's not braking, it's just everything. And that's what's leading me to say there's something wrong with the tyres. The pressures are out of the window. Too high, too low, I don't know, but that car has got negative pace, and that's why it's going Bachler quickly.
Absolutely so. Up to the chicane they go, covered off by the Porsche driver there, but who's going to get it balanced on the exit? More to the point, who's going to have a better run through the final corner, because we know full well there's plenty of grunt in a straight line from the Mercedes out over the curbing, just keeping their right-hand wheels on the track so they don't exceed track limits, and all along behind them you're getting Engsler closing in. Let's go down to the pit lane for an interview, because we're going to hear from Verbeest, the boss of Country Racing, his car, isn't it?
Well, we just spoke to Rowe, who were rather upset about their strategy. And you're rather happy about yours, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we are a bit suffer from lack of speed. So we had to define something where we work a bit for the first 30 minutes how we're going to make it. So our car is quite good on the corner. So yeah, it was a good call from the guy. Super happy, and Mattia did the job, so it was quali lap out of the pit, really important out lap, so he did it. So yeah, thanks to the score, I think it will help for the tire wear and for surviving the race. So it's a good call.
It looked like during the overtake there was a loss of the drive plane. Will that cause any problems?
Of course, it's not ideal, especially on this track. We need a lot of downforce, but it's part of the game. If we would not overtake, I think it would never pass, because as I said, it was really important to be in front. Also, those cars are really affecting in dirty air. So no, it was a good go-to call, so no doubt it was needed, and no worry, we'll be fine.
Drudy's on fire, isn't he? I feel like that trio, those boys work so well together.
Yeah, no, it's clear. I think we have a fantastic lineup together with the car. Also, last year it took us a bit of time to understand the Aston, but thanks to those 3 guys and support from IMR, I think we are now, let's say, controlling our racing. And no, those 3 really fantastic to work with. The combination is mega. I think I could not dream about better lineup.
Well, long may this position continue. Only 2 hours to go, Francois. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
So Francois Verbeest very, very happy with life in the Country Racing garage, as he should be, but it did take a real charge, not just to get the car back out, but also Drudy was taking no prisoners at all. And early in the race, his teammate Nicky Team would have been looking on enviously as the 98 Rover Racing BMW was pulling clear. And talking about Aston Martins, here's another one leading a class, 10th place overall, Chris Lulham. You know, driver not with a lot of history in racing, certainly not in full metal racing. He did a little early in his career, then he was an absolute superstar in the iRacing scene. racing sims, and he's adapted to the metal cars absolutely supremely and having a brilliant season in the Gold Cup class, sharing with Thierry Vermeulen. And now the pressure is coming on from Cairoli. Cairoli not happy to be in 5th place, and Klaus Bachler not happy to be sitting in that Schumacher CLRT Porsche. Let's have a look at their comparative laps last time around. Well, actually almost identical, because Cairoli's right under his rear wing, but over the last 2 laps you've been looking, crunching the numbers, it's been a bit of a disaster for the performance of Bachler's Porsche there.
Yeah, the interesting lap time is Engstler behind us on this 48 car, is 0.6 a lap quicker on average. So at the moment, Cairoli just trying to get past cars, Bachler in front, but he's going to have Engstler behind him in that Grasser Lamborghini soon. Looks like the Stella Corvette maybe on the horizon, a few laps down after problems as well. Bachler has just disappeared into a different postcode on corner entry there. It's almost like there's an intermittent steering problem. The steering wheel not connected to the front axle, and I think this could be the job done. And Bachler almost not defending. He's too worried about the Stella Corvette. This should be job done for Cairoli, and that was good time, because look at Engstler looming in the background.
Just the only worry is, you know, the Corvette had to turn in, but yeah, you're absolutely spot on there, Joe. Over the curbing, they'll need to get past the Stella car. That and spend a long time in the garage having repairs, so that would need to get out of their way, and I'm sure it will. Driver at the wheel at the moment is Daniel Ali, but only 2 cars not in the running. Daniel Perel and Antonio Fuoco's car that didn't get to start, and maybe Perel's car didn't either. I hadn't seen the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari in the race. Remember, that was going so well in qualifying in the early stages, but I think that too has been parked up.
Yeah, Stella car 34 laps down, so gets out of the way, but Engstler's got in the back, and actually Bachler's going to have a chance to get a run here. Is he going to send it on Cairoli? Is he worried about the car, or is he trying to fight back? But no, now it's Engstler's turn to get past that ailing Ferrari. I'd love to hear from the team. They all have telemetry. They'll be able to see exactly all the data inputs on why that car isn't performing like we saw it in the opening stint.
Beautiful, beautiful weather conditions getting on towards the halfway point in the 3-hour race here. The 4th round of the GT World Challenge Endurance Series. The finale will be at Barcelona, and it's advantage Aston Martin. 1.3 seconds clear after a brilliant start to the second stint for Come To You Racing. Matteo Drudi leading, Jesse Krohn running around sort of comfortably in 2nd place. He's 1.3 seconds down on the front-running Aston Martin, but still easily clear. Best part of 5.5 seconds clear of the 3rd place Ferrari, with Vincent Abril having got past Matteo Cairoli. Now, how much track would you like? How many Audis would you like? In fact, 3 together. The QMMF Audi at the front of that little battle. And let's take a look. 1 against 2, just at the moment, gravel bouncing. And down the hill they go in the sunshine, down towards the kink at turn 7, and a little bit of body work separation. Right, what's your knowledge of the Audi spare parts department like there, Joe?
Unfortunately, quite good. I did race that car a few years back. That's the rear right legality panel, effectively. So no performance. It's actually there just to almost add some deflection of air off the rear wheel on the right. So all okay, no performance lost, and hard and fair racing potentially between those cars. We are seeing the BMW Jesse Krohn gaining. Now only half a second behind Drudi. So the undercut got Drudi the position, but the tyres much fresher on the Rover BMW. And the last lap for Drudi was a 59.4 versus a 58.2, so 8 tenths lost on the last lap alone. These battles are transforming over the stints.
Well, just remember, Come To You Racing said it's all about track position. They don't know if they got the ultimate pace. Track position was what they wanted. That's what they've got. But yeah, really tricky, because Jesse Krohn closing right in. He still has a big buffer of nearly 6 seconds over Vincent Abril. So is it a 2-horse race? Well, at the moment it is, but the people who are the other bit parts are starting to make their moves. Riding on board with the number 63 Lamborghini from Grasser Racing Team, Luca Engstler is the next driver to get on the tail of Klaus Bachler's Schumacher CLRT Porsche. Down they go through the kink at turn 7. Already the car of Matteo Cairoli is heading off up the road, or down the road, to turn 8. But let's listen to another driver from that number 48 car. Maro Engel is down in the pit lane as his teammate Matteo Cairoli presses on.
Hello, Maro. That looked like a great stint, and it feels like you've handed over a very strong car to your teammate Matteo, who is defending wildly.
Yeah, first of all, he's made a great move to move us up into P4. Team has done a great job on strategy. I think we were able to jump 2 cars, so yeah, race is going well for us.
How did that stint feel? It looked like you were being pushed from all over the place for quite a lot of those first few laps.
yeah, the start was wild. To be honest, a little bit annoyed at myself because I dropped the wheel in the Schumacher S and lost 2 places on that opening lap, and it was a little bit costly because then we were just stuck in that gap. But yeah, towards the end of the stint, we were able to make use of some good laps and good strategy to move up. So it's hopefully coming together now.
Happy 40th. What did you wish for when you blew out those candles the other week?
Well, you're not supposed to tell your wishes, so otherwise they don't come true. But yeah, look, thank you very much. Doesn't feel like 40. It's great to be here, be on this grid with all these talented drivers, and as long as I can mix it with them, you know, and challenge for podiums and wins, I'm happy.
You'll be here for many years to come. Thank you, Maro.
Well, it always happens. Great interview there with Maro Engel. Thanks very much, Alex. While you have an interview, something always happens. We've suddenly had the Ford of Jan Mardenborough gaining 2 positions. He jumped ahead of Ugo de Wilde and also ahead of the Rutronik Porsche of Sven Muller. So that's been a phenomenal lap for the Ford, and the Ford is finding more and more pace through this race. Brilliant opening stint for the number 64 car from the Hout Racing team by Arjun Maini, and it's carrying on in that vein. So suddenly we've got 2 championship challengers really close. But at the moment, we have to say that Ugo de Wilde, as the 911 of Pure Racing, goes for a spin for Richard Leach. You almost never see that from Richard. Maybe he was given a helping hand down into turn 1. So there's a lot of changing. So a helping hand may come from the car sitting in behind it, and that's the number 17 car that's had its own battles. Of course, we saw Jules Gournon is being held back for the final stint, but Richard Leach is being given a bit of a push and a shove there by Fabian Schiller. And talk about an innocent party. I'm afraid that was Richard Leach as the innocent party.
Yeah, I think this 32 car's got a problem. Look at Jan Mardenborough's gone into the distance. That's not to say Jan's not fast, but the lap before was 3 seconds off for the 32 car. I wonder if he had a problem. Held up Piccarello, and that let Mardenborough jump both of them. That's going to be my conclusion has happened. This is the lead battle, not the Audi. That's a back marker that Drudy will be worried about trying to get past. The back marker trying to stay on the lead lap as long as they can, and they're in 45th position right now. So that is Nassov in the number 66 Attempto Racing car there. Indicator on. Hope that is a real indicator and it's not being knocked by a mistake. Expect Drudy to pop to the inside here, and you can see Nassov looking in his mirror, doing a good job. Will he do the same to Jesse Krohn? Kind of gives him a space, but Drudy, I think, will gain out of that Audi traffic. And yeah, the 32 car very slow on the last lap. Is that a problem? Also hearing from Adam Smalley that they had a gear shift problem in that 58 Garage 59 car. Hard to say that, and that is going to be a problem to the end, and that's why we're not seeing any pace from Pret as well, who's now down in 19th. They were dominating the gold class, now down in 3rd in class.
Yeah, they were 6th overall and running really, really nicely in those early stages. Right now, what I'm just thinking, if that Maro Engel interview would have been about 2 minutes later, he'd have been able to see that both of his championship challenging rivals hitting problem. The loss of pace for Ugo de Wilde down into 8th place, and Sven Muller losing a place to the Ford of Jan Mardenborough. Muller has got ahead. No, beg your pardon, Muller is in behind Ugo de Wilde, but the group of cars coming up to challenge them, and then McLaren's coming to the Joseph Loke will be coming into shot very shortly. Just is there. He's trying to catch up with Chris Lulham and see what they can do about the cars ahead. But suddenly, early in this second stint, second of the 3 stints, we're having lots and lots of place changing, and for all sorts of reasons, so it seems.
Yep, and here's Joseph Loke on the charge. Had a really good qualifying session lap time wise, but then got given a penalty for contact during the qualifying session. 5 grid place drop, but we're used to seeing this Joseph Loke driven car being fast. Now he's only 20 years old and has jumped in this GT car. Speaking to Rob Bell, who we spoke to on the grid, and he really, really likes Joseph Loke and wants to try and keep him in the McLaren stable, as Jesse Krohn has dropped slightly off the back. Obviously, we had the traffic with the Audi almost exactly a lap ago, but the pace has been going in the favour of this Rover BMW at the moment. He's also got 0 track limit warnings on his stint. Drudy only the 1 in front, and then Avril behind has had 2. So track limits not so prevalent here at the Nürburgring compared to some of the circuits which we visit.
Yeah, Spa-Francorchamps, people seem to gather them for fun, so it seems, but such a tricky circuit. Here a little bit more scope, a little more width at various points around the circuit. But riding on board with the second place 98 Rover Racing BMW, looking what is an 0.8 of a second gap to the race leading Aston Martin Cumberland Racing, Matteo Drudy. Turn 4, adjustment of steering for both the drivers, then down the slope they go. We're going all the way down to the lowest point at turn 8, but the gap seems to be stabilising around just under a second. 0.8 of a second is the gap between first and second. So we did start to wonder. Now we're just hearing why Ugo de Wilde is struggling, because he's reported, the car we're looking at now, he's got no grip. He's still doing incredibly well for no grip, but clearly a bit of a nightmare. So they'll have to hope they can get the tyre pressures right for the final stint when they will stick Kelvin van der Linde on board that, because all the time they're looking up the track, and instead of being at the head of the championship runners, let's listen to some team radio coming up for car number 32.
I know it's difficult. Do your best job. Do your best job.
There you go. Focus on doing what you can. That's all you can say to a driver when they're struggling a little bit. Just stay cool. We've still got another stint to come. But the important thing for them, they're still in front of one of the two championship rivals. That's the Rutronik Racing Porsche, Sven Muller in behind. And in behind him is the car that's leading the gold class, and that's Chris Lullen in that Verstappen.com Aston Martin with the Red Bull Racing livery. That actually looks the quickest of those three cars. He's closing in all the time, that Aston Martin. Bear in mind, there's also an Aston Martin leading the race, albeit from Come To You Racing, and sitting there again, 0.8 of a second clear. Jesse Krohn still chasing in the number 98 Rover Racing BMW, but for the moment there's a bit of a pattern in the race. We had a little flurry, Joe, after the pit stops, a little bit of a change of order, and again, accordingly, if you came in early, it seemed to give you track position, and that certainly seemed to work for Come To You Racing, but that is not to take away. It wasn't just a great tactic, it was also Nicky Team had been gaining. He'd moved up onto the tail of Alessio Rivera's Ferrari, didn't reckon he'd have time to pass it for the pit stops, and they thought they had to roll the dice, didn't think they got the overall pace. And then Matteo Drudi really attacked as soon as he took over, and that was just enough to get it out immediately behind the Rover Racing BMW, but that emerged from the pits and was immediately passed by them. That was a crucial move. Was a bit of bodily contact, but nothing enormous.
No. And the Rover pit stop was half a second slower as well than the Come To You, so there's a minimum refueling time that we said about, but still the process was half a second slower. Car looking very loose here for Muller as we were braking for turn one, sending it in sideways. The drivers can really only change a few settings on the fly. The big one for under braking is the brake bias. How much percentage goes front or rear axle? You do have ABS traction control mapping settings as well. They're all electronic. The bias is the only physical change allowed on the fly. But speaking to the Verstappen.com guys about Lullen, they just can't talk highly enough of him. He is absolutely phenomenal when he's being compared against seriously quick drivers in Harry King and in Vermeulen as well. But they were just saying he did a mega job in qualifying. That's carried on into the race. So the gamers himself, Jan Mardenbauer, as we see an interesting move, contact side to side. I say interesting. The 188 car, the Livriera, has lost the lead of the silver battle in between him and Panis, which was the car that had contact. He just missed the apex, and again, just had no pace for all of a second. We've seen Backler, no pace. We've seen De Wilde in the 32 WRT car, no pace. And it looks like the same now for the 188 car. Adam Spaulding saying they've got a gear shift problem in the 58. Is the same thing happening in the 188? Look how much time this car's losing. I think he's going to get contact with the Vulcanized Aston Martin as well. That may be pitting by the end of this lap.
And he's about to lose place Vincenzo Sospiri Racing Lamborghini as well. So suddenly a real horror issue for that particular car. Now, just wondering, I was having a quick look at track temperatures. I thought, have they suddenly soared? We've had about half an hour of proper sunshine. Not really. We're at 23 degrees. I think last time we looked it was 22, so you can't explain it away particularly like that. It hasn't been a giant swing.
Be interested to speak to Garage 59. The McLaren sometimes under downshifting, if the gears are going to go cog to cog, it goes to a false neutral. That's what's happened with the 58 car. I wonder if that happened with the 188. And as a driver, you're going into a corner expecting engine braking, but the car's in neutral. You have to put the clutch down, pull a gear, and then go. So at best, it's a second loss, and sometimes a lot more. And your rhythm is distracted, and you're worried it's going to happen again. And these two have really dropped now, haven't they? They're starting to put the pace on. I say drop, they've dropped Backler by a long way, and they're starting to catch Vince Abril in front as well. So this has been a strong stint from Coriolis. He sends it in hard there. These cars, low grip here at the Nürburgring. The surface, just an old surface, has never been particularly grippy, and as the surface goes more to grey than black, there's just not the tar in the complexity of the makeup of the asphalt.
It seems a million hours ago when we look at qualifying. That was this morning, the 3 15-minute sessions for the 3 drivers, and we got the grid according to the aggregate combination of all those lap times they did, their best lap times. But there were so many interruptions, so many teams weren't setting a quick time, and one of them was the then championship leading Mann-Filter Mercedes team. Many times they weren't on our top timing screen, not even in the top 35 positions. Come the end, they managed to qualify up within those top positions, but it was a real struggle, and they were only good for 7th on the grid, and that was a setback. But they seem to be finding their form as this race unfurls, and particularly with Matteo Caroli. Now, we had the problem you reported from Adam Smalley and the 58 McLaren sitting in the pit lane there. That isn't in sequence. Louis Pret still on board, but alas for him, the Monegasque driver is being shoved back into the pit garage. Doesn't mean it's retiring from the race. It means you can have more mechanics working on it when it's in the garage rather than out on the pit apron.
This race format might as well be a retirement though as a driver. As soon as you're a lap down, you're trying to get the team just to retire the car, so you can either head to the airport or the bar or both earlier and get on with your life. Lulham, is he going to send it down the inside of Piccarello? Here he is. Piccarello gives him the space. Is he going to try and keep it round the outside? Job done. Lulham with a bit of a tail flick there to try and close the door. Lulham then decides got to give the space back. This will go back to Piccarello, but still side by side. Lulham on the dirty part of the track. Can he go all the way around the outside here? I don't think it's going to be there. And now suddenly Joseph Loeb is on the real estate that Lulham wanted, and his attack might have to go into defence.
Well, very nearly got to a little bit of contact there. Joseph Loeb getting very, very close, but for now, Sven Muller in the Rutronik Porsche hangs on. Chris Ludlow, worth a try. He's got the pace to get close again, and I dare say he will go another time. But he's got to remember he's leading the Gold Cup class, doesn't want to throw stuff away. In fact, they've almost got to the championship in their pocket, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. So to throw it away, just attacking a pro class lineup doesn't really work, does it? Not when you analyse everything. But you know, he's come from. Chris Lulham did a bit of karting. He did 3 races in Formula 4, then he disappeared for a handful of years. But if you went the other way, if you went from racing to iRacing, how well would you fare, Joe?
My temper doesn't do well, and I get banned quite a lot, especially the voice chat. So yeah, it seems like the sim guys are better in the real world than vice versa. But there's a lot of synergy between the two, and we see that in all levels of motorsport. All of these drivers will have some form of sim at home during the week just to keep their eyes short. Lope now with a struggling sector too. Look how much we've dropped off the back of it, and everything looking okay on the dash. I was just keeping an eye on his tyre pressures there, well inside the window, 1.7 bar, looking good. And a few of the McLarens now starting to lose pace, aren't they, after a strong start, and it just looks like Lope struggling with the rear of the car here.
Certainly does. Now, of course, during COVID, when everything stopped in the racing world, of course, the iRacing scene improved. The gamers, and here's one of them, Jan Mardenborough. We just moved from Chris Lulham's car to Jan Mardenborough, but also a lot of the crews, and BMW Motorsport in particular, kept their press team on. They got their engineers to work with the iRacers, and they learnt the other way around from the way we normally think. So it really was an informative time, and for a lot of people, they can't stay up all the way through the night like you obviously can, Joe, so they don't try it. But certainly we know one of the biggest fans of iRacing and gaming is Max Verstappen, and that is why, no doubt, Chris Lulham is in the team.
Yeah, exactly. They race together online as well. And yeah, I think Jan Mardenborough in the Ford has put some new batteries in his PlayStation controller, because his pace is phenomenal at the moment. And he's been the man on the move in this middle stint, hasn't he? And he's got Engstler in front of him. We saw some blue smoke out that car early in the weekend on the exit there. I thought it was engine smoke, but I think it may be the car bottoming out on the exit curve, maybe some kind of composite on the floor to protect it. So I'm not going to speculate it's a problem, because we've been seeing it all weekend now. But Engstler is now on the back of Backler, isn't he? He hasn't managed to get round him like the other guys did, and now we can go for this battle, which is growing, because that Grasser 19 car is not for position, but is he going to try and help the sister car, which is Engstler behind the Porsche?
Yeah, it's Baptiste Moulin, the number 19, but certainly backing up Klaus Bachler a little bit. And yeah, Mardenborough, of course, don't forget, he's the only driver in the race with a feature film made about him and his racing career thus far. But it's great to see Jan. He had a couple of seasons sort of really away from top-line racing. He's slotted back in, and right now, along with Ford, their best result ever with the Mustang in GT3 in the GT World Challenge was 10th. That was last year. They've had 11th this year, but running around very comfortably at the moment in 7th. To me, that's one of the highlight stories of the whole meeting. And now let's see what's happened side by side with Engstler, side by side. Let's rub those sides. That may not help either of them.
that's going to make Engstler see rouge with Moulin, isn't it? Because he was down the inside. Their teammates, the teammate hurt him more than he hurt the Porsche. That's not how motorsports meant to work as a team sport. And Engstler had to put Mardenborough out wide to save that position. He'll be on the radio asking what sort of contract Moulin's on, and he will not be happy. Moulin now acting as the rear gunner and trying to give him a gap to Mardenborough. I think Jan will get down the inside now. Moulin is making this very messy. We saw a similar thing at Manicourt. Moulin did a much better job there, in my opinion, of not getting involved in this battle.
Well, quite extraordinary, and little bits of contact. Sometimes you just have to look. Now, lights flashing. Certainly Moulin needs to keep out of the way. Jan Mardenborough trying to come through. No, door slammed right across his face, and now he's playing the role that might have been expected. We never want anyone blocking anyone, but you understand a little bit of helping hand from time to time. It's the nature of the beast, and sometimes the beast is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, if I was on iRacing now, my voice chat would be very lit, and yeah, you get banned quite quickly for that, quite rightly as well. I'm not proud of my behaviour, but Jan will now have to take a deep breath and work out where he's going to go. Look at the gap that's happened to those two cars in front of him, and he's going to be having to get down the inside, and finally Moulin rolls out of it, and he concedes that place, and he's running in 46th overall compared to Jan Mardenborough's 7th. And now the battle goes on, and actually in his stout defence, he's potentially going to lose 46th.
Yeah, if you're in the top 46, you want to hang on to your position, don't you, most notably. But right, the good news is that Engstler untroubled there. More importantly in many ways, Jan Mardenborough untroubled, because none of that was anything to do with him. He just ended up with one car, Engstler's, rubbing against his. Luckily it was side on side rather than front to back or back to front. And now for Jan Mardenborough, he has got to keep on pressing on. That's what he does. He does it very well indeed. So we'll see. Let's keep an eye on the lead gap. Matthias Drudy, remember, it came down to about half a second, his advantage over Jesse Krohn in the battle of the lead of the race. It's 1.8 seconds at the moment. Right, in the Silver Cup, it's Aurelien Panis leading in the number 10 Boots and VDS Mercedes. Second is Guillaume Oliveira. We think slightly troubled by the performance of the Mercedes at this point in the race. Talk about being troubled. I thought we were going to have contact up into the final corner. The remaining Paradine competition, BMW with Charles Clark at the wheel, getting very, very busy indeed, trying to pass. And then down the start-finish straight, more racing action. The Stella Corvette is not in the battle at all. It lost time in the pit garage, will need to keep out of the way, which is a very frustrating moment to come. Well, let's listen to the team radio of this car, the 992 BMW from Paradine.
Blue flag, Corvette.
Okay, copy. We suggest you reduce TC to 10.
How do you handle a message like that? What do you think they're thinking that you are? Don't, as a driver, you want to suggest, could you change the TC? Or is the team just looking at telemetry and going, I think we can spot a possible problem?
Yeah, they're just obviously seeing too much intervention there, so that's why they're suggesting it to turn down. There's the 17 get speed. We haven't had an update on that now. 20th position, all the way from 60th at the start. So Charles Clark asking for blue flags and then getting told, actually, you're the problem here. Turn the TC down and you won't need the blue flags. But yeah, sometimes it is good to get information as a driver from the team. They've got lots of eyes, lots of brains and lots of info. But normally as a driver, you're on top of that. You're getting the feeling and you're in a particular setting for a particular reason.
Exactly so. Temperature, just keeping an eye on track temperature, it's actually just fallen by half a degree or so. So it's still comfortable, containable for all of this Pirelli racing rubber. But for these drivers, what's not comfortable is running behind a car that is a lap or several laps down. And that is the Stella Motorsport Corvette, the only Chevrolet in the race. This little battle, 17th and 18th position it may be. Guillaume Oliveira, Charles Clark, McLaren ahead of BMW, but they're just looking. It's quite hard when there's something that's in front of you that isn't really part of your race. And Charles Clark, you can see from the timing gaps, he gained nearly 0.6 of a second, then 0.2, then another 0.2. But what he wants is the gap. The gap may open up again. He takes a very tight exit from turn 17, not the quickest line around the corner. He's going to have to use the grunt of the BMW. He's got the toe, minimal toe you get from a McLaren, that much lower than a lot of your rivals. But let's look for a move up the inside into turn one. No, says Oliveira. I'm covering the inside, but that does open the outside. I don't think it'll quite work for Clark, though.
Right, Oliveira still with zero pace at times, and Clark getting more and more frustrated, and a great dive there. Contact puts him out of the way. He wasn't that far alongside Charles Clark in the red BMW, but I think Olivier closed the door too late. So I think all is fair. Race control will have in course. They will investigate, and they normally disagree with my statement there. But I think that was fair, and it was actually a late closing of the door by the McLaren which caused the contact.
Yeah, for the drivers behind, they might be looking for any advantages to come their way. Simon Gachet starting to close in, the 111 CSA Racing McLaren, running just out at the tail end of the top 10 behind them and completing the top 10, the top 20, completing the top 20 is Fabian Schiller. So we just look at the very background of the shot. And let's go through the order. Right. Retired Drudy, 1.5 seconds clear, 1.6 seconds clear. He's in the number 7 Aston Martin. Really good stint from him. He was the first one of them to come out to start the second stint, and it paid off. Took the lead of the race just as the Rover Racing BMW coming through. You can see the BMW 2 cars behind him. Jesse Krohn hanging on, got to within half a second. It's now sitting again at around 1.5 seconds. And for Drudy, he'd be a bit frustrated about the cars around them. Then there's quite a gap. We're looking for the third car in the line, and it'll be Vincent Abril, the 51 Ferrari. He's another 6.5 seconds back in third place overall. This is the view looking forward from the second place car. You can see the Aston Martin he's trying to hunt down, has been hunting for quite some while, and he's trying to see how it handles the traffic down into turn 3. Position gained there by Matthias Drudy. Can he pick off another one as they go into turn 4? No, he can't. But now it's the time for Jesse Krohn to think, where am I going to pass them? We're coming down the hill, out of 4, down the slope towards turn 5. Not happening here. Is he going to be lining up a move down into the hairpin? I don't think he's close enough to do that.
No, I would agree with that, and the traffic really now spread out. When I look at our track map with the live GPS coordinates of all the cars, there's a 12-second gap at turn 15 right now. Everyone else almost equally spread out, and when we've still got 56 cars running at the moment, that is why it is so busy out there on this relatively short Grand Prix loop.
You know what, I've been interested. One of the cars that hasn't returned to the track is Louis Pret. We saw him come in completely out of sync in the 58 McLaren. They've been running so well in the early stage of the race. In the pit garage, still been there for more than 10 minutes. Be interesting to know what the problem is, because of course the sister cars will hope they won't be getting it.
I think he'll be on his way back to Monaco, and Vince Abril, also a resident of Monaco, will be looking to get back there tonight. But hopefully with a trophy at the moment, it's a bronze one, and the pace of the start of the stint was strong, but Jesse Krohn is nearly 8 seconds up the road now, and his attention will be more on the mirrors, looking at this man filter car that is currently in 4th place, and the last lap was half a second quicker for this yellow Mercedes versus the red and yellow Ferrari, and that's where the battle's going. Hour and 15 minutes remaining, so I don't expect anyone to be pitting for at least 10 minutes. You could potentially roll the dice and pit with 69 minutes remaining and pray for a safety car in that last stint.
Sunday, very good day for Prayer. 5th, 6th and 7th, really, really close. Klaus Bachler in that struggling Schumacher CLRT Porsche. The performance seems to sort of balance itself out a little bit now, and he's being chased by Luca Engstler, and the driver that Engstler clashed with at turn 17 just a handful of laps ago got back towards his tail. Jan Mardenborough in the better of the Fords. 7th place overall. If they finish there, that would be 4 places better than anything they've managed so far this year. But it's all about building, and you have to say suddenly the Ford's looking a lot more attractive, looking as teams consider what they might want to run in 2026. There's never any static performance in GT3 racing. Everyone is developing at a different cycle time, and certainly been exciting days. I came across on a plane with a certain Kazuki Nakajima. Of course, he's looking after all of Toyota's action, and a good one early this year we saw the GT3 concept car. Will it race, will it not? If I tell you what, it looks absolutely magnificent. But again, they might come in, it might take a year, might take 2 years, might even take 3 years to find a car that can challenge at the front of these races. But the more manufacturers, the merrier. We always work with that principle. We've got 10 here among the 61 cars that were entered for this race meeting. 59 started. Oh, there used to be a phrase, high, wide and handsome. That is wide, wide and handsome. And my namesake Brian Jones at Brands Hatch would have been saying that, but that's Joseph Loke, who'd been going so well, picking his way up the order, but I'm afraid that's squandered a handful of positions. And here comes the grandstand. Oh no, it's the hotel. Right, avoid the hotel, back onto the circuit.
There's contact there. Which car was on his inside? He was trying to go round the outside, which is always a high-risk manoeuvre, but it was hard to call from that onboard angle there anyway. And we're going on board with the 63 car now. Engstler has caught, look at Mardenborough on the back, so we quickly were looking at the car in front, and now this is going to be a position for the Ford. V8 power to the floor, and this is going to be a great job, great stint by Jan Mardenborough, and there's that big Ford slotting in front. So it looked like we were trying to get Bachler, and suddenly we've gone Bachler a position.
Yeah, there you go. And then he slides a little bit wide, but that's covered off. Mardenborough keeps swinging it around out of the final corner, turn 17, and has the grunt to just open out a little bit of a margin, a little bit more of a margin as they get further down the straight. The Lamborghini might find a bit more form. It's a bit more sleek. Still bits of rubber debris pouring off the car in front, but heavily onto the brakes. And let's go down to the pits, because we wanted to find out what happened to the number 58 car. Let's speak to its driver, and it's Louis Pret, and he will be disappointed.
Start your weekend. Here we are. What's happened? What's going on?
I think it's an electrical issue. Adam started to feel it around the end of his stint. And when I took the car, it just got worse, worse and worse. I mean, it's a shame because the car seemed very strong this morning. Yeah, just 3 poles this year, 3 DNF, so nothing much to say.
Got it for you.
So it's often the smallest parts and elements that can go wrong. It's always been the case in motor racing. Cars, though, are fairly bomb-proof these days, but still issues happen. A clatter over a curb here, a clatter over a curb there, contact with another car. An electrical problem has taken out one of the real challenges in this race meeting, but definitely the motion of travel for McLaren in this championship is on the advance. It's on the way forward, but today one of the crew, one of their handful of cars out of the running, and the sad thing, it was the one that was best placed. And for Louis Pret, Dean McDonald and Adam Smalley, disappointment. We'd already heard about gear change problems, hadn't we, from Adam, and that is over and out. So yes, heading back home to Monaco.
Yeah, talking of electrical issues, as we were riding on board with Engster, his screen was flicking on and off, more of an annoyance at the moment, but if he does get in a close battle, that will be one of his main ways of checking distances behind, potentially gone. So we'll bank that as a memory in case we need it for the 63 car later on in the race. And can Jan Mardenborough now get into the top 5? You said earlier, Bruce, best result for this car has been 10th in GT World Challenge last season, 11th this year. So this is a much, much better performance from the Ford Performance car run by HRT.
You know what, I also think you get more kudos when you do well later in the season, because everybody develops their car, works together as a combination, and Jan doing a cracking job. And I must say, Arjun Maini was super busy in the early stages of the race, and pretty much every time he attacked, he seemed to gain a position. So that was very, very good news. They started outside the top 10 in this race, and to be fighting within it, that marks progress, I think, pure and simple.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And yeah, hopefully over the winter they can continue the development. It isn't just on track. These teams are developing cars. Some teams even now employing wind tunnels just to make sure they fully understand it. They go to shaker rigs where the cars are placed on these vibrating plates and they get damper curves and graphs. You understand about different tyre pressures. It is really turning into an arms race. Yes, the cars homologated. What's homologated? The cars have to be locked in. They're presented to the FIA when they're made. So teams can't make adjustments to bodywork. They can't make adjustments to anything. So it makes the racing very fair, very level. That's why in qualifying we had 31 cars covered by a second from 10 different manufacturers. But marginal gains in every sport is prevalent, and none less here in GT3 racing, as Abril now starting to get held up by backmarkers. Big snap of oversteer there. He's looking to get past that Herbert Motorsport Porsche. I think he will into the chicane, but he's been compromised, and Cairoli is looming.
Cairoli very much looming. This is the car that was leading the champion, albeit just by 1 point, the number 48 Mercedes from Manfilter Racing, and now it's been going forward. Maro Engel, I thought over the first couple of laps was squeezed on about 2 or 3 occasions from both sides, but somehow the car picked up no damage that we can see, and Matteo Cairoli in his stint has proved there's absolutely nothing wrong with its performance at all, and no wonder they come here. It's such a strong driver lineup, and they've got Lucas Auer ready to take it home to the end of the race. We're getting very close to when people will start coming in for that final pit stop. Any sign of course, they're waiting, wanting to find out if, Gage, is there going to be something, an incident interrupts this race? Well, you never can tell. We've just had a few cars going off. Joseph Loke, he went off, rejoined after contact at turn 17. No, you can't bank on anything. You've got to do it on pure speed. But also, as we heard from Kumchi Racing, track position is everything, and we'll see how they all slot together after the second and final round of pit stops. But at the moment, sitting with a 2.3 seconds lead, Matteo Drudi. Remember, he was only 4/10 of a second clear at one point when Jesse Krohn closed in on that in the Rover Racing BMW. But since then, the form has come back to Matteo Drudi for Aston Martin. Is he building a winning margin? Hey, plenty of racing still to come, but he's certainly done a fantastic job.
Yeah, the next few laps will be interesting. The previous 8 laps they've had traffic, so it's been hard to tell the true pace, but it looks like they should be clear for the next 2 to 3 laps. So we'll get an illustration. I'll keep an eye on their lap time so we can see it. The 32 BMW here is kind of steadied the ship after a real wobble pace-wise, where we heard the engineer get on the radio to try and steady that ship. Still holding up Piccarello here. Remember, Jan Mardenberg was in this battle, it feels like 10, 12 laps ago, and he is way up the road now. He's 4 corners ahead of us, 10, 12 seconds gone. So that shows you the pace of the Ford, but also the lack of the pace of the 32. And these are championship rivals, of course. The 32 BMW, the 96 Rutronik Porsche we're looking at now. And where's their other championship rival? 4th. They're in the best seat right now, aren't they? The 48 Winwood Mercedes.
You know what we haven't talked about for quite some while? We're looking down through the class. We mentioned that Chris Lullen, there he is, 10th, leading the Gold Cup class. Silver Cup class, just a few places further back. Aurelian Panis, the number 10 Boots and VDS Mercedes. And in bronze, well, it's changed. It's now the number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari, as tends to be at once, leading that class. And he's moved ahead. He was running second for a while, or the car was. Took it over from Dustin Blackner. Now they've got Ricardo Feller closing in, and that isn't a good thing because Ricardo is very quick in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. I suggest he may be able to move into the class lead, but we've got the round of pit stops coming up very soon indeed.
Yeah, a few cars starting to have a few war wounds, aren't they? Joseph Loke's rear left bodywork hanging off. All okay at the moment, of course. The officials will deem if the bodywork is too big or any component is too big and it's dangerous to spectators, to marshals, to other cars, can be given a mechanical warning flag. So that will be something maybe we have to watch out for to end the race as we look at the silver class leader of Aurelio Panis. He's done a mega job there. Charles Clark second in that class, bit further back now, but yeah, we saw a great move from Panis at turn 8 on that Oliveira car, which seems to have had some kind of pace issue. It's almost like the turbos have some form of illness and they're just not firing perfectly when needed, and that car has just dropped away from where it was here, and at the moment Panis doing a mega job right now.
Absolutely so, but yeah, look at Panis, just rising up. Olivier will be delighted with his boy. Aurelian's been racing GT3 cars for quite a number of years, but really seems to be settling in very nicely at Boots and VDS, that fantastic livery that has echoes of the past, but also the more recent race liveries.
So we need to keep an eye for pit stops now. We've got 65 minutes remaining. Maximum stint left without full course yellow will be 64. That starts from pit exit, and that's why we're seeing the 51 car coming in. We've seen how strong the undercut is. So the 51 car now, we've had Rivera, we've had Abril, Pierre Guidi. They're doing it in order of the plaque, and we also now see Drudy in. They were the biggest benefactors of the undercut, so they're going for it too. Interestingly, Rover Racing deciding not to. Are they thinking it was too tight for the maximum driver time? Interesting to see, but expect them to box soon.
Yep, it's all a bit of a game. Lion Speed and Kessel Racing. I could see he was closing by 2 seconds a lap, Ricardo Feller. There's contact, and the car that leads the class is off, and that right rear corner is pointing at about 30 degrees.
This is a big win for anyone that hasn't pitted.
Correct.
Everyone pitting now is doing it under green. That is going to be full course yellow. That was going to be my next point, with hindsight now making myself look cleverer, is this is going to help Krone, Caroni, Mardenberg, Muller, Panis, Oliveira, all those cars that aren't in pit lane, because these cars have been stationary for 40 seconds during their fueling, 27 seconds in pit lane, losing time. If this goes full course yellow, this is going to be a big upside down. Neil Vicic, race director, big call here. Does he keep it green to keep us in an open race, or does he have to give us full course yellow to get that 74 car out the way?
It's extraordinary. You've been toying with this whole concept about the timing of a possible safety car or full course yellow. Thus far, we're still all green, so maybe a sigh of relief for all those who are in the pits. And as you can see, about half the field are in there. And Aston Martin, by dint of having that first stop very early relative to their rivals, the Come To You Racing number 7, they had to come in again at a similar time. Those at pit exit, car 32 just piling its way out just ahead of the car that had been driven by Chris Lullen earlier, going through the secret. Must be full course yellow is coming their way. They are back out onto the track. Oh, the swings and roundabouts. All you can do is hope for track position when these things happen. But if you're caught in the pits, when it's a full course yellow, you've got a smile in your face. If you're on the track when there's a full course yellow and your rivals are making a pit stop, it goes the other way around.
Where's Farfus now with his angry at the team? Why did we not do an undercut? This is why, because you're now pitting while everyone's doing 80 kilometers an hour, average speed of a lap, nearly triple that. So effectively their pit stop's going to be 3 times faster. So the battle goes between 98-48. Jan Mardenborough on for a potential podium now with my very basic math. Here is the 48 car coming into box. Car only Stint down, radio unplugged, loosen the belts, always have one hand on the steering wheel, stop, window net down. You can see Lucas Auer ready to get in. Slight frame, needs the the seat insert in. That is custom made to him. It's a foam material that is like vacuumed around your body. It's quite a nice experience, to be honest. And the seat belt's going on, 5 belts to do. Window net going on now. You can hear the tyres going. The good drivers count the tyres. They know how long is left. There'll be a quick radio check. Steering wheel in position, pedals moving as well. The seat is fixed, so you have to move the pedals and wheels to get yourself comfortable. Finally there, change the driver ID, and there is our race leader by a long, long way. That has worked out so well for the 98 car.
You don't only get Christmas presents at Christmas and on your birthday. That was an absolute gift. It's still full course yellow, and the Rutronik Porsche is only now just coming in, so they too could gain. But for Marco Sorensen, who's just taken over the Aston Martin 007, he is going to be just absolutely gutted.
The timing of that, the distance between them, 1,600 meters. It's going to be about 24 seconds is my guess when we get back to green, the gap between the cars that pitted before full course yellow and cars that pitted after.
And look, here we are looking at the 96 Porsche. It's in the hand of the third driver in the cycle, Patrick Niederhauser. He'll be back down onto the deck, and we've seen coming out of the pits long before the number 7 Aston Martin, or will he? The number 7 Aston Martin just approaching the final corner comes out. So that'll be a huge change, because the Aston Martin was leading by 9 gaps. So just by the reckoning of who pitted when, right, already, look, the previous race leader is coming down the track now. The car that was 9th is coming out ahead of it by dint of pitting during a full course yellow, but it should be the 98 Aston Martin with Raffaele Marcello on board in the lead, and the man who was smiling early, Rennie Verbeest, in there is just going, we gained by the early first pit stop, and by, if I'd come in a lap later, if I'd kept Drudy out a lap later, we'd still be laughing, but we're not laughing now.
And the teams have to go with historical data. So the undercut was looking like the obvious strategy. Everyone was going, well, that was clever from ComTu. The strategist was said, well, no, that was obvious, because there's not been a full course yellow or safety car since 2021. It runs green. We've just had our second one in the same race. And that's where strategy, perfect versus real world, has to have some kind of mix. And as a driver, you would sit in on these briefings and you'd hear these clever guys throwing noughts and ones at you, and you just go, but what if this, what if that? And the mindset of a driver versus an engineer, always at a juxtaposition. And at the moment, you would say the Rover team have played the percentage game the best. So are we going to see a podium at the moment? I think 98, 48, 64. Now with Dure in after a mega stint from the Welshman Jan Mardenborough. This is why we've got the full course yellow, of course. The 74 car, which has been right at the sharp end of the bronze car. What happens? We've got something kicking off with the Nordique Mercedes in the background. Was that contact or just an ill-timed rear right puncher? I'm going to say there's probably contact with the Audi on the way in. And the 74 Ferrari, the white and blue car, fully innocent. The line speed Porsche gets involved too. And you can see Lawson trying to get out of the way. The Audi's also got damage, understeers into the side. Kaboom. Fella in the line speed Porsche is trying to guess where everyone's going. He's trying to go for the gap which doesn't exist. Lawson has just been a complete innocent bystander in this. His car gets beached in the gravel. I think Fella might even hit him once more. Fella does get out and ended up boxing that lap, so he managed to survive. It's only the 74 car that directly retires on this moment. But what a slow-mo of the gravel trap in action, stopping that car and getting out of the way. And I do think Fella has another go at it. He's got nowhere to go, of course, but yeah, the Dustin Blattner, Dennis Marshall and Conrad Lawson car, there's a secondary hit there, and hopefully the Porsche's okay to get to the end of the race.
Well, it's interesting seeing that replay. I came away with a completely different conclusion than I had the first time round, when all I caught was literally the moment Ricardo Feller's Lion Speed Porsche hit the right rear corner of the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. But clearly 2 innocent parties there were the ones that ended up in the gravel. But the biggest damage to the car that came here with a very comfortable lead in the bronze class. Best part of 21 points, 22 by taking pole in class, but Dennis Marshall, the gun driver in that car, will not get a go whatsoever. The car's been rescued from the side of the track, but it was the damage it did to the race aspirations, the Come To You Racing Aston Martin. It was leading, coming into the pit stop. Just as soon as it went in, the accident triggered the full course yellow, and all the rivals who hadn't come in on that lap decided to come in next time around and gained a whole basket full of seconds of advantage. And just going to have to wait for the Aston Martin to come through, but I think it'll be coming through in about 8th position. So Martin Sorensen, the 3rd driver to get into that car, started by Nicky Team. Brilliant run from him. Great start from Matthias Drudy as well, who managed to just muscle his way past the 98 Rover Racing BMW into the lead of the race. They're now sitting back, and there is nothing they can do because their teammate Sorensen in the car, he's doing the driving, but he is now 7 places behind the car that he was leading just before the 7 Aston Martin was brought into the pit lane. And conversely for Raffaele Marcello, he probably thought, I'm coming out in 2nd place and I'll be attacking Marco Sorensen. Not a bit of it. By dint of being in there during the full course yellow, much faster, well, relative loss of time to those out on the track, and Marcello pops out into the lead of the race. Rover Racing started on pole position, and they could go on to win this race, but it won't have been a linear run from 1st to 2nd and then back up to 1st again. So certainly you ride your luck, but also with planning, hopefully you can create a bigger window for that luck to come and shine on you.
Yep, and now the silver class leader is in front of our overall race leader at one point, the 007 car, and whoever gets to the safety car 1 line, the line at the end of pit lane, is allowed to take position. So they're in correct order right now. Nothing needed to change there. So Cesar Gazzo in that number 10 car, 5th overall. What a run that they've had now. And some other losers, Harry King in 13th. They've been okay. They've lost out slightly, but still have the class lead. They're on the same strategy, luckily, as the 777 Al Manor car. And here is the Mustang, 64. Well, it's been doing mega today.
Fairly crazy out on the track, though, Joe, hasn't it? So Jan Mardenborough doing a fantastic stint. And it could be 3rd on the row. Let's go down and hear from the Hout Racing team.
Jan, what a stint that was. And it currently looks like you're sitting 3rd on the road.
Yeah, it was a nice recovery. You know, we've been slowly making progress with the Ford Mustang, with HRT, and this race is HRT's home race. And yeah, I had to redeem myself after this morning. It was kind of chaotic with the qualifying. My teammates did a fantastic job. We had the pace for the top 10 in QF, so hopefully now Thomas can push on and challenge the podium.
Your car has made up 14 places. That is bonkers.
Yeah, my engineer's not going to be too happy with me because we shouldn't be making up 14 positions from a qualifying, but it's a recovery well done.
Right, when you came in, your left shoulder, you look like you're in pain.
I don't drive enough, that's why. So it's like going to the gym for the first time in a few weeks. And
he says, I mean, you've obviously been quite a lot recently.
It's different to like gym fit, but I try to keep myself busy in those 2 months since Spa, and that's the only time I've been in the car since. So it's it's a challenge. I play with the cars I've been dealt, and let's see for the next this race and Barcelona.
Yeah, good job. It's great to have you back in the paddock, Jan.
I love it. It's the best GT3 championship in the world.
Too right. Thanks, buddy.
So thanks very much, Alex. It'd be great to have Jan back firing in the way he was earlier in his career. And no wonder they made a movie about it. But yeah, he has been down the gym, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a strong boy, and just needs to crank up the force feedback on his sim then if he wants to get a bit of race fitness. There's our 11th manufacturer car on the grid, and it's the Maserati, the safety car. So everyone will now release the 80 km/h limit, and we will gain back up. I wondered what we were going to do, and I think the safety car is the best option because it now nullifies the time loss by the full course yellow for some pit stops. So of course track position is done, we're never going to reverse that, but that 20-second gap I was talking about from this Rover BMW back to the 007 car, which I'm just trying to spot where he is on track, will at least now be as small as possible. There will be cars in between, but closer.
Yeah, 7th is the position. Marco Sorensen will be sitting in, sorry, I beg your pardon, 6th. Lost 5 places, and how cruel that will be. But you're quite right, at least with the safety car, the field should be able to close up to reduce the time deficit, but it will be very frustrating indeed. The number 40, there's the second place car, Lugi Auer on board, Lucas Auer, nephew of Gerhard Berger. He's got quite a few cars between him and the race leading Raffaele Marciello's BMW. That's the Rover Racing car, number 98. But for the team that came here with a 1-point lead in the championship, important thing for them, of their class rivals. The next one is 2 places further back. That's Patrick Niederhauser in the 96 Rutronik Porsche, and the 32 BMW from Team WRT, Kelvin van Linder at the wheel, is about another 6-7 places further back, just outside the top 10. So if they finish today in the order they are now, the number 48 Mercedes will still be at the top, Cairoli, Engel and Auer, with an 8-point lead. That will be huge over the Rutronik Racing Porsche crew of Muller, Picariello and Niederhauser. That'll be a 6-point gain, and the team that came here second in the championship would have fallen another 10 points further back. Kelvin van der Linde, Hugo de Wilde and Charles Weert. So Team WRT with sort of there or thereabouts in that opening stint of the race of the 3 championship challenging team. They were the best place. They were running in 5th place overall, starting to get harried. Eventually, you know, they had the Aston Martin go past. Right, in silver, the prediction is that Wilburski, Moore and Janssen are going to be 18 points clear if they finish as they are. But for Gazzo, Caberu and Panis, this has been places gained. They're leading their class, whereas Janssen's crew is down in 3rd place in class. So all you've got to do is grab as many points as you can across the course of the season. Wilburski, Moore and Janssen have done a fantastic job. So just maybe, you know, they will be relatively comfortable with that heading to the Barcelona finale with their Century Motorsport BMW.
Yeah, just looking down the order, Jules Gounon is now aboard the 17 Get Speed car with the drama in qualifying. They've lost 7 positions, so they pitted while it was still green, obviously. If only they had got lucky, I actually think they would have been very close to the 32 WRT car where they had contact, because that car now, Kelvin van der Linde aboard, all the way down in 12th position. The 32 car has not had a good race. There it is in shot, that reddy-orange car ahead of our gold class leading championship, and that looks close, Bruce. I'll let you work out the math. Is that enough to clinch the championship today?
Absolutely so. Job will be done. Moving one way, moving another. You know, what I was just questioning, Chris Lullen was taking a few risks when they seemed to be in a position where he could wrap up the whole equation. But, you know, he was confident, and, you know, sometimes you're better off running at 100% than you are backing off a little bit and starting to just look at other variables. And that Aston Martin has been super, super strong all season.
So all Harry King now needs to do is get to the end of this race where everyone is, and he will take the crown for the gold class champions. They've been super quick this year in sprint and endurance, and they've been really treating themselves more as a pro, an overall runner than a gold. But they're in the gold class because of their driver gradings. Chris Lullen has been punching above his weight, so they're well-deserved gold class winners. And yeah, Klingman in the 777 car. That car's been strong all weekend as well. Arthur Rouget slightly under the radar. We saw some quick times in qualifying, but the gold class car is very, very competitive.
Well, Verstappen should take the title. Let's hear from Chris Lullen.
Chris, that was a great stint, and for the gold title, this could be a very important weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to the wire here. We have the 777, I think, right behind us, so it's down to Harry to take it home. But yeah, it's going to be tight, I'm sure of that.
What car did you feel like you handed over?
Sorry, what's that?
What car did you feel like you handed over?
It's definitely a little bit battle-scarred now. We had a little bit of contact with the Garage 59 McLaren, but I think it'll be good. It's driving really nicely, and the boys have done a good job this weekend.
What would it mean to you to win the gold title this weekend? Do you still, you know, does it make you happy? You don't seem overly happy.
No, of course, that was a goal here, a goal coming into the season as our debut season to take that title as well. But we also want to maximise our overall result.
Did Max give any advice, or is he too busy in Zandvoort?
No, he's giving loads of advice, loads of contribution. He's been, you know, there virtually in our debriefings and our briefings pre and post event. So he's more involved than I couldn't even comprehend.
That's amazing. Good. Right, powers are on for you. Have a good rest of your race.
So interesting. Probably more involved than Red Bull Racing would like him to be, but that is very much the nature of Max. Now, 98 radio, race leader, Rover Racing.
Okay, Lilo, listen, there are 4 back markers between the 48 Mercedes, so what we suggest that if when you will be a restart, so you open a big gap, let the safety car go really away, that is in the pit lane, and you slow down, and then you start to push, and then you will have a bit of more advantage afterwards and make a bigger gap, and 48 will struggle afterwards with these back markers, okay? Copy, don't worry.
Yeah, relatively obvious, but what the engineer's saying is look at the cars in between him and the 48 Mercedes. So he's going to back them all up, and then that allows him to go as early as possible when the safety car comes in, and that car can't overtake those 4 cars in between him and the race leader. So he's going to cross the line, I think, with potentially anything up to 4 or 5 second gap in between the Rover BMW and the Mann-Filter 48 Mercedes.
You know, one of the things, though, I'm just sort of imagining in Raffaele Marciello's head, he still thinks, I'm at the front. Right? I've won so many races at this level, I'm just going to go. But the team's saying, no, be a little more intelligent. And that's what he's looking for. Safety car in this lap. That's the news that being relayed to him. That is for sure. But Raffaele Marciello, is he going to be heading to victory? We're into the final stint of this race. His car's in the front. Now, in the bronze, it's the prediction that number 74 car will still be at the front at the end of this event, but Conrad Larson, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner, their car off in the gravel.
So now Marciello can slow down only when the safety car lights go out. While the lights are on, he has to keep within 10 lengths. He can't go too slow. 40 k's and below will attract attention, but he can do that all the way to the last corner. So he should be able to get quite an early jump. I think he's going to go in the next 5 seconds. Safety car is in pit lane, so he's clear of overtaking that. He needs to go now. He does. He drops the hammer, and you can see Lucas Auer, looking down the inside, trying to judge where he's going at the moment, and we've got a lapped car behind us, but it's a good restart at the moment for the car that's in 37th position at the moment. Maurice Schuring has had a good restart. It's actually right on the back of Raffaele Marciello.
Bodywork flapping on the car in 3rd place. That was the car we saw having problems, was it not? The Nordique Racing Mercedes. Now, look, it's going to be a challenge down the inside from Cairoli. He's not challenging the car for championship position. Don't worry, it's not a pro class car. He's picked off the 270 Aston Martin. That was neat and tidy from him, but now he's gained one of those places, but Marciello is trying to streak clear. The 2 cars behind, you're quite right, Maurice Schuring made a good stab of it, but the Mercedes is moving around a little bit, front bodywork damage and rear bodywork damage on there, flapping on the track. That will be an issue for the cars coming up behind.
Yeah, it certainly will, and you can still see Lucas Auer having to duck and dive, and as they cross the line on the restart, it was only 2.3 seconds, so the gap was small, but that will, of course, now start to grow at a rapid rate as these cars in front of him start to hold up, and they, in turn, lose touch with the 98 race leader. Yeah,
lights flashing on the yellow and blue Mustang coming into the middle of the shot. That's place 3rd, Thomas Drouet at the wheel. This could be phenomenal if the Ford can get a podium. We were thinking a top 10 result would be their best of the season. It was going to be their best, but sitting pretty there, and 4th in the line, but a little bit further back is Patrick Niederhauser, who's going to be bringing home the Rutronik Porsche. 1, 2, 3, just looking just in the background of the shot, about 4 cars further back.
He's getting hustled hard, though, by Cesar Gazzo in the Mark VDS silver car. I saw that Mercedes there, the yellow, black, silver, orange, every colour you can name on the car, was hustling this car, and at the moment Niederhauser hasn't seemed to have got the pace on the restart. He's stuck behind the 91. You can see the headlight flashes reflecting in the on the rear bumper of that 91 car, and he's trying to get past. Same for Drouet in the Ford Mustang. The safety car has helped some, but now it's a frustrating help.
Certainly is, right. Very, very positive move there from 3rd driver into that 48 Mercedes, and that's Lucas Auer. Every position he can gain gives him clearer sight of Raffaele Marciello, but as Marciello goes on to lap 64, his margin over Auer is 2.7 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that over the next few laps, but certainly still some cars between them on the track. That's the complication for Lucas Auer.
Yeah, and it's going to now just be how much risk versus reward. If it's a single race, that changes everything. He's thinking championship more than race result. He's second. That's a great result to get on the podium of a field of 61 cars this weekend here for the 3-hour endurance race GT World Challenge, powered by AWS, as we see battles raging down, and that's another position lost for the 32 car, and Harry King has got the switch back. That's 2 places lost. The 32 car, 0 pace. How aggressive was that from King? Chopped over the front of Kelvin van der Linde and said, thank you very much. 32 struggling.
Yeah, that wasn't a little warm-up punch. That was the full parry being issued there. And so for the Team WRT crew, they came here this morning, they took pole position, but there had been the contact with Jules Gounon's Get Speed Mercedes that pitched the Mercedes off. They got a 5-place penalty. He did get the point for taking pole position. So they came equal with the number 48 Mercedes crew at the top of the championship, just 2 points ahead of the Rutronik Racing Porsche, but both of those crews are ahead of him in this race. So going to the finale, they're going to be on the back foot rather than the front foot. But what has been awry with this car, possibly something very minor indeed, but the way only in the first session of this race, when it had Charles Wirtz on board, did it seem sweet. As soon as it went to Hugo de Wilde, it lost pace, and it seems at the moment with Kelvin van der Linde, it's got the same problem.
Yeah, it must be a relatively minor issue where it can circulate, but the pace so strong you just can't have anything. Maybe a bit of turbo loss of that BMW. I'm speculating, of course. Kirchhoffer clears the Corvette. King just about. Van der Linde trying to follow through as well and minimise the time lost. That's going to be tight running through there. King kicks up the dust. Battles raging on further up the field as well. The Porsche and the Lambo have been nose to tail for 2 hours. It's now getting roughed up there. The 63 car forced into the gravel trap. That was Heinrich on Jordan Pepper. Pepper now fired up, but he's under attack from the McLaren behind.
Wow, quite extraordinary. We've had 2 safety car periods. Don't want any more, but you just have to say there is absolute, not carnage, but it's just crazy racing as people just trying to recover ground. And those, of course, who feel most vexed were the ones who didn't pit during the full course yellow and they lost position. And now looking, oh gosh, the Porsche's coming right back into the mix, isn't it? Most certainly catching up with Pierre Guides and the number 7 Aston Martin.
Yeah, Pierre Guides got
caught out. Yes, indeed. I was looking at the wrong car in the right battle there, so that is surprising. So suddenly the team, there's Marco Sorensen, he's now behind the number 51 Ferrari, and he came out after the restart in 6th place. He's now down to 8th place overall. So for Aston Martin team, this is a cruel turn of form.
Yeah, it's really not worked for them, has it? That last pit stop was early, that was unlucky, but now the pace doesn't seem to be there for the normally rapid Marco Sorensen. He's now on the defence from Heinrich. It was that Porsche and that Lamborghini getting together at the last corner. Pepper has been closing back in. The bar has been set on the rules of engagement. Pepper doesn't need much revving up normally. He's pretty spicy on the calmest of his days, so I wouldn't want to be Lauren Heinrich in that black Porsche.
Yeah, so super tight battling just out of the top 3. That's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th in the Pro class. Of course, they've got a silver class car in front of them, which is Cesar Cazot, that number 10 Mercedes from Boots and VDS. Now, who is going to start picking up the pace? This is Bachler in the middle. He's the meat in the sandwich.
The other thing we need to keep an eye on is Kirchhoffer in the background. He's just gone past another car, so he's going to be on the back of Thomas Breining soon. So he's got a lot of pace in the other garage, 59 McLaren. Here's Pepper for a lunge to the inside. There's the slightest bit of contact. He's just trying to catch the eye of Lauren Heinrich. Heinrich has been super fast this season, this side of the pond and in the US. Pepper maybe going to try and send it down the inside into one.
Well, Pepper we saw in fantastic form in the sprint rounds at Magny-Cours. Brilliant move in the opening race, and trying another. Oh, hello, can I give you a little bit of a rub? No, rub's not good enough. Let's give you a little bit of a thump. Right, following around, wide line out of turn 2. Oh, and the Aston Martin is just up ahead of them as well. Aston Martin, oh, it's not the 07 running wide, but oh, now the move was made there. Brilliant drone shot, and the Lamborghini Pepper got through, but Bachler fighting back as they go down to the next corner. Bachler will be on the inside line, but his nose is absolutely level. Is fighting over Heinrich, sorry, not Bachler, I beg your pardon. I got ahead of myself and then behind and lapped myself. And so Heinrich against Pepper, Pepper against Heinrich, and all along they're right on the tail of Marco Sorensen. Tom Fleming tucked in behind on the tail of that battle in his McLaren.
Great racing. I thought Pepper had got it done, but was very fair on the exit of 4 with Heinrich not forcing him out wide. Potty there in the 270 kind of getting out of the way awkwardly more for Pepper there, and that's actually going to give Heinrich a chance to get out and start to get a bit of a gap. Niederhaus now has got some pace. He's getting away, and actually it's now Pierre Guidi on the back of Cesar Gazzo, not for class position, but for overall position. But Gazzo won't want to open the door. As you can see, King right on the back of the McLaren of Thomas Fleming.
Yeah, while all this melee is happening, our race leader, Raffaele Marciello, 3 seconds clear of Lucas Auer. Of course, he had the advantage of the traffic between him and the chasing 48 Mercedes on the restart. And Thomas Drouet is another 4.5 seconds further back. And so it's looking like a fantastic result coming the way of the Ford Performance team.
It was actually Kirchhoff in front of King, so that is Kirchhoff's pace. He's got past Harry King, not a problem for the gold class potential champions, but again, just illustration of Kirchhoff's pace. I thought it was King getting on the back of the first of the Garage 59. It was the other way round. Kirchhoff coming past the Verstappen.com Aston Martin.
Just ahead of the battle of the Ferrari flashing its lights, desperate to get past Cesar Gazzo, who will let it through, but will he also let the number 7 Aston Martin through as well? But suddenly you're going to see a lot of places lost, I think, by Gazzo. He doesn't want to get caught up with the pro drivers coming through, but equally he wants to hold on to a top 10 position. He's started the lap in 5th, he's down in 6th once Pierre Guidi's come past, but those following are desperate to go through as well. This is looking high because we've got Sorensen, Heinrich, all coming to the bottom of the shot. Next car in line should be Jordan Pepper, and Pepper will be ruining what happened just a lap ago. He's got to do it all over again. He's picking his way up, front end washing around a little bit as he turns into turn 5.
Yeah, and here's Thomas Fleming, maybe a bit of bodywork damage, bonnet sitting a bit proud, bumper with a dent in, that'll be fine to get to the end of the race. Though there is Kirchhoff now in front of Harry King in that Verstappen.com Aston Martin. Like I was saying, for you that are focused on the Ford, how that's getting on, the pace of Drouet looks strong enough to keep it on a podium. Look at the smoke pouring out the back of the 22 car. Was that contact? We saw Pepper get in the back of him. It's coming out the engine deck, and is it something rubbing or is it something more severe? But that 22 car definitely with smoke coming out of the rear.
Yeah, at this point in this 3-hour race, a few cars bearing the scars of war. It looks like almost like an old semaphore indicator on the tail of Kirchhoff with McLaren. Bodywork flashing loose at the rear of that car. Right, is it setting down? Need to look at the tail end of the Schumacher CLRT Porsche all over again. Heinrich, he's running behind the Aston Martin in 8th position, has been smoking a little bit. What is rubbing? Is anything rubbing?
Looks okay now, but it's coming out the centre of the engine deck, so I'd be surprised if it was bodywork on that position. We're riding with Pepper, so we should get a good view of it now. It's cleared itself. It was hard on throttle coming out of turn 8. Maybe it's just a very niche issue where it's only happening once a lap. Maybe it was a one-off. It was just finding its oil level. It was breathing. Right now it looks okay. Pepper unable to stay with the 22 now.
Getting close to the final half hour of this race. We've got 35 minutes remaining and it's looking very tidy for Rover Racing. Literally spent the entire race in the lead except for one stint when Matthias Rudi hit the front in that second stint. But since then, with the timing of the pit stop, the final pit stop, the second round of pit stops working in their favour, big time. Raffaele Marciello resumed in the lead of the race and 3.4 seconds clear. Lucas Auer doing his very best to try and keep up, pretty much matching his pace. 6 seconds now clear of Thomas Drouet. So the first two cars, the BMW and the Mercedes, pulling clear of the Ford, but the fact that there's a Ford up in 3rd place is probably one of the big stories of this race.
It really is. I think HRT will be not having a party, they'll be having a fiesta if they can pull off a podium result here. That would be phenomenal for the new to them car this season. It's been getting stronger and stronger. Yes, they've had some luck. You make your own luck in motorsport though, so they will be a well-deserved podium finisher.
And we're just hearing some information coming to my ears that's really making me smile. The last podium for a Ford in GT racing was in GT1 days at Ordos. You remember the Ordos circuit? Not many people do.
I actually have to say I don't, which is rather embarrassing, but maybe it shows you the year I was born.
Not at all, not at all. It was just you probably didn't do a lot of racing up towards Mongolia, but I believe that's where it was.
Well, yeah, I've not been on that part. My passport doesn't have the Mongolian stamp yet, and shame we don't go back there anymore. As we see the Porsche Preining going wide, that's lost him 2 positions. Why did that happen? He must have had a car on his inside, and that eased him out wide. He now needs to steady the ship, but that's a lot of positions lost for Thomas Preining in that red Porsche.
Yeah, and Thomas Preining is the quickest driver in that Pure Racing Team car. We did see a bit of a moment for the car early in the race, but he was the one we thought would bring it up the order. And when the field was bunched up behind the safety car, I thought this would give him an opportunity, but alas, it's not their day at all. So just outside the top 10, Preining is rather further back now, so advantage for all those cars in behind.
Actually looks like Heinrich's the one on the move, but his move then almost lost him the position to this car. Pepper, still no smoke now from the Porsche. I can't see anything on the windscreen either of Pepper, so it stopped. This is where we saw the move 3 laps ago. Pepper's got a great run. He should be given the inside space. There's a slow McLaren in the way too. I think he's just a back marker. Look at the rear view camera flicking his way. That is a distraction. I thought Pepper was going to send it there. He's had a few penalties this year. He feels unfairly. I wonder if that's affecting his aggressive overtaking normal nature.
But that whole moment, you're right behind a rival, he covers off you on the inside, you burst to the outside, oh no, there's someone there, and that's exactly what he had. One of the CSA Racing McLarens not going at full pace and was trying to keep out of everyone's way, but that hampered Pepper. Pepper must start to think, I've made some good challenges here, but they just haven't quite come off. Right, next target for Heinrich. Yeah, he's definitely closed onto the tail of Sorensen, and that might delay him very slightly, because it could allow Pepper to come back into the mix and in behind Tom Fleming hanging on. But there's another McLaren coming up, the next one in line. Instead of Fleming in 10th, we've got 11th place for Kirchhofer. And we know this year he's been super fast, but what we can see is his bodywork is flapping on the rear of the second of those McLarens. Left rear corner, it's not the corner, it's the bodywork, but distraction more for the cars behind than it is for the driver on board. For now, Kirchhofer trying to get in the top 10, trying to pick off a teammate. You always have to pick off your teammate, but that is what we're doing. Right, riding on board with Jordan Pepper. Where is the next opportunity to come from for him to try and get past Lauren Heinrich? German racer in front of him in the German car. And Pepper, the South African, the Italian car, bouncing over the curves in the chicane. Nothing happening just now.
Yeah, the Heinrich manoeuvre, where's it going to be? We had a few looks here at turn 17. One hasn't looked favourable for the Lamborghinis today. We seem to run out of puff at the end of the straight. It has been turn 3 where we got the move done, and actually the 188 car there with a penalty. That's the first of the Garage 59 McLarens, so maybe they will just ask him to let Kirchhofer through. Tom Fleming will have 10 seconds added to his race time. Full course yellow infringement. He was either going too fast when it was called or too fast when it was released.
Yeah, on these moments a race can hinge, but no problems at all for Raffaele Marcello. Last time I looked, he was 3 and a bit seconds clear. Now he's 4.6 seconds clear of Lucas Auer. Brilliant drone shots looking down on the Jordan Pepper attacking out of turn 4, seeing what he can do about the car in front. The Lauren Heinrich driven Schumacher CLRT Porsche. Nothing whatsoever at the moment. And actually in the last lap or so, Heinrich's fallen a little bit off the tail of the Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen, giving the Dane a little bit of clear air that maybe he can use, and a little bit of pressure off his tail so that he can set off and see if he can pass Cesar Gazzo's Mercedes, which is up the road just in front of him. Boots VDS entered Mercedes, leading the Silver Cup class, but sort of just he'd like to get past it and then put a buffer between him and Heinrich et al. And don't forget, we've got Kirchhofer coming into the back of the shot in the second of those 2 McLarens. The lead McLaren there has got that 10-second penalty for full course yellow infringement, so that probably will just swap positions around.
Yeah, Sorensen, the Dane, is leading this train, isn't he? And he's just in the dirty air of Cesar Gazzo. Anything under a second, he's been half a second now, 8 tenths behind. You're just in the dirty air, so the car in front, the turbulent air rolling off the back of it, just not giving the car the grip that you want. As a car that's got lots of grip is this car, Raffi Marcello, race leader, goes across the line. You can just about see Lucas Auer crossing the line behind. 4.9 seconds the lap before, stays at 4.9 because their laps were very similar. And you can now just see Dure in the Ford behind as well, with some back markers in between.
Yeah, the back markers in between is the element that will stretch the advantage of second place over third. 1, 2, 3 cars between, there we are, and that's the Ford in third place. And went great guns at the start of the race. Arjun Maini and Jan Mardenbroek, superstar run from him to move it up the order, and then of course they got the timing of the pit stop right. So instead of looking as though they were running in 7th place where they had been, they were suddenly promoted to 3rd. But the advantage for them is they're 3 seconds clear of the Rutronik Porsche. Coming into the background behind the Ferrari there, that's running 4th overall, and if they can finish ahead of it, it would be a podium result, which would be absolutely massive, not just for the team, for Hubert Hout and the gang, but also Jim Farley, who the man is really pulling the strings for Ford at the top level. And it's great to have someone with a manufacturer right at the top of the board who goes, I like motor racing. Motor racing is very good for the brand. It feels almost like going back to the 1970s when Ford had every finger in every single form of motorsport, whether it was rallying, racing, cars with roofs, or cars that ran around in Formula One with that Ford DFV in the back.
And if you do make a sports car, why aren't you in GT3 racing? That's what I would be thinking if I was sat on a board of an automotive company right now. Here's Pierre Guidi, part of Ferrari, of course, one of the fastest Ferrari factory drivers. Didn't have a great qualifying this morning, however, and really it was his session that stopped the car being on pole position. Here is the silver class leader. They've had a strong race, of course. They were fortunate with the timing of the last pit stop, but they were right in the mix without that anyway. And all three drivers have done a mega job. And at the moment, Cesar Gazzo is holding 6th overall.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he's been given a helping hand not to get there, but the fact is that the car in 10th place, second in class.
Not a left puncture for that Nordique. That's going to really be a cat amongst the pigeons through the chicane.
Well, as he backed off, he couldn't manage. I think we've had further contact with Pepper on the tail of Lauren Heinrich, and Heinrich got incredibly close to Marco Sorensen, who really lost momentum there. And the person who's probably going to gain the most could well be Tom Fleming in behind, but then he's got a 10-second penalty. But here comes Kirchhofer, surely bodywork flapping, number 001 on the windscreen. Yeah, the message has got through. You've got the penalty, Fleming. You're running second in the Silver Cup class. We'd like you to stay there, but I'm sure that penalty is going to drop you back. Next in class is Max Janssen. No, he's far enough. Oh, it was very close, actually. Had 10 seconds to Tom Fleming's position, and that might put him back down behind Janssen. Janssen, though, Century Motorsport BMW, sharing with Will Moore and Garth Roberski, leading at that class by some margin. If he can promote it from 3rd in class to 2nd, that will really help in the battle for the Silver Cup. Yeah, that would be a massive, massive win, wouldn't it? As we see Barnicoat now aboard the 222 car. That's now leading the bronze class. Ben, super fast. Don't see him in the Mercedes that often, but he's done a great stint to get that car top of the bronze class. Yeah, it was certainly coming, and of course the Lion Speed car was delayed in the gravel track with Ricardo Feller at the wheel, but now are we having a swapping of places? Yes, most certainly we are. We saw the contact coming out of the chicane, and the Lamborghini with Jordan Pepper has finally got past Lauren Heinrich. That moves it up to 7th in class, but 8th overall. And then he's going to set off and see what he can do about Marcus Sorensen in the Aston Martin just up ahead. It must have been quite a messy move because they were only 4 tenths behind Sorensen, and that gap's grown, so they lost a lot of time with the overtake. Sparks flying from the Lamborghini. It used a lot of the exit curb on the previous lap, and that's where the curb damage was. Hopefully the curb is standing up okay. Here's the move. We've got a yellow flag out in sector 1, so he's done the inside at 1. He's now got to go all the way around the outside at 2. I can't believe he gets this move done. He isn't in the favourable position. He runs off the track. Stewards will look at that. Is it gain advantage from being off? I would say no. It's actually a snap of oversteer for Heinrich at turn 3, and then Pepper cuts across the front. That's why they lost so much time to Sorensen, because it was a 4-corner move. We send it to the inside. Heinrich just about gives us position. Contact between the two cars. All fair at the moment. We're now on the dirty part of the track aboard the 63. We're going to run wide. We're going to run off the track. Is that gain advantage? I would argue probably not, because we're now directly behind the Porsche, who goes in deep. That's not Pepper's fault. We now cut across the front to cement the deal. But look how much time we lost to Sorensen. But Pepper won't care. Move done. Position gained up to 8th. Right, what's Pepper going to see next when he looks up ahead? We saw this Lamborghini go a little bit sideways through the first corner. It's the number 19 car that was being lapped, even Ekochik, and it seemed as though he had a puncture because the tail swung round, but that needs to get out of the way. Yeah, the race leaders are going to be coming past any second now. He's doing a good job at the moment. You'll see the Rover BMW fly through any second now. He's already gone, sorry, second place car coming through, slightly compromised, but when there's a big gaggle of cars coming, we saw the horrific crash at Spa earlier in the year. I would suggest your race is done. Let's get this car off the circuit. There's no point getting it back to pit lane. Yeah, where do you want to find a group of fast-running cars come through? You've got your head in your hands there. You don't want it the Schumacher S. And I tell you what, even at the moment, there's going to be a whole lot more coming through. But luckily, he just got around turn 11. Hopefully, he can just pull it off to the side of the track, because certainly the ebb and flow of the circuit there, super fast. Sorry, he's not at turn 11. He's just at the Schumacher S. The first part he got through, second part, but now all seem to get through there, but it was a dangerous place to be having people going around the outside of someone. There's only a very narrow racing line, but for Raffaele Marcello, he'd already got the move done. 4.8 seconds clear at the start of the lap, 4.6 seconds clear now. It's looking smooth for the Swiss racer. 24 minutes remain in this race, and that long shot makes it look as though he's slowed off. He certainly hasn't. And then here comes Lucas Auer in behind. And then the big rumbling Ford engine note goes through. That's 3rd place. You can hear it from the commentary box. Start of the pit lane, we look down, and the different engine notes really stand out. But the biggest basso rumble is that Ford V8. Third place, Thomas Drouet, but he's 4 and a bit seconds clear of Patrick Niederhauser. There it is. Third place overall from the team from just across the track in Moispath, literally halfway down the long return straight on the Nordschleife. If the drivers could look to their left, they'd be able to see all the industrial units there, and it's become a real centre of excellence. Of course, so many manufacturers use the Nürburgring Nordschleife to prove their cars, to test them over all conditions, and certainly that is a real test. Right, car in 4th place is the car that came here 3rd in the championship. Oh, and a bit, oh dearie me, suddenly the number 25 Audi it locked up and nearly took out the number 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, who's running in 5th place. So there you are. I think the race is finally settling down. We've had the moment after the safety car restart where it really was fast and furious for a couple of laps, but then suddenly just an incident when the field has strung out can just take you out, catch you out. Didn't that time, but for Pierguidi, he must have thought, oh, what's going on here? Yeah, Gilles Magnus' birthday yesterday. He was certainly going to get a present there from Pierguidi if he took him out, wasn't he? That would have been an awkward one to explain. And Kirchhofer got past Fleming, obviously, when Fleming rolled out, but Fleming doing well to stay with him at the moment. It does feel like the pace of the 59 car has softened slightly, but he has Heinrich in front. Pepper was able to get round. Jordan Pepper did a good move there. Marvin Kirchhoff would have watched that. Can he replicate it? Right, on the graphic you can see the second in the Silver Cup class is still Fleming in 188. He's 11th overall, but I don't think he's 10 seconds clear quite of Max Janssen, who's running 8 places further back. Janssen is the championship leader in the Silver Cup class, but if we finish right now and Fleming can't do a handful more quick laps, I think the Janssen crew for Century Motorsport will take the second position in the class here at the Nürburgring. But as we've shown just there in that lap, suddenly someone has a little moment in front of you and it could cause problems. Yeah, 8 seconds behind at the moment for Janssen, so he's going to take that position from Fleming, but we still have 20 minutes to go, so a lot can change. Pepper just trying to get some clear air. He's didn't do that a few times. Sometimes the cars start to get a bit warm, brakes, water, oil temperature. So if you can just pop into the clean air and just get those temperatures a bit lower, it will actually help you later on in your stint. The Garage 59 car looking nice balance-wise. That bit of damage starting just to flap around. That will be A-OK. Tiny bit more drag. We're talking a 10th, maybe 2 maximum time loss, worst case. But at the moment, this has been a strong stint for Marvin Kirchhofer. Certainly has. It's very difficult when you're trying to pick your way up an order of cars, and as we saw early in the race, we had a lot of people trying to pick up positions. And let's see if a team radio for 22.
Struggle with front axle locking, you can try ABS 5.
So there, the team are just saying, we can see from the telemetry the front axle is locking more than the rear. So if you turn the ABS up, it will change the interaction of that. You could change the brake bias, you could go rearwards to try and help, but the team just offering a bit of support there. And when you're in the heat of the battle, of course you can feel it as a driver, but that help is always beneficial. Interestingly, under the brakes there, the rear was the one that stepped out. So again, noughts and ones sometimes don't compute to real world.
Yeah, there you go. It's quite nice to know that, really, isn't it? Just going to have a little mention of car 17. It's got Jules Gounod on board at the moment, and he was the driver who was taken out in qualifying. It meant the car would start after rapid repairs from pit lane. Lucas Stoltz did a fantastic opening stint. They gained a lot of positions. It's only made its way up to 24th position because, really cruelly for them, all the places they gained, they then lost more positions when they weren't in the pits at the right time when the full course yellow was served. So a car that should have been in the top 10 is way out of the mix. And things can happen in motor racing. And I have to say, when you look back and analyse this race and do it in super slow-mo, you'll realise an awful lot of incidents have happened. But then again, at the very first corner, we're riding through that right now. It's a corner that invites plenty of overtaking, doesn't always get pulled off. Looks so, to my eyes, a little bit of damage to the top of the diffuser there for the Aston Martin right in front of Jordan Pepper, who's about to almost provide a little bit more as he gets close. But Sorensen hangs on. Of course, I think he got a bit of a clout at the chicane when we had that Audi having a little moment there a handful of laps ago. But he's hanging on in 7th place overall, 6th in the Pro class, if you will, because he still hasn't managed to catch up with Cesar Gazzo. He's within a second of him. But Gazzo in that Boots and VDS Mercedes still leading the silver class, which will be a handsome win for that particular crew.
Yeah, and he's starting to get held up by the 52A, of course, Ferrari, though, so that will be a concern. Just when we went on board with Pepper there, the Lamborghini looked darty. You could see the inputs from Pepper. The car was able to go where it wanted. The Sorensen Aston Martin front just looked lethargic. They're both on the same age tyre, both be on a very similar fuel load, but the Aston Martin no longer able to hustle like it did in the opening 2 stints. And there's the illustration from the drone. That red Ferrari is not for pposition. It is actually way down the order, so they're trying to get past there. And then the car at 64, that's the 3rd place Ford with a penalty.
Okay, take 10 seconds. What was the penalty? 10 seconds?
Yes.
10 seconds behind them. Well, they've got a 7-second margin. That means Patrick Niederhauser's car, 3rd in the championship, coming here, will be promoted to 3rd place unless suddenly Thomas Drouet in the last 18 minutes or so can find a few more seconds. So a cruel result for them. They were hoping for a result in the top 6 would be a dream. It's looking as though we're getting a podium, but you can see there's the visual gap. 3rd place Drouet, but with a 10-second penalty, like this sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The message will come through. It will land like a bomb in the car. Full course yellow infringement, so really, really disappointing.
I am gutted for them. So that would have been for speeding under full course yellow. It's a driver error. There's no 2 ways about it. I'll get my driver union cap on later, but that is a mistake from Thomas Drouet. That has lost them a podium position. And when you add 10 seconds to where they currently are, that's going to drop them probably behind Jordan Pepper right now, who's circulating in 8th position. That's gutting. I was absolutely buzzing for Ford. So the stat of their last podium being in Outer Mongolia will ring true again.
Well, I suppose it's important to keep those, but it really doesn't matter which manufacturer. But if a manufacturer's in Mongolia are being told, of course, everyone knows the big difference between those. It's according to the number of humps on your particular camel, I'm led to believe. But now, joking aside, it's really fantastic when you get a change in a championship, a result that comes out of the blue. It does seem as though it's going to be taken away from the Ford team, but you know, they should still finish in the top 4 or 5 positions, which is a massive leap forward for them. Now, Rinaldi, AF Corsa Alessandro Pierguidi, he quite fancies if he can close up onto the tail of Patrick Niederhauser, he can cause some trouble. But also, the closer he gets, the more likely he is to demote that Ford 1 position ever further with that 10-second time penalty hanging over them. Yeah, and we can now see Heinrich has kept pace with Pepper, hasn't he? So he's almost quicker than Pepper by the looks of it. Kirchhofer quicker than the 2 of them. Been here for a few laps now. Where's the move going to be? Could be into turn 1. The McLaren very quick in the end of speed trap into turn 1. So 1 more corner to go. This is the last corner at 17. Kirchhofer will just be looking for a clean run out of here. Can't really do a late apex here. The grip is all on the inside. Not really able to manipulate much. Where is he? He's actually dropped off the back. It's Backler that's closer to Heinrich, that's closer to the back of Pepper now, as we see those top speeds. And McLaren is second, but the Ford is fastest. Fastest and 4th fastest, so both of those cars looking very good. Fantastic shot there, giving the location of the circuit high in the Eifel forest, the trees all around, brilliant racing surface. And this today it's been absolutely phenomenal. And then suddenly we've got contact between Cesar Gazzo, silver class leader. He's just taken out Alessandro Pierguidi. He's about to lose a position to the Aston Martin. It's the 52 car, I beg your pardon. It was, oh dearie me, so that it was, I beg your pardon, Alessandro Pierguidi, you can carry on in your position. Of course, you were in front of Cesar Gazzo by, well, actually, at the start of the lap by 5 seconds, so they wouldn't have been close enough for that. But that high shot slightly threw me, but the car that was thrown, luckily, isn't one of the front runners. And that was a chance, of course, for the Aston Martin to gain a position. Sorensen has gone ahead of Cesar Gazzo, and then Sorensen and Pepper. Let's turn the order around to Pepper ahead of Sorensen. No, let's keep it not that way. I beg your pardon, it's Pepper ahead of Heinrich, but Heinrich now ahead of Pepper. Got him back, you swap one way, swap the other. And that's what happens when you suddenly have a moment right in front of you. Are you in the right position to grab the moment, seize the day and make the move? But certainly that was an interesting moment, and it led to a little bit of place changing. But right now, it's still Raffaele Marcello leading the way. 5 seconds clear now of Lucas Luggi. Will be perfectly happy with 2nd place, because that should put them into the championship lead, because they're in the championship lead, back fully into the championship lead, because the car that pulled equal with them on points, the Team 32, Team WRT BMW, background of the shot there, just outside the top 10. Kelvin van der Linde can make no progress from 13th. He may get up to 12th by the end of the race, but this was a race they had hoped would put them into the championship lead before the cars go down to the final round. But instead, it means 48 will maintain its lead, and into second place in the championship, if they finish as they are now, will come the Rutronik Racing Porsche crew. They're running 4th overall, but they will become 3rd overall when the 10-point time penalty is added to Thomas Drouet's car.
I think Cesar Gazzo just got bored of Mosca in front of him. It's under investigation. From the quick view we got of it, I think he's going to get a penalty. So for an easy silver class win, his frustration has boiled over and maybe got the better of him. So the 7th place overall, the number 10 car, you can see the blue background on the number. That indicates the silver class versus the sea of white. Let's have a look. So this red Ferrari is a lap down. We'll be getting blue flags, but that is a dive bomb. That is so far back. That's nothing but a drive-through penalty, in my opinion. And that is going to drop them way down the order. 27.2 seconds is a drive-through here at the Nürburgring.
Well, yeah, that was a dive from a good 2 car lengths back, so I'm afraid the rule book may be adhered to. Remember, the car that's second in the Silver Cup class is Tom Fleming. He's got a 10-second penalty coming his way, but the Silver class leader in championship points is a little bit further back, but suddenly Max Janssen might find himself with the Century Motorsport BMW at the lead of this grouping, or he may just end up in second place. But we have no penalty as yet for Cesar Gazzo. He's lost a position, but I think he's about to lose a whole lot more.
Yeah, Kirchhofer now just stuck in the dirty air of Pepper. It was obviously Heinrich in the Porsche, but Pepper must have used his tyres up to get up and then past Heinrich originally, and now has nothing to answer to. Sorensen was lucky to get past Gazzo, because I think now Heinrich would have been all over the back of him. Cesar Gazzo, I'm sure, is pleading his innocence with a huge snap of oversteer for him and for Pepper. The tyres are starting to go off quickly for these powerful GT3 cars. Gazzo loses another place. I was about to say he'll be pleading his innocence over the radio, but he needs to get his focus back, because this is all starting to slip through his fingers.
I'll tell you what, if he gets a time penalty, he's got to save as much time as he possibly can. But Heinrich saying, thank you, you're out of my way. Jordan Pepper surely can't dive through from that far back. We saw both Cesar Gazzo and Pepper kicking their tails out. Big time at turn 16. That was before he even got to the final corner.
We're hearing from the cameramen that there's rain at the last corner. Was that the reason for 2 cars having a moment? Where's it come from? It's just come in quite quickly. The clouds suddenly looking darker out of our commentary box. I can't see anything on the windscreen. Let's see if it goes to anything at the moment. Can Pepper get past this silver car here? Here's the snap. Here's the other car on the exit. Are they all running wide because the surface is affording them less grip? Is it going to come to anything? This would certainly spice up the last 11 minutes and 19 seconds.
Look, you don't need to spice up a race like this. It's absolutely brilliant. Now we're getting a little bit of speck on the windscreen. That's going, sorry, speck in German is ham, isn't it? But there's a little speckle of rain on the windscreen down to turn 8. This is the lowest point of the circuit. Is that rain, or is that just debris that's come up over the course of the nearly 3 hours of racing? Looks like tyre debris to me.
Yeah, I thought originally it was just some raindrops, but I think it is just the massive dirt of nearly 3 hours of racing. The dust getting kicked up as well. Pepper's going to look to the inside here on the left. Gazzo's trying to defend from it. I don't think that's going to deter Pepper. He knows it's not for the class, and that really asks the question. Gazzo forced out wide. That's more time lost. Kirchhofer will be looking to pounce in the McLaren behind as well. I think he'll get a run. Maybe got on the apex curb a bit too much. He's now inside for the kink at 13, but to be the outside is Gazzo going to fight this. Kirchhofer looks like he's clear.
Well done, Kirchhofer, looking to see what he can do. For Gazzo, he just needs to calm himself right down now. Little fact coming through that BMW, if they go on to win this race, they've never won on home ground in either a GT World Challenge endurance or sprint race. Seems extraordinary, all the success they've had thus far.
The sparks coming out the bottom of Pepper's 63 car, something I'm not used to. I hope there's not a problem for that Lamborghini. He's always in the same place. Fleming trying to get the class lead. Of course, he's got a 10-second penalty, but for now, he doesn't care about that. Cesar Gazzo is just losing places, hands over fist. Fleming forces him out wide onto the dirty part of the track. Gazzo fights back, and here we have Harry King in the Verstappen.com Aston Martin to make it 3 wide in the double 3 car. Fleming hasn't seen him. I don't think they're still 3 wide. Harry King easing them all out there. Kelvin van der Linde and that BMW needs to be careful. He's in the championship hunt, doesn't need to get involved, although he's having a bad day already.
When there's an opportunity to go for it. If you think it's the opening lap of the race, it isn't. It's the 81st lap of the race. Phenomenal action, caught brilliantly by that high drone shot. This is GT racing at its very best. and Raffaele Marcello has nothing to do with it. He's streaking clear. He's well, just under 5 seconds clear, but all the action is coming just at the tail end of the top 10. Kelvin van der Linde against Thomas Preining, BMW against Porsche, one on the track, one almost on the track. Down to turn 8 they go, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill by dint being on the inside line. The South African goes through, and bodywork being ripped off. That bumper may come off the rear end of that BMW. It shouldn't affect the performance, but he might get flagged to come in. That is not looking too safe.
I don't like when drivers have it at each other in a straight line. Van der Linde there, turning into the side of the Porsche. He's trying to bully him out of it, but the risk of damage goes up there. And at the moment, you would say Van der Linde is a 50-50 call, whether that car needs to come in. The bodywork flapping around, race control will be looking at it. I think he could get lucky here, and it actually just falls off, and he won't get the mechanical warning flag.
Hold on, to put it into perspective, at this point in the race, when we kicked off, we had 2 crews, the number 32 BMW crew, Van der Linde's crew, and it has come off. He may have been saved by that, equal in the championship lead. If he was suddenly called in, he would come nowhere, would get no points, and that suddenly will put the championship balance into the hands of the 48 Mercedes crew. They're running second in the race, and the 96 Patrick Niederhauser driven Rutronik Porsche crew going to the final round with Team WRT nowhere, but by that bit of bodywork coming off, even though they're further back in the pack, still points were put in the pot by Team WRT. Every point will be vital. They could have come away with absolutely none.
But he's down in 13th. He's not going to score a point. Only the top 10 getting a point. So it's almost day done. It's almost day done for this car. He was 5th overall not that long ago. He has now dropped all the way to 12th. It's been a horror 15 minutes for that Boutsen VDS Mercedes of Cesar Gazzo. No major mistake. It's all just compounded from a few issues. And then when he turned that 52 car around, it all seemed to unravel at an alarming rate.
Yeah, still some penalties coming through, but not affecting the front-running drivers. The latest penalty is a 30-second penalty for the number 19 Lamborghini for track limits, and that's a big one, but we've already seen them in trouble in this race. It looks as though they're coming in with a puncture a short while ago. It's dropped right down towards the tail of the field. We saw even Ekelchik moving at the side at a very slow pace, but as the front runners were coming through, fortunately kept going. Right, let's look at the top of the chart. 4.7 seconds between Raffaele Marcello, the Krone Racing, the Rover Racing BMW he shares with Jesse Krone, and the driver who kicked off, Augusto Farfus. They're just under 5 seconds clear. Lucas Howard just in the last few laps starting to close in, but the clock is counting down. Under 7 minutes remain out of the 3 hours. He's got a gap still of another 8 and a bit seconds to the 3rd place Ford, but that 3rd place Ford has got a penalty time-wise, and that will certainly hamper its chances. But as the people behind fight and slightly delay each other, every time they lose a 1/10 of a second here or there, that Ford is likely to be a little bit safer. But look, right in behind, the 4th place Rutronik Porsche, that will go through as not on the track necessarily, but Alessandro Pierguidi is following. When the penalty is applied, he will end up behind those 2 cars, but suddenly to have Ford up in the mix fighting it with the Porsches, the Ferraris, the BMWs and the Mercedes of this world show there's been real progress from the Blue Oval.
Yeah, and hopefully that form can continue for the rest of the season as well. And interesting stat coming through, BMW have never won a race in Germany in GT World Challenge Sprint or Endurance. Is that going to change today? We said earlier, they won the Nürburgring 24-hour earlier in the year. This Rover lineup of Raffaele Marcello in the car right now, Augusto Farfus and Jesse Krone. This would also help Augusto Farfus in the Intercontinental GT Championship. We said that earlier. The next race of that is in 2 weeks at Suzuka for 1,000 kilometers. So that will be an important result as well for them potentially in 2 weeks' time. Look at the car moving around under Pierguidi. These tyres are starting to give up. This has been fast. This has been frenetic. 2 hours, 55 minutes gone so far, and it feels like it's evaporated.
No, it absolutely does. And in fact, I tell you what, still warnings coming in for exceeding track limits or not hitting blue flags. That's the main one at the moment, but any punishments have already disappeared off the top of our screen. But certainly for Thomas Drouet, there will be disappointment. Full course yellow infringement, costing him in 3rd position. He may not even finish in 3rd position because he's got pressure from behind for Patrick Niederhauser and Alessandro Pierguidi. In terms of time, they will move ahead. But if he can have the pride of at least getting the checkered flag on the track in 3rd place, that will still be a huge boost for the House Racing team. And coming out of the chicane, suddenly the pressure is coming on Niederhauser because the Ferrari much closer. Alessandro Pierguidi getting right onto his tail. That will buy a little bit of relieve the pressure, a little bit of some Thomas Drouet. Right now, looking at the Verstappen Racing Verstappen.com car, Thierry Vermeulen, the championship will be in their pocket if they stay where they are. They're leading the class. You can ask no more than that. And for the best that Jens Klingmann, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair and Ben Tuck can do, and they've had a decent race too. They're running in 15th overall, second in the Gold Cup class. But for King and the gang, well, this will be a day of days for them here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, really good with the Ferrari right on the back now. Niederhauser, Pierre Greedy in the car. We've seen the car getting looser and looser, but he's able to stay with the Rutronik Porsche, the 96 car. They will be thinking of the championship in the Porsche in front more than this 51 car. So, and again, Pierre Greedy will know that, or the AF Course team will have reminded him. If there's a half move, it's definitely worth a look just to see the appetite in Niederhaus to close the door. Is he worried about a podium position, of course, because we need to drop the Ford down out of the order with a 10-second penalty, which will be added. They're starting to relax. That feels a bit early for me. We've still got 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We're going to squeeze 2 more laps after this one into this 3-hour race.
The little sprinkle of rain we had reportedly up at turns 16 and 17 seems to have been a very, very quick flurry. That has moved through, but the reason a lot of the cars were getting wild over the curbs is they've simply got almost no life left in their tyres. They have flogged them in effectively a 3-hour sprint race spread across the 3 drivers here at Nürburgring. And cream, they say, rises to the top. And for a meeting in which the 48-man filter racing Mercedes looked to be in real trouble, packed field of 61 cars providing all sorts of incidents in and out of qualifying. They managed to qualify in the top 10. They've kept their cool and calm. Mauro Engel started. They're still giving chase. Lucas Auer now at the wheel, but the car in front, Raffaele Marcello, he might be easing off a little bit. No, he isn't. He's actually just stretched his advantage by the smallest of margins. So he's, Alessandro Pierguidi coming into the pits for why? Have we seen any mention of any penalty? I'm not aware of anything of the sort. I may be told otherwise, but working it through the pits, is there any particular reason for that? So he's come off the track, and that will maybe just help Thomas Drouet and the gang when their penalty is applied in their Ford. But it takes the pressure off Patrick Niederhauser. At least he can relax a bit and should end up in 3rd place overall. Is this a drive-through penalty we don't know about?
Can't see anything wrong with the car, so we're going on board. Let's try and listen. We'll stop talking. Nothing massively obvious. He was feeling the wheel. I wonder if he's lost power steering, because it was like he was struggling to turn the car. And these cars, I've had power steering, it is impossible to turn. I could hear the engine sounded okay. There was nothing dragging. It was just his movements with the wheel, and he trudges away into the garage. It's not been a good day. You can see why, because there's 2 AF cars already there. The 93 Ziggo Tempesta and the sister 50 car is done. There was contact earlier on in the race on lap 1. Is it a legacy of that? And let's see if we can find out. One car that won't want a problem late in the race is our race leader, coming through the final sector of this lap, going to start the last lap next time by.
Wow, when a driver gets out of a car, walks away, doesn't even look back at it, literally doesn't talk to anyone, that is the message. So it could have happened to their car, but for Augusto Farfus and the gang, it's not happening to their car. And here, what should be the start of the final lap of the race. It'll be lap number 85. Be sweet for them. Raffaele Marcello, he's had some epic races across the sprint and endurance championships for the GT World Challenge and the Block Power Series before that. But starting with a nearly 5-second margin, the Swiss racer, super smooth. No real challenge to him in his final stint in this race, but it was all about the timing of a full course yellow, while some of the rivals, most notably the number 7, Aston Martin, was leading, and that threw the advantage to the 98 crew. And we've just heard confirmation, power steering failure, well spotted by Joe and the gang, but you need all the help you can get, and takes the pressure off the Rutronik Porsche crew that were chasing. But for Raffaele Marcello, no particular pressure. Looks as though gold victory in this race will go to Harry King and the Verstappen.com car, and I think with that they will wrap up the gold title as well, not even needing to go and score any points at the final round. But there we are, super tight, consistent performance and quick all season.
Yeah, for the final round, could we see maybe a driver swap? Could we get Franz Hermann in the car as they've already sealed the championship? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? This car here could have been Darren Lung on the right there. He was taken out early. They raced together, Augusto Farfus and Darren Lung. So different teams, but teammates they have been in the past. And this has been a day to remember for the Rover Motor Oil car. Pole position and still pushing on Raffaele Marciello with one of his more sedate stints because he hasn't had anything to do, but he's done it well.
He certainly has. So he'll be 4 or so seconds clear at the end of the lap. Up to the chicane for the final time. No need for a flamboyant flourish. Is there, Raffaele? No, just over the curbs, nice and smoothly. Up to turn 17, the last corner of this circuit, the last corner of lap number 86. This will be when he comes through to complete it. And the lights are flashing for Rover Racing. That is a mighty performance. But they weren't right at the sharp end of the championship. But the number 48 car that comes home in second place, they have reason to smile too, because they have stretched their advantage in the chap. And Jesse Krohn, Augusto Farfus, delighted their teammate Raffaele Marciello has come through. And lights are flashing and are blazing away. Thomas Drouet was third to the line in the Ford, just coming to the bottom of the picture. They have a penalty coming their way. But Patrick Niederhauser, their car, the Rutronik Porsche, now up into second in the championship. And the car that's lost out is just coming to the top of your shot. It's the orange BMW coming round the background. Will it get in the top 10? No, it will not. And that is Team WRT for them. It came their way and went away by the time they got to the second stint. Nothing more they could do, and the rest was fierce racing.
Yeah, it looks like the 17 car there has just gained another position at the end. I think that would be for 22nd. It started 6th shift, remember. So Jules Green on there getting another place, and well done to Rover Racing once more. That's the 14th endurance win for BMW, the 6th for Rover Racing, the 5th for Raffaele Marciello. His first actually in endurance for BMW, the 2nd for Farfus, and the 1st for Jesse Krohn if you want some stats. The other one I like, the top 4, their race numbers, all divisible by 16. There you go for your stats.
Is that the first time that's happened or the second? Who knows? But anyhow, very well done. Nice bit of mathematical analysis. But for Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn and Raffaele Marciello, they ran in that order. The only one of them that was led by a rival was Jesse Krohn, because just at the start of his stint, he was overtaken by Matthias Drudi. Let's listen to the 98 radio. This is the winning team.
Okay, grande Lelo. We did it again on this trick together. Thank you, thank you. Perfect job. Bravo, bravo. Good job, everyone. Amazing. Very, very, very nice. Thank you, thank you.
The second voice there was that of Raffaele Marciello. He's always understated, but he didn't have to race anyone. He just had to do what he can do literally with his eyes closed, which is run fast. But fortune came their way with the timing of that full course yellow just as they were about to come in for their pit stop. And those that had made their pit stop ahead, most notably the Aston Martin number 7 crew, they lost out big, big time there.
Yeah, and well done there, Thierry Vermeulen, giving us the thumbs up. 1/3 of the driver crew that's won the Gold Class Championship. Harry King in the car. Chris Lullum has been phenomenal this year as the cars fan out, all trying to get as much pickup as possible. And there's that lovely Red Bull Verstappen.com, run by 2Cs. First year for them running an Aston Martin, so big shout out for them for how quick they've been. But look how dirty the circuit is. Some drivers keen to get back to the pit lane as quickly as possible. If you've had a bad race, you're not willing to go slow. But how multicultural is our world of GT racing? I was Raffaele Marciello, Swiss-Italian, driving a German car, a German circuit, speaking English to his crew. His Finnish and Brazilian driver running up pit lane to meet him for the podium.
It is the work caught by the camera crews up and down the pit lane, but they didn't put a wheel wrong. They thought they might have been outsmarted, and certainly Augusto Farfus, the end of his opening stint, was a little bit aggrieved. He'd done nothing wrong, and yet their car jumped by the number 7 Come To You Racing Aston Martin. But when the favour came their way, they did everything else they could. Such a professional crew, the Rover Motorsports outfit, but tip-top driver lineup, and they simply cannot wait to see their teammates. So loads of applause, and with the penalty applied, Thomas Drouet in the Ford, by the way, has fallen from 3rd on the track down to 6th place, just behind Jordan Pepper. If he'd been half a second faster, it almost would have been 5th for them. So up into 3rd place overall, taking the points for that is Patrick Niederhauser and the Rutronik racing crew. So they coming home 1 position behind the yellow and green Mercedes coming to the pit lane. 002 on the windscreen, but for Lucas Auer and the gang, they have stretched their championship margin. And of those top 3 crews, well clear of the rest in the overall championship battle, the number 32 Team WRT BMW is the one that has dropped the clanger, that has lost form, lost position, and there's only the 1 race to go. Do not knock the trophy off the podium there, the pedestal there. Raffaele Marciello did nothing of the sort, and there he is, overall 1st position. Out he comes, Jesse Crone first to dive in and give him a hug.
Yeah, so much relief. You spend so much time with your teammates over the course of the season, and the intensity of it, you're not always in agreement, balance of the car, strategy, but when it goes right, suddenly the bond is almost thicker than you would have with a brother, and that's why the relief sometimes is so big. Harry King stepping out the car, saying well done to the mechanics, and it isn't just the drivers, of course, team sports there, mechanics, engineers, data strategists, truck drivers, hospitality. It's a big operation, these teams, now up to 20 members of staff per car to run a modern GT3 car.
Yeah, and just looking as penalties are applied, we've had people falling down the order, including Tom Fleming, but he just held on to 2nd in the silver class. But let's go down and hear the thoughts of our winners in that Rover Racing BMW. The winners.
Our Rover winners did it here at Nürburgring, making BMW very, very happy. Raffaele, you brought it home. That final stint cannot have been easy. Beautifully driven.
No, I mean, we know Nürburgring, when you are in front, it's difficult to overtake. So at the start, I had behind the 2-3 lap car. So I knew when I was able to make a gap there, then it was not easy to control, but when you're in front, then you can manage the pace. I saw behind they were not catching, so I tried to keep my tires alive and yeah, bring the car at home.
Gusto, that first stint was absolutely brilliant. You were a little disappointed with strategy, but it came back into your favour.
Yeah, I knew the start would have been crucial here. Like Lelo said, the track position is definitely important. So it was difficult due to the cold temperatures to get the tires to work. And I knew it was all about the first 3 corners to keep the track position, which it worked. And then was about managing the pace, try to be wise with the tire. I was a bit disappointed when we lost the lead on the first stop. But then, you know, eventually the team did a brilliant job by coming in during the full course yellow, and we took this victory home, and I think it's well deserved. Lelo did a good job, Jesse, the whole team, so well done, Rowe Racing.
Yeah, Jesse, your middle stint was heroic, and I believe that was your first Nürburgring win in endurance, right?
Yeah, it was. I must say this is huge for the team. Home race, this track has been good for us this year. Mega job by Augusto and Lelo, and also the whole team and everybody at BMW, so it's a massive win.
Everyone is very, very happy. That's going to be one hell of a podium. Congratulations, boys. Well deserved.
Suitably happy. 3 entirely different drivers combining to perfection, and Rover Racing doing the rest. A little roll of the dice that Lady Luck came their way and certainly cost the Come To You Racing Aston Martin team. When they did their pit stop, it was green, but when the Rover Racing car came in, it was full course yellow, and therefore those on the track were running at a bated pace, and that really turned the race on its head. We started in grey conditions, we've ended up in sunshine, but most certainly the sun is shining brightest on the Rover Racing crew. And 98 BMW is now heading off to Suzuka to see what it can do to gather points in the International Championship. But let's go down and speak to our gold winners from Verstappen.com.
Well, boys, that is how you do the gold. Congratulations. Harry, talk us through your stint.
Yeah, it was a bit of the unknown. Of course, the full course yellow didn't play in our favour. Would have been nice to be well within the top 10, but yeah, the team did a great job on the car performance. Yeah, it was a bit of an intense race because the safety car backed everybody up, but yeah, the pace seemed pretty supreme and got some good overtakes, which led us into the top 10 and more importantly to secure the gold class win.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a roller coaster for all of you.
Yeah, it was a very fun race. I mean, my poor qualifying didn't make it easy for us, but luckily we made up a lot of positions even at the start, so quite happy with that. Of course, like Harry said, it's a bit of a shame we missed out with that full course yellow, but that's part of the game, and the team has done a top job on the car.
Yeah, great job, great season. Are you happy now, Chris?
Yeah, I'm really happy, yeah. Good. Cheers. Thank you very much.
So victory in the gold class, and that's the title in the bag for them as well, with one round still to come. Verstappen.com, busy year they have, and as we heard from Chris Sullivan, that Max Verstappen has more than a helping hand in this team and is involved in all their debriefs. His love of sim racing has drawn Chris Sullivan into this team. That is where he came from, and certainly has adapted full-time to full metal racing very well indeed. Verstappen.com coming home eventually in 8th place overall with Harry King, and winner overall, no doubt, Rover Racing. Absolutely delighted. And let's come and hear the thoughts of our bronze winners from the 222 crew.
Oh yes, boys, that's more like it. What a return. Congratulations, Ben, well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, thanks to these two guys. They put me in a good spot, and I just luckily had the speed there to get past the 80. But yeah, Charles and Tom did amazing. Great strategy from 2Cs, and yeah, it was an honour to bring it home for them.
How do you look so not like you've just got out of a car and done a mega stint? That's unfair.
Well, like I said, these two put it in a good position, and luckily I only had to pass one car, so it was, yeah. You should be talking to these two. They did the hard work.
Turns out Nürburgring is easy, huh? Talk us through your stint. That looked mega.
Yeah, mega start, and then just avoiding the carnage, kind of picking our way through the traffic, and then just slowly picking off the guys in front of us. And yeah, I mean, it's just great to be here and experience it. Like, you know, a race like that is unbelievable. And Tom's done a great job, and Ben all weekend. You know, learning off someone like him is a complete pleasure, and team's done a mega job as well. So yeah,
it was
P1.
Yeah, nicely done. Tricky stint for you as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was difficult to be honest. My first stint in a GT World Challenge endurance race and in the Mercedes, so it was a big learning curve for me. But yeah, managed to keep it clean, and yeah, really good result for 2Cs and both of us.
Oh, just rock up and top step of the podium. Nicely done. No, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Do it again sometime.
Maybe at the next race. Well done, boys.
So very happy 2Cs Motorsport crew, their number 222 Mercedes working its way up the order, and a little bit of contact up ahead for the Kessel Racing Ferrari certainly helped their cause, but the charge was clearly on, and Tom Leben has just taken to GT3 Racing just like that.
Yeah, mega job there. Super slow-mo Barnacote behind the wheel, taking the curb. So 2Cs with both cars winning their class. The Aston Martin Verstappen.com car is theirs as well, remember.
Well, let's go down and hear from our silver class winners with Alex.
Your faces say, oh, you guys came out and are absolutely beaming. Happy with that result, Cesar?
Yeah, for sure happy with the trophy, but the race here was a difficult race. I mean, I had a strong beginning of the stint, and I had a little incident, I will say. And yeah, but I'm happy that it finished like that. I mean, we had a strong weekend, so really happy, and now we need to be focused for the championship and the next races.
Yes. Brilliantly done. What about the collision with 32?
Sorry?
The collision.
Sorry?
Collision.
What happened with the collision? I mean, it was like 2 or 3 laps that I was behind a blue flag, and he wasn't let me go, so I just went for it, and unfortunately we had a race incident, but I mean, I have...
Hey, Aurélien, talk us through your stint. That didn't look easy out there.
Yeah, no, it was a good stint. The car was really good. The pace was good. And yeah, the team did a good call for the full course yellow for the pit stop. So at the end, yeah, like Cesar said, really happy about this result, because the beginning of the season in endurance was not easy, not lucky. So we are here on the first step, so really happy for the team.
Yeah, very nicely done. Well deserved. Seems like strategy worked in your favour this weekend, boys.
Yeah, I am very happy. We work very hard during this weekend. Difficult start. It's my first start here, but I am really happy to the work, and thank you to the team, and thank you to my teammate for this week.
Good job. Well done, boys.
So there we are, 3 hours of racing and BMW coming out on top. So many incidents discussed and penalties still being issued after the cars across the finish line. We just had number 63 Lamborghini drop down from 5th place to 10th, but victory undoubtedly by 4 and a bit seconds for the Rover Racing crew. Augusto Favas, Jesse Krohn and Raffaele Marcello in that order. Lucas Auer, Matteo Caroli and Mauro Engel in the 48 Winwood Racing Mercedes. They fell down the order, they rose up the order and got to second, and they leave the German circuit with an increased championship lead. Now up into second place in the championship, thanks to third place overall, Alessio Picariello, Sven Muller and Patrick Niederhauser in the Rutronik Racing Porsche, and their championship rival, Car 32, out of the points, down in 11th place overall. The Team WRT BMW very much in the battle, but certain progress was made by the Ford that finished third on the road, dropped to sixth with a penalty. Then another penalty was applied to the 63 Lamborghini, back up to fifth. Huge progress from the Ford crew, so well done to Jan Mardenborough and the guys in that crew. Bronze winners, as we just heard, Tom Leben, Charles Dawson and Ben Barnicoat, 2Cs Motorsport, Mercedes, and a good run for them. But overall winners, there we have them. Farfus, Krohn and Marchiello. We set off with 61 cars in qualifying, 60 started the race, and at the end we had vast majority, 51 cars making it through to the finish, with so many incidents discussed, but it came good. The sun came out, but the sun was shining clearly most brightly on Rover Racing, because the timing of a full course yellow when they were making their pit stop made all the difference. They would have probably been second, but they ended up easily in victory position here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, the 63 penalties for the incident with car number 10, which was the silver winner we were interviewing there. And I thought that was a hard but fair overtake at 11. The Mercedes ran wide, but race control also saying race incident between car 10, that Mark VDS car, and the 52, no further action. So surprised at both of those.
There we go. So third place, fourth on the track, but with the penalty applied to the Ford. Third place on the road, Rutronik Racing. Patrick Niederhauser, Sven Muller enjoying life up on that top step with their teammate there, which of course is Alessio Picariello. Then comes out to the crew that came here with a 1-point championship lead, leads with a slightly larger one, but not running away with it yet. Mauro Engel and the gang, the 48 crew with Lucas Auer and Matteo Caroli, but about to come out onto the top step. All smiles. We saw them smiling in the interview. The Rover Racing crew, number 98, got the job done. Absolutely. Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn and Raffaele Marchiello out onto the top step, and they're heading off to Suzuka to see what they can do into the Intercontinental Series as well. But for BMW, this is their first win, either sprint or endurance, in the GT World Challenge here in Germany. So the presentation's about to be made, and for the Rover Racing crew, they've had so much success over the years, and this is just another one for them. It's their 6th victory in a GT World Challenge Endurance event. Trophies to the second place crew from the Manfilter outfit, just waiting for Lucas Auer to get one as well. Of course, presenters do not have 3 hands to hold 3 trophies. And then the winners' trophies will be coming out for the tall driver on the left, Raffaele Marchiello, Augusto Farfus in the middle, and then Jesse Krohn on the right-hand side of the top step of the podium. BMW winning on home ground here in Germany. Here come their trophies, and those were hard-earned, but it was combined excellent. But let's give you the number. 61 cars came out to play, and to come out at the top, even of a 40-car field, is quite remarkable. But to do so in a race full of incident and controlling, well, they didn't control the timing of the safety cars, but it certainly came their way. And for them, victory well deserved. Augusto Farfus clearly has a plane to catch, because he left the podium, and there we go. Champagne sprayed all around, but victory today in Germany. Started in the grey, ended up very much in the sunshine, particularly if you're the drivers on the top step of the podium. And the 2 remaining ones are Raffaele Marchiello and Jesse Krohn up on that top step, so very well done to all of those. There are the championship positions. Came here with a 1-point margin, and Manfilter Racing now 5 points clear, and the team that started 3rd in the championship here today have moved up to 2nd. That's Rutronik Racing, but spiralling backwards without scoring any points in the race, just the 1 point pole position, Team WRT. And with Rowe Racing grabbing the full points for victory, they've now moved up into 4th place in this championship and could yet have something to say in challenging to see if they can get up at least to 2nd in the championship. But I think for them, they will not have the points that they can overhaul at least Manfilter Racing. So for now, the team in yellow and green, they have the smile on their faces most notably. And for Team WRT, they will be the ones with the scowl on their faces outside the top 10 here. That cost them. It's all about keeping it clean and tidy as well as being quick, and also just not having other people have incidents around you. And then, as we've seen with the order being shuffled somewhat by some late penalties, it's also not picking up time penalties that will cost you big time when the overall order is declared after 3 hours of racing. The tower of the castle over Nürburgring village, resplendent in the sunshine, and loads of team members down below the podium looking to cheer on their heroes after a race absolutely chock full of incident. Waiting for the further podium ceremonies to come on. Of course, we've got the 3 supporting classes, gold, silver and bronze to follow. And of course, managing drivers who are wanting to celebrate is often something that keeps all the best podium organisers on their toes, as they do have a habit of disappearing. But I'm sure we'll have the next podium ceremony coming up. The camera crews waiting to greet them when they come out. And here they come. That is the gold podium. 3rd place, Arthur Rousier, Simon Gachet and James Kell in the CSA Racing McLaren. 2nd place, the treble 7 crew of Jens Klingman, Ben Tuck and Al Faisal Al Zubair. Al Manna Racing by Team WRT BMW. But to the top step, we've already heard from them, but they'll still have smiles on their faces. VerstappenRacing.com or .com Racing, Aston Martin, Terry Vermeulen, Chris Lulham and Harry King in the order in which they contested this race. And with their class victory, of course, they will be taking the championship honours with 1 round still to spare. Here they come. Terry Vermeulen leading the gang out on with Harry King. Sorry, Terry Vermeulen's at the back. Taller figure of Chris Lulham in the middle. So as the strains of the national anthem fade away, much like the overall podium, 3 different manufacturers. McLaren in 3rd place there. James Kell gets a trophy for CSA Racing. BMW in 2nd place. That's Al Manna Racing by WRT. And on the top step, Aston Martin for Verstappen.com Racing. So exactly how GT3 should be as a category, with plenty of manufacturer involvement and plenty of manufacturer variety. So again, great to see. And in fact, just having a quick check, only the final podium for the bronze will have just 2 manufacturers across the 3 winning cars, the 3 best placed cars. So again, just great variety. And the cars looking great down below. The class winners lining up, and we're looking at the Gold Cup class, and it's Verstappen.com Racing with their Aston Martin. And that has clearly just run beautifully all weekend, and ending up 8th overall with 1 penalty, moving a car behind them, which is the number 63 Lamborghini. Jordan Pepper was a driver adjudged to have caused an issue late in the race. His penalty dropped the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini down to 10th overall. 8th overall in this race, but winning the Gold Cup class, the drivers on the top step, and winning the class for the entire series, Endurance Series, with 1 round to run. Verstappen.com, I think they've done a very, very good job. What do you reckon, Joe?
Yeah, I think they've been faultless there. Chris Lulham trying to flirt his best there, and the champagne flowing nicely. And always depends when you book your flight home, but when there's a championship on the line, I hope the Verstappen.com guys are going to fly home tomorrow and enjoy the season that they've had so far.
You most certainly would. Of course, we'll move on through subsequent podium ceremonies. We've still got the silver and bronze podiums to come up. But it's been a race that has given a lot of food for thought. It wasn't a clean race from start to finish. There were incidents that altered the order with the timing of safety car periods. But now, in the Gold Cup class, with a lead that is unassailable, 116 points, puts them 33 points clear. That is Verstappen.com Racing, ahead of the BMW crew that finished second in the race today. Jens Klingmann, Al Zubair and Tuck on second place in the championship, and they're just 2 points clear of Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier and James Kell, who finished on the podium with them as well. And then in so many ways they're so far clear of everybody else in the championship. As you can see, the crew in fourth place, Team RJN, 34 points, so they are some distance back in fourth overall. But with the championship in the bag, Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lullen and Harry King certainly are due some celebration. Again, look across the manufacturers, the top of the championship. Aston Martin, BMW and McLaren in those top three positions. Waiting now for the silver class podium to come to life, with just the bronze podium still to go. But at the moment it's the Boots and VDS crew standing down there, looking and waiting, but the Century Motorsport crew, out they come onto the podium. Car number 42 ending up in third place with Max Janssen, Will Moore and Jared Waberski with their BMW. Second place will go to the 188 McLaren crew. A time penalty cost them. That's Guillermo Oliveira, James Baldwin and Tom Fleming. But to the top step, we've heard from them already as winners of the class. Boots and VDS, Mercedes crew, Aurelien Panis, Loris Cabirou and Cesar Gazzo. So, drivers coming out. It's been a hard race and it got very tough at the end. But let's hear the national anthem of Boots and VDS. And the trophies will be coming out for the three crews. First of all, to the crew of the 42 Century Motorsport BMW, Jared Waberski, William Moore and Max Janssen, and they came here with a championship lead, and they should leave here with a championship lead, because actually the other cars on the podium have not scored that well through the course of the season thus far, and so with one to go they should still be pretty pleased with that third place. The crew in second place, if it wasn't for a time penalty, they could well have taken a class win here today. Also bear in mind the Cesar Gazzo crew that stand on the top step for Boots and VDS. They had their moments too, and we thought there may be a penalty coming their way, but we'll keep an eye out for anything that's coming after the race. But for now, everybody up on the podium, big smile on their face as the winners' trophies are presented to the top three drivers there on the top step.
And now, once again, time for champagne.
Moving quickly from trophies to champagne, and this is the silver car class top three, spraying all round, but Garage 59 far quicker to get their hands on the bubbly and unleash it. But for Boots and VDS, the winning crew, Aurelien Panis, Loris Cabirou and Cesar Gazzo, up there enjoying life big time indeed. So it's hard fought, and again, three different manufacturers in those top three positions. It's only in the bronze class that we have a repeat of manufacturers, so it's very good. William Moore just being cooled down at the end of the events there, so Jared Waberski either winning points or losing points there for that. Oh, sorry, it's Max Janssen doing the pouring. Now it's Jared Waberski. But let's take the championship points coming out of this event at the Nürburgring, and sitting with an 18-point lead to take to the Barcelona final. It's Jared Waberski, William Moore and Max Janssen. They'll be very happy with life. Loris Cabirou, Cesar Gazzo and Aurelien Panis moving up into second place in the championship by dint of their win today, and not too far behind James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark in third overall. but really it's looking very strong indeed for Century Motorsport. They came here with the lead, they leave here with the lead, and that is very important. And even more so, they gained a couple more points of advantage, so good news for them. All these battles within a battle, and the fact we had until late in the race a Silver Cup class car running in 6th place overall until Cesar Gazzo started to lose a few positions, but really playing with the big boys at the front of the field, so they'll get a lot of pleasure from that. And it was a race packed with incident. Still plenty of people mingling down in the pit lane. Still one podium ceremony to come at the end of the 4th GT World Challenge endurance round of the year. And out into 3rd place on the bronze class podium. Just 2 drivers. Why 2? Because that's all they raced with. Mathieu Detry did the first stint. He's the driver on the left. Fabien Duffieux did the second. Mathieu Detry got back in for the 3rd. So he did double stints for the Unex Racing Porsche. 2nd place crew, out they come. It's the number 80 outfit, Lion Speed GP, Gabriel Rindon, Patrick Kolb and Ricardo Feller, Lion Speed GP Porsche. Coming out onto the top step any moment now. 2Cs Motorsport taking victory, team representative there, but just waiting for Charles Dawson, Ben Barnicoat and Tom Leben to get out onto the top step, and looking very pleased in life. Good to see Ben Barnicoat racing again, because of course he had a mountain bike incident earlier this year, so he's recovered from that. But victory today for Mercedes in the Bronze Cup class. And as the national anthem of the winning team fades away, more trophies coming out. Steve Rouse, Pirelli GT3 chief engineer, doing the presenting work today. He's clocking up a few steps from one side of the podium to the other and back again with further trophies. And Unex Racing, of course, only need the 2 because Mathieu Detry and Fabien Duffieux. And Fabien, that's a great result for him because he's very fresh to racing. He's building up his experience, but the people around him with a lot more racing action under their belts. Gabriel Rindon, Ricardo Feller and Patrick Kolb, Lion Speed GP Porsche, 2nd place for them. The winning trophy for 2Cs Motorsport and the 2Cs Motorsport drivers up on the top step. Ben Barnicoat gets his trophy. And Charles Dawson his, and then Tom Leben will get his as well. He's the driver in the sort of non-matching overalls up on the top step. But victory in the Bronze Cup class. They worked their way forward through the course of the race, and they took victory. But for a car that normally ends up at the sharp end, we have a good save with the podium on the podium there from Tom Leben as his trophy went to tumbling. Of course, we lost the 74 Kessel Racing team with an incident in which they were taken out, and unfortunately for them, no points today, but they came here with such a large championship at margin that certainly be fine. Looking back to the start of the race, it seems ages ago, starting from pole position, we had the Rover BMW, just kept its nose in front with Augusto Farfus. Then it was very, very tight behind with a brilliant start from Nicky Team in the Aston Martin. He ran wide, and then there's a real sort out in behind. Alessia Rivera slotting into 2nd place, and everyone else trying to behave, but then there was a little bit of a contact there, a bit of a nose rub, the BMW on the Ferrari, and that allowed the number 22 Porsche to come through. Eifel and Guven making really, really good moves there. But as the race wound on, this is the point at which Aston Martin took the lead. They'd been the first front runner to make a pit stop, and just as the 98 Rover BMW came out with Jesse Krohn on board, he didn't have the heat in the tyres and got past. One of the cars making progress was Jan Mardenborough. Look how he's progressing forward. Haven't finished in the top 10 this year. 11th was their best placing. He started to move it up towards the top 6. McLaren were going well throughout this race. Then a few little problems for them started to limit their form. And then a driver on the move, or the car on the move, was the Boots and VDS Mercedes gaining ground. And in fact, not one but 2 of them went past there. And then this was the contact that took out the Kessel Racing bronze class leader and very nearly the Lion Speed GP Porsche as well. They had contact there. Neither of them were the guilty party there. and a really unfortunate incident. But then we came to the final pit stop, and what was so absolutely critical was this one was served when a full course yellow period happened. And then we got the third stint of the race, and then that was a moment that could have cost Boots and VDS the class lead. They didn't get a penalty for Pierre Guidi, power steering failure, and his car that was running in 4th position, suddenly no points for them. But through to the end of the race, and it was a charge to the victory for Raffaele Marciello and Jesse Krohn, Augusto Favas, and the Rover Racing BMW crew. So after the latest round of championships, this race here this weekend at the Nürburgring, plus the race at Okayama in the Asian Series, Mercedes just in front by just 3 points. It's nothing over Porsche, and BMW with that win today very much in the mix. So it's goodbye from the Nürburgring. It's been fantastic. The weather's been mixed, but the driving has been of tip-top order. And for those 3 teams fighting out the overall championship, one has taken a backward step. But for now, goodbye.